here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park. Saturday's graded stakes jam-packed card rescheduled for today, and we'll see Cody's Wish cutting back in distance in the Vosburg this afternoon, and plenty of other big names on the card, including Zandon in the Woodward, who has faced some of the top company of his division, looking for his own big victory this afternoon, perhaps standing in his way. The talented but inconsistent Charge It, looking for another graded stakes win, will break from the rail in today's Woodward this afternoon, and coming out of one of the toughest and most impressive grade ones we've seen all year. In the Ballerina last time out, Caramel Swirl was fourth. She'll try to get back to the winner's circle in the Gallant Bloom today. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us. As mentioned, it's turned out to be a beautiful afternoon today on Sunday. We canceled due to rain that we had in the New York City area on Friday and Saturday. Saturday's card rescheduled for today, with the exception of the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, which has been rescheduled to next Saturday. We'll keep you updated on everything and hopefully give you some good information along the way. I'm Acacia Kamal, pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richard Migliori and NYRA Racing analyst Andy Serling. And Richie, after the weather, it's great to see that we're back with a tremendous card and some really exciting prep races leading into the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, basically a Breeders' Cup preview day, and give us a little bit of a window into what we can expect in not too distant future. Just happy to have some sunshine. I was ready to build an ark yesterday. It was just gotten ridiculous.
That was quite a storm we had here on Friday, obviously, and we want to be able to run the Joe Hirsch, and moving today's original card to Wednesday will enable us to run two really good stakes on Wednesday in the Pilgrim and the Miss Grillo, two races that will have Breeders' Cup impact for the 2-year-olds on the turf. And yeah, looking forward to some good weather, but glad to be back in action. I don't know about you guys. I can't figure out what day it is.
No idea at all. So we'll do our best. I have notes everywhere telling me that today is Sunday, but we're running Saturday's card. So if you did some prep work on Saturday, everything with the exception of the rescheduled Joe Hirsch Turf Classic is the same. Today, we'll kick off our live racing action with race 2 on the program. It is the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And taking a look at the group here in race 2, it's 6 furlongs for the 2-year-olds. And right now, even money on C Streak to the outside. As Andy, you and I had spoken about this horse earlier, a very fast race on debut at Monmouth.
It's unusual. It started a first-time starter in a stake, and the horse took a ton of money to be 3-1, so it's not like they were surprised that he ran as well as he did. Getting an 84 buyer, to put it into perspective, some of the best, and we've seen some very good-looking 2-year-olds in Saratoga, they're running buyers in the low to mid-90s, so that's only about 4 lengths faster than this horse ran. And this is an interesting field, and there's some big names here, big trainers, but Richie, if this horse reproduced that race in Monmouth, they better have their running shoes on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very talented New Jersey bred who ran really well on debut and has a good post too, because this horse is going to be forward, but it's not forced into a position. Could get into the race the right way as well.
Gelding by Sea Wizard, who only ran twice, but so far has seemed to be a productive stallion standing in New Jersey, as we welcome in the 4th member of our team. For more on your current favorite, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what are you seeing from these 2-year-olds?
Yeah, and Sea Wizard only standing for $1,500, a bargain price for that stallion. As we'll check in with C Streak as he makes his second start here for Eddie Owens. And he's a horse that I thought ran so well, just beaten by the favorite in that debut. He was 8 3/4 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher. And he has the appearance of just a very fast horse. Now, there's some others in here that could be quick, but he's really built downhill, really nicely developed hindquarters to him. He did come in a little bit washy to the paddock, but once he got the tack on, he kind of took a deep breath and relaxed a bit more. So good to see. But there were just some others that caught my eye, and I'd like to give number 8, Wajda, another chance, as he broke okay. He tracked behind the pace early, and he took a lot of kickback that day. Then he kind of stayed on his inside lead while stopping through the lane. I know I'm suggesting a horse off of a 31 length defeat from a very capable barn, but it was a muddy sealed track. Sometimes horses just react negatively to that. He's warming up beautifully over this now an upgraded fast track here for race number 2, and he just looks the part. So I'd like to give Wajda another another chance here. As number 6, Change of Command, he's certainly strengthened up having that one race under his belt, and he showed a good deal of gate speed. He's very sharp yet again. I was hoping he'd act a little bit more professional once getting tacked up, once getting out on the racetrack. But again, look for him to be forwardly placed and maybe able to sustain that run a bit better. And he did have a little bit of trouble around the turn, kind of being shuffled back, but staying on nicely to, or okay, I should say, to finish fourth that day. And then the first-time starter that, relatively speaking, is taking the most money is number 3, Maximilian's Dream. Worked 9 and 4 at the OBS March sale. Asked a bit for that, but really lowered himself nicely into stride. Nice kind of action that suggests that there's gears in there as well. Now, for a good size, nicely put together, there's absolutely no pedigree to report home on other than being by Maximus Mischief, who's gotten off to quite a start as a stallion, winning with 21% of his 2-year-old debuters. He's very professional in the paddock and out on the racetrack. And for a Tom Morley first-time starter, it's not necessarily what my husband does best in with his 2-year-old debuters, but they often look physically like they need starts too. He actually looks incredibly fit heading in here. One thing I don't love, blinkers are on for this debut, but obviously has been training in them. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. As we'll take a look at that OBS March 2-year-old race, as Maggie touched on, went 9 and 4. Asked a little bit early, a little bit erratic early. These are Richie young 2-year-old, and at this point in these 2-year-old sales, they're trying to go as quickly as possible. So it's not uncommon to see them be asked along a little bit, especially when they're going so fast as this one did.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a sub 10-second eighth of a mile, something they'll never be asked to do again in their life. What I liked about this was he took off again on the gallop out. So not only was his eighth very fast, it seemed like he went another eighth very fast.
And listen, a lot of times seeing work fast 2-year-old sales does not mean they have speed. We've only run race. You are bigger on kickback than I am, so I'm a little reticent to use it. But watching the first race today, it does feel like they were kicking up some dust. If you watch the race, and one race does not a bias make, but it did feel like horses were not really picking up ground in that race. So I do wonder if this horse still has that speed from that work, this could be a horse that's forward, and he's bet.
He's bet. He comes in off of very solid works, and the sire, Maximus Mischief, gets 25% with his first-time starters, 21% winners overall. Son of Into Mischief has really gotten off to a strong start as a stallion.
I picked the 8 Waja. I'm just hoping he's the one of the 2 horses, the 6 and 8, that ran against fierceness in the mud the first time. They'll run better on a dry track.
And you prefer the 6?
I do. I thought he showed really good speed. Shug McGahee, not a trainer that cranks him up to win first time. Not that he's not very capable of winning with firsters, but usually it's just because they're talented. I thought this horse showed enough run that I think he could take a step forward.
Andy and Maggie going with the 8 Waja. Richie out of the same race with the 6 Change of Command. It's time for the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day as they load into the gate for the first live race on our program, race 2 of the day on this Sunday afternoon, Belmont at the Big A meet. John Imbriel standing by with the call.
Live Happy about to move into the starting gate. And that will leave us with Change of Command and C Streak to complete this 12-horse maiden field. And they're going 6 furlongs, race 2, Belmont at the Big A. C Streak, the odds-on favorite on the outside, is in, and we're set. And they're off. Oh, a tangled beginning there for number 11, Skipped the Line. Also off slowly was Reasoned Analysis. Those 2 are at the back. Maximilian's Dream is out first with Rathmore racing in second and Live Happy next in third. Then on the outside, it's Change of Command, who's running in fourth. A break of 3 to Wajda in fifth. Electric Eels down on the inside and in sixth. Then comes C Streak, who's in seventh, but already 10 lengths from the front. Farther back, it is States United. Thunder Slam is down at the rail as Skip the Line now moves up in between horses. There is a Reasoned Analysis. The quarter went in 21 and 4. Maximilian's Dream challenged here on the inside by Rathmore. It's Rathmore and Maximilian's Dream coming to the top of the stretch with Live Happy racing in third. Change of Commands on the outside in fourth position. And then comes Wajda half and 45 and 3. It is change of command. Oh, flying down the middle of the track. Here comes C Streak. And like a blue streak, C Streak goes on with it and is on to victory here. Drawing away at the end, breaks his maiden at 4-5.
C Streak, he ran to the short price favoritism, winning at second asking for trainer Eddie Owens.
It was like a dirt arc. He looked like that horse that won the arc a little earlier today, coming down the middle of the stretch. Acacia said, in the middle of the stretch, you said, who's that horse in the green on the far outside? He can run, fast pace, but he can run this horse.
Yeah, and the fact that he showed this versatility, right? High speed first time, a wicked pace to run at. This time, Kemp's from off the pace, took kickback and finished well. This bodes really well for this horse going forward.
This is a good horse. You know, it's interesting, too. The horses that ran behind Fierceness photoed for second, with Wadja getting the best of Chain of Command, just barely, and Chain of Command closer to that quick pace that fell apart. But this horse is the goods.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, a gelded Jersey bred comes over here, and he's got a lot of talent, and you love to see them be able to do it in varying ways, right?
And I know you love a sea wizard, Richie.
We're going to take a look at this chart.
Your pedigree
Your
type,
winner is the 12 all the way to the outside. He does break in a little bit. Still a bit green. Now, the number 11, Skip the Line, who broke slowly on debut, too, kind of broke in a tangle. Nothing significant there. We did see impressive gate speed early from the 3 Maximilian Stream, as expected. Not able to sustain that, but coming from off of it, C Streak, impressive.
Yeah, this was a really nice run, and C Streak, again, a kind of obscure stallion, C Wizard, who had only 2 starts in his career with a second and a win. Although I thought it was interesting on the female side of this horse's pedigree. Full and Fancy, a horse that I won stakes on for John Kimmel here. Nice filly out of by Marfa.
For a second, I was thinking of Turf, thinking of Smart and Fancy, but now I remember Full and Fancy. I mean, this horse, listen, you don't know, this horse may want to go short. And it's interesting, we talked about the speed. Maximilian's Dreams did have the speed, and that's also why why we said one race doesn't a bias make.
Right.
And it looked like a different track. I don't think we saw as much dirt being kicked up after the first race. Maybe they watered a little bit or something, but there's no doubt. I mean, I think some good horses ran behind them. Even the 10 who closed some ground in there, they were moving up front, but this horse is good.
12, 8, 6, 10 in race 2, the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll take a look at what is still to come. We still have races 3 through 11, Belmont at the Big A, now a fast main track. We are off the turf, and that 6th race, the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, rescheduled to next week. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Some big, exciting graded stakes action coming up on the main track a little bit later on. I want to remind everybody you can play all of the action with Naira Bet. Sign up, get started, and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus right after your first deposit. Use promo code MATCH200 for up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Get started at nairabets.com today. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more from the race 2 in a moment. We'll also talk a little bit more about the Woodward. Todd Pletcher looking for another one. He's got a talented runner in Charge It. Can he put up a big effort today?
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Is it the caramel, the cinnamon, or the pumpkin spice that'll make you live, laugh, launch yourself into a pile of cardigans? Maybe you find out. The Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races on a bright and sunny afternoon here at the Big A, as we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As C Streak, he streaked down the stretch today to graduate, and please be joined by his trainer, Eddie Owens Jr. And Eddie, this is a guy who showed a lot of promise in that debut, but we were just talking, did it in a little bit of a different fashion second time out.
Yeah, he's been sharp in the mornings, but he relaxes well. And I told the jockey this and then just sit off of him, but I didn't think he was going to be that far back. He came running, surprised me. He made up a lot of ground quick.
It's good to know they can have that versatility.
Yes, it is. He's been working with all the good horses in the morning. So that's why I ran him the first time in a stake, and he delivered today.
Eddie, he's a Jersey bred. You'll send out a fellow Jersey bred in the next, as these bugs are terrible, as Great Navigator second in our Sanford last year. Felt like his last race might be hinting at him getting back on track now as a 3-year-old.
Yes, it is. Had a little bad racing luck in a few races, but last race he showed a lot. Made up a lot of ground into a slow pace, and I think today he'll improve off of that. I really do. I think he'll be closer today. It's not much speed in here, so we'll see what happens. I mean, we're running against one of the best horses in the country right now, so we're going to have to see what happens.
Well, fingers crossed. Maybe you can pull off the big upset and get your own little rolling double. Eddie, congratulations here.
Try to. Thank you.
Eddie Owens, always thinking positively, Acacia.
Great to see, and we'll look forward to Great Navigator coming up in the next race in the Vosburg. And it's interesting, I was just reading quotes from Eddie Owens, who said that the success of Sea Wizard as a stallion is just a mystery to him. He said, I've never was around the horse. People that did said that he had maybe some soundness issues, but a horse that was very talented. Of course, Eddie, has been on the backstretch since 1976 and worked for a lot of big trainers, including John Mazza, who did train Sea Wizard.
And it's cool that both these horses are homebreds for Hollycrest Farm, and they're both Sea Wizards coming up back to back, and they're both very talented horses. I mean, Great Navigator is obviously going to have his handful, as he just said. He just said you're running against the best horse theoretically in the country in this race, but he's a pretty talented horse, and he ran well in his second start to be second in our Sanford opening weekend last year in Saratoga, and he should be forward in here, as he suggested.
Yeah, especially from the inside. And, for the Vosburg, not a tremendous amount of speed signed on for one of our marquee sprint stakes.
It's amazing how the infiltration of lack of speed in races. Last year's race, there wasn't much speed in it either. And it just seems like we've gotten away from the days of the Groovies and Phone Tricks of the world, the blazing speedballs. Though Echo Zulu's pretty quick, and I bet she's looking to take on the boys in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Could be fun to see. She won that ballerina this summer in very impressive fashion, but we'll see who will get the victory in this year's Vosburg. That's coming up next, but a little bit later on, we'll take a look at the field for the Woodward, Grade 2 Woodward, and this will be race number 7. We'll follow race 5 with that rescheduled 6th race. But the 7th race, the Woodward, a mile and an eighth on the main track is Charge It. He won the Suburban impressively 2 starts back. A lackluster 4th in the Whitney. Richie, this horse has to be frustrating for trainer Todd Pletcher because we know he has a world of talent. We just never really know if we're going to see it.
No, you get some of these races that he really shows his ability, going back to his Dwyer, which was a tour de force. His Suburban was good, but it feels like he runs his best, Andy, and you tell me what you think when he gets to control things.
He gets to control and there's softer fields. Now, to be fair, he beat Clapton, won the Lucas Classic yesterday. Obviously not as strong a race and a race that fell apart into his lap a little bit, but nonetheless, still a big win there. And he also just feels a little like a horse that looks at the PPs and says, okay, this is a field I can boss around a little bit. We've seen those horses. They even, sometimes we talk about it usually in lower level races, but we see it with good horses too. They're good enough to be competitive against some of the best horses in their division, but it seems like they're almost intimidated by the best horses.
And they have to work harder for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't come easy to them.
Todd Pletcher, he knows how to win the Woodward, though, and this is quite a group assembled as far as his Woodward winners go, looking for his 5th, which would tie Bill Mott for most Woodward victories. Such a historic race as well.
No, well, I mean, it goes back to being one of the greatest races ever run when they ran it in the late 60s when Buckpasser, Dr. Fager, and Damascus hooked up. And, of course, the head of the Rabbit, sort of drilled Dr. Fager into the ground and set it up for Damascus won, right?
Yeah, Damascus
right.
won it that day. And, you know, interestingly enough, too, Bobby Ustry rode another Rabbit in there, Great Power, who Bill Bolin, who rode Dr. Fager that day, actually blamed more than Hedevar for riling up Dr. Fager because he was making so much noise, where he could have gotten Dr. Fager almost to rate when he heard him kind of hooping and hollering. He took off with him.
I mean, that race was in 1968, I want to say, 67 or 68.
67, I think.
People still talk about it. I mean, that's how historically one of the greatest races ever run here at the Big A between all those horses. And I have a friend whose father took the kids on the train from upstate all the way down here to come out to Aqueduct to go see that race.
Cool. I could just sit around and listen to Andy and Richie reminisce about some of the great races throughout history, too. Always lucky to have these two with such great memories and such wonderful experiences at the racetrack. Guys, we'll talk about Zandon next. A horse that only has 2 wins, his maiden and the Bluegrass, before going into finishing 3rd in this Kentucky Derby.
Unlike Charger, at least won the Suburban, this guy just can't seem to win a race. Now, he's constantly facing the best horses, and horses that have tactical advantages. The thing he may have going for him today, I can't pick him on top, Richie, because he doesn't win. But with Pipeline in there and others, it feels like he's going to get a fast pace.
I agree with you. I think he's going to get enough pace to help set up his run. And you know that I'm hard on horses that compile so many more seconds than wins. But in this particular case with Zandon, look at the margins he's getting defeated by when he's second. 6 lengths, 3 lengths, 5 lengths. I don't
He's
think
not
it's
hanging.
That's my point.
That's
I don't
valid.
think it's a function of him getting there and saying, "Oh, I'm content here." I think he's just getting outrun by horses that are better on those particular days.
Good point.
A beautiful horse to look at, too. He's always one that visually is impressive. We'll see if he can get a big win today. As has been announced, he will stand at Spendthrift Farm in 2024, the completion of his career. Here's a look at the Vosburg, though. Coming up next, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. Grade 2 Vosburg, 7 furlongs on the main track. Cody's Wish, no surprise, is 1-9 right now. We'll talk a little bit more about him along with the rest of the field as Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott starts to put the tack on his staple star. The 83rd running of the Vosburg coming up next on America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
it is Gunite with the advantage off the turn to Cody's Wish. Cyberknife between that pair. Slow down Andy is in fourth. Cyberknife, Cody's Wish, and Cody's Wish has a narrow lead. Cyberknife is right there to the inside. Slow down Andy coming late from third. Cyberknife fighting back. Cody's Wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
Cody's Wish in the 2022 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's a horse that won 6 in a row. Just so impressive coming back this year as a 5-year-old, winning a couple more grade ones, the Churchill Downs, and Richie, that Met Mile, which was a spectacular performance.
It really was a spectacular performance. He circled essentially the entire turn. He was 8 to 12 wide and just inhaled the field quite easily. I think the post position, listen, he's the best horse in this race. The post position helps him a lot too, because he is a horse that can get a bit charged up in the gate. He's not going to be in there long.
And Andy, the conversation of 2 turns versus 1 turn, what's your theory on that?
Well, I think one of the most misunderstood things you hear people say is this horse is a 2-turn horse, 1-turn horse. That's not what it's about. It's about pace. And when you have a horse that runs elongated sprints, 7 furlongs to a mile even, on a 1-turn race, the pace are going to heat up. You have a long run down the backstretch. Richie knows he's ridden in a lot of those races, particularly at Belmont. The paces invariably will be considerably faster than they will be in a 2-turn race where they slow it up. So a closer like that is just going to be more conducive to 1-turn races.
We'll see what he does today, but he's had an incredible following and a wonderful story named in honor of young Cody Dorman through the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Let's hear from Cody's father, Kelly Dorman, on what this journey has been like.
I'm not comfortable with doing interviews and things like that, but Cody doesn't have a voice, so I have to be the voice for him. Since he's met the horse, he really likes to send people notes and thank you notes. His heart's bigger than the world. He gets so much joy out of seeing people happy. People come up all the time just telling how much it means to them, and if it helps people smile, all for it. When they started talking about putting him in the Whitney or the Forego, we started planning. We're going, no matter what, you know, Saratoga or bust. We've actually only been maybe 2 or 3 hours away from home with him. It's like moving an army, it really is. Every single time we see that horse, it's almost like the very first time we've ever seen him or met him before. Can't really say anything, there's no words for it, you just kind of sit there and smile and enjoy it. I don't try to figure it out. I don't try to make sense of it. You can't put a price on that kind of joy. Cody and that horse is giving that gift to the world. And I just can't express how proud I am of him, but that horse done more for him before he ever set foot on the track than we could ever ask of him.
Such a special and emotional story. So incredible to see that wonderful bond that they do have. But on top of that, Cody's Wish is a very good horse. Maggie, you know him well. What are you seeing from the talented Cody's Wish today?
And Acacia, as one would expect, he's also exceptionally good looking as he looks fantastic here in the Aqueduct paddock. If anything, he's put on more flesh and just muscle mass and conditioning throughout the year. This is probably the burliest I've seen him look, which I like when we're dealing with horses kind of turning back in distance. It's okay to be a little bit more robust, I think, when you're a sprinting type. And to the point that Andy's making about the 2-turn races, despite the Breeders' Cup Mile last year being around 2 turns, just look at the fractions. Look at, you know, the half-mile splits, 48 and 1 versus 45 flat. So you're talking 2 to 3 second differences, and that makes a lot of difference when it comes to a horse's running style in these types of closers that want a fast pace to close into. And 2, you know, last time he was very relaxed. It seemed as though with a year under his belt of maturity, he had kind of settled down a bit. But his biggest Achilles heel, I think, is the gait. And it's always something that gets him a bit wound up, and it did last time. And you saw just an awkward start from him. So again, he does draw favorably to the outside. Hopefully he just remains relaxed here at a much more subdued Aqueduct. As we'll turn our attention to the inside with his stablemate, that's High Oak. And some horses, they just like girls. Ladies, as Katie Davis gets aboard for the 3rd time. And we've seen this guy kind of come back to life a bit, finishing 3rd in the Grade 1 Forego Forgo last time behind a slow pace and closing into it. And furthermore, a horse that I don't think necessarily loves being on the inside. He finally draws more outside as opposed to those 2 inside draws, and he looks fantastic here for Bill Mott as well. As we'll also take a look at Accretive. He'll be turning back in distance, and I was actually enthusiastic about his chances going that kind of 1.5 turn mile at Saratoga. I guess the 7 furlongs makes perfect sense. Now he's third off of layoff and looks incredibly fit. Acacia?
5-1 on Accretive as the second choice. Maggie, thank you. That son of Practical Joke. Kind of the now horse, Andy.
Well, I think there's 2 things about him. First of all, he's going to be forward, probably along with the 1, and that's going to help his cause. The other thing about him is, in his second career start, he got beaten in the neck by Gunite, so we know he has good races in him.
Here's the field for the Vosburg, starting with great navigator Eddie Owens looking for his second win today.
Well, they're on a free roll, and another Sea Wizard, and he's not impossible to get a piece of this race.
Here's Cowan, winner last time out.
Would be a big surprise. Would have to take a big step up here.
That was off of a big layoff as well. Here's Sheriff Bianco, always in the money.
Here's one for you. I don't think he and Cowan have met since his debut back at Keeneland, if you go back in his PPs, when Leslie Ward had him.
Accretive looking for his first graded stakes win.
Hard-knocking, consistent types, going to be forward, could have a tactical advantage.
High Oak was third in that Forgo.
Well, his owner, Leon Seiler, always happy to take a shot in these races, and he has really responded since Katie Davis has taken over.
And 1-9 on Cody's Wish.
Yeah, listen, Cody's Wish has run against the best, has, his Met Mile was scintillating, turning back in distance, and extremely well posted with the best horse.
As mentioned, this is kind of a Breeders' Cup preview day, so what's at stake? The Vosburg automatic entry into the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint, entry fees paid, travel allowance, and award to the nominator. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup. Bill Mott sending out 2, though, including your current heavy favorite. He's standing by with Maggie.
And Cody's Wish, Bill, kind of a reroute. We tried to go down the Breeders' Cup Classic avenue, but it just did not work in the Whitney. Talk a little bit about having to divert and go to a racer. Obviously, he's been successful in the past with that Breeders' Cup mile, dirt mile, being the target.
Right. Well, really, probably the Breeders' Cup mile was always maybe more the target. I think we were just compelled to run in the Whitney. There was nothing else coming up, and he had run so well, closed, drawn away, going a mile, and you think, well, maybe he can do it. Maybe he can do it with the experience and the bottom under him, that he'd had previously, but it just didn't work out. I mean, he obviously, it was an easy choice to back him up to the 7 and furlong and 8 furlong races now.
And Bill, too, we talked about the fractions. They're just run so much quicker, these one-turn types of races.
Usually they do. We don't know what we've got today, but ordinarily you get better, a better pace in the one-turn races. And obviously he's pretty much a closer. So hopefully that'll be to his benefit.
Not reinventing the wheel with Cody's Wish, but I do want to ask you about your other horse in here, High Oak, a horse that has been reinvented and reinvigorated, I think, with teaming up with Katie Davis. Can you talk about the relationship they have?
Well, 5 months ago, we were worried that he wasn't going to try anymore. You know what I mean? He had been a horse that in the Fountain of Youth a couple of years ago, I mean, he had a fall, and we didn't know if he was just afraid to run or what had happened to him mentally, because he seemed like he would train well, but he wasn't finishing his races. And anyway, we put Katie on him, and she let him drop back and get his feet under him and make it a run, and he actually came running in the Forgo, closed, ran a credible race, and we hope he can do the same today.
Well, Bill, sending out 2 talented horses, but Cody's Wish, just the magic that this horse has created around this sport is certainly tangible, and best of luck, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. A great story and a great horse.
He said it best, Acacia.
Yes, he did. Maggie, thank you. Cody's Wish, short price favorite, 1-5 now, as we'll see if he can pick up yet another graded stakes victory. There is a Accretive, though, as Andy and Richie, I know, we just got waters delivered to the set, and Richie got totally snubbed. I'm sorry. Accretive, we're taking a look at his last win.
Boy, you're like Rodney Dangerfield up here.
Look at how big he is compared to Uncle Moonlight. And I completely agree with what Maggie said. He always looks like a horse that is wanted to run longer, but obviously he's incredibly athletic to be able to be effective at those sprint distances.
He won his debut impressively with a 90-plus Beyer at 6.5 furlongs, and then he almost beat Gunite in his next start in a tremendous performance. And things didn't go well in the Jerkins, and he was laid up, but he's run well in 4 of his 5 races. Now, he obviously hasn't run well enough to be Cody's Wish, but he also hasn't made that many starts. And he showed in his second start that he can run a pretty fast race against a good horse. So with a tactical advantage, if Cody's Wish doesn't run his race and he takes a step forward, he has a chance to upset the field. But at the end of the day, Richie, if Cody's Wish shows up with anywhere close to his A effort, I don't care what Accretive does, he's not beating him.
Well, I think it's a very fair assessment, but I think Accretive's second start really points out what the potential is still there. To be second to Gunite in the Amsterdam 101 triple-digit Beyer figure, I think he can come full circle and take a big step forward, and I think tactically he has a big advantage here. Obviously, the one-horse Great Navigator has speed, but he's coming out of 2 back-to-back distance races. Maybe that dulls the speed, and Accretive controls things.
See how it plays out as we welcome in for the first time today Jonathan Kinchin here with us. JK, our first graded stake of the day, and of course all things centering around Cody's Wish. What are your thoughts on the Vosburg?
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not even convinced that Cody doesn't want 2 turns. I think he's an outstanding horse. I think there were some circumstances of the race in the Whitney that kind of led to him not running as well as he normally does. But I will say this. There's not really a horse in here that can take advantage from a pace standpoint of what Cody's Wish's weakness is, right? Which is some horse kind of getting loose on the front end, him not having enough time to make up the ground to pick up that horse. The problem is when you look at Cody's Wish's early pace figures, he's kind of not that far behind a lot of these horses, and I predict that he won't be that far back. If they invite Cody's Wish into this race, he'll outkick them home, that's for sure. The only horse that even has a sniff in their past races of pace figures that can really hurt Cody's Wish and still finish would be the 4 Accretive, but that's just not really Irad's style to send away from there. And Accretive last time was close up, but that was a slow pace, so I'm just not very trustworthy on that being the situation. If you're one of those people that wants to beat Cody's Wish, I think you should wait about 4 or 5 weeks. I don't think this is the spot. Mags?
Well, the horse, JK, that could do all the early running is number 1 in here, the 3-year-old for Eddie Owens and Great Navigator. I agree with Eddie in that this guy is going to be forward, and physically, I do like the turn back. He's actually built much more like a sprinting type. He has such an honest head and eye to him. I just appreciate horses like this who are overachievers, but at the end of the day, this is a tough grade 2 field, and he just looks like a 3-year-old against some older rivals. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Great Navigator, the New Jersey bred, stepping into some deep waters today, but it is all about Cody's Wish. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup, the Vosburg, coming up next. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Cody's Wish moving into the starting gate. And we are ready for the Grade 2 Vosburg. And they're off. A bit of a hesitant start there for number 6, Cody's Wish, who will be the early trailer. Accretive is the early leader. Great Navigator down on the inside is racing in second. Sheriff Bianco and Cowan are right together, 3rd and 4th. Now Cody's Wish is moving up on the outside of High Oak as the field races up the back stretch. And Accretive is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Great Navigator, Sheriff Bianco, and Cody's Wish, who is now up to 4th, but just a length off the lead. The quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. So it is Accretive who maintains the lead here. Cody's Wish has now moved into 2nd. Great Navigators down at the rail and in 3rd. Then Sheriff Bianco, Cowan, and High Oak is at the back. The field races midway on the turn with Accretive by a half length over the big favorite Cody's Wish. Great Navigator in behind and racing in third. Then Cowan in the red blinkers, and in between horses is Sheriff Bianco, who's making up some ground. The half mile in 46 seconds. They come off the turn and into the stretch, and here is Cody's Wish up to challenge Accretive for the lead. Great Navigator is down at the rail. It's three of them across. It's Cody's Wish and a very tough Accretive who continues to battle on as they hit the 16th pole. Cody's Wish now edges clear, and Cody's Wish back to sprinting, back to winning today in the Vosburg.
Cody's Wish, the heavy favorite, wins the Vosburg over a very determined Accretive. Richie, he got the victory, but what were your thoughts on that effort?
He had to work hard for it, but he was decidedly best. He didn't break particularly well. He middle moved up the backstretch, and this was a fast race. Accretive gave him all he could handle, but Cody's Wish overcame, I thought, a lot to get it done.
I agree. That is the absolute trip you don't want with a closer like Cody's Wish. He doesn't break, which is becoming a problem and is going to be impossible to overcome in all likelihood if he does it in the Breeders' Cup. And then he's in a paceless race. He rushes up midway through the race, getting much more forward than he normally is in his races because he has to be there. I mean, I give Junior credit, because if he didn't make a move up into there, he wasn't catching this horse, because Accretive did dig down and fight him and ran very well to be second. But Cody's Wish was supposed to lose today based on his trip, and he still got it done. That's a good sign for him, but I don't like this getting left, and this is going to be a problem in the Breeders' Cup.
He's the class. Certainly, he has a ton of class, and his rider, Junior Alvarado, putting him where he thought he needed to. But Richie, that's at least the third consecutive time that we've seen him, and he's never been a horse with a lot of early gate speed, but at least a few times in a row now that we've seen him break a few lengths, really, kind of past the rest of the field.
He's given away 2, maybe 3 lengths away right at the break. And, you know, today there was really no reason for it either. His outside post, which he had last time as well. And he's just not jumping. And usually that's horses aren't pushing off well behind when they don't break particularly well like that. So he's a very good horse, and I thought he overcame a tough trip today. And a very hard trying Accretive who gave him all he could handle. I thought he might fight him off at one point.
No, because it looked like as they turned for home, he was going to leave Accretive behind. But then Accretive battled back, and a lot of times in that, they come back and win. And this could set up Accretive well, heading to a race like the Cigar Mile at the end of the year.
Great Navigator, the New Jersey bred, checking in third at 22-1. Let's go back to Maggie.
Guys, when it comes to Cody's Wish breaking poorly, it's like he gets in there and he just wants to fight with everyone. He wants to throw his head down between his legs, and I think the starter and assistant starters are just like, well, let's just get him in and get him out. It's almost like they really need to make him focus. And I get it, because the more time in there, the more likely he's going to, do something bad. I think it's him not being focused and just wanting to be reactive in the gate rather than just braking slowly. He's just not having his feet underneath of him, guys.
So important to be balanced in the starting gate, to be centered before they spring the latch. And, he's a horse the last couple of times as well, Richie, that he's acted up pretty significantly in the gate, too, before they spring the latch.
I thought he was acting much better today in the post-sprint, in the warm-up, than he did last time in the Whitney. Different atmosphere, and it's one turn, you get away from the crowd, he settled in. But this slow reaction time, and Maggie may have hit on it, just not being as focused as it should be, but you can get away with that till a certain point, and the better horses you start facing, the less opportunity you're going to have to overcome that.
He wasn't, in all likelihood, beating Elite Power or a good Gunite in a race like this, and taking nothing away from Accretive, who's obviously getting back to that good form. That I'm second to Gunite as a 3-year-old. I'm going to tell you right now, he has gotten left from the outside post 2 races in a row. And for horses that have trouble in the gate, the outside post is usually a good thing for them.
Yes.
And he got lucky last year in the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland, around 2 turns, that it was such a fast, contested pace. Unless he gets that in California in the Breeders' Cup Mile, there's no way, in my opinion, he's going to win.
We'll see what kind of pace he gets moving on to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, but this Vosburg, a win and you're in, as we see the blanket for the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Cody's Wish, and look, we are asking questions about him because he was a short price favorite, and he's going to be a short price going into the Breeders' Cup as well. And it takes nothing away from the talent, the class, the body of work that this horse has put together. But when you have horses that are such a short price, you have to bring up these questions, especially moving forward to the World Championships.
We know why he's good. Yeah. I mean, all you have to do is look at his PPs. This is one of the most talented horses in the country. The question you ask is, why would you want to be against, perhaps?
Let's go to Maggie with winning rider, Junior Alvarado.
Thanks, Acacia. And Junior, let's talk about the effort, first of all. Getting away slowly, but having to rush up into a slow pace. He was able to grind out the victory today.
Yeah, definitely. He was just probably much the best horse today. We were kind of planning and hoping the last couple of starts, he drew the last so he can just load and go. But I think, load him in last in the gate. When he start acting up, he doesn't have a chance to get his feet under. Then they give the break like that, and then he just, break even worse than before. So, I guess we were still kind of working with him. But, after that, I just help him a little bit, nudge him a little bit. The pace wasn't going that slow, so I knew he was going to get by himself, put himself in a good position. When we turn for home, I have the Cody that I knew.
Yeah, Junior, it's good to hear you say exactly what I just said about the gate. What can you do with a horse that is like that?
He's a social gentleman in the morning. He doesn't do anything in the morning, so we just kind of keep working with him in the afternoon. Try to don't get him upset when he loads the gate, and maybe just give him maybe a little extra time for him to get his feet under, and then just go from there.
Junior, congratulations. Well done with the hand you were dealt on a horse that is truly special.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado, regular pilot for the ever so talented Cody's Wish.
Always a good thing when you hear him say, it was back to the Cody that I knew. Junior Alvarado, regular pilot for Cody's Wish. Echoing what Maggie was thinking as far as that lack of focus in the starting gate. Cody's Wish winning the Grade 2 Vosburg. Big effort and another trip to the winner's circle, a sight he knows well. More America's Day at the races after this break.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with
Big
5.
race. Nest Clarier is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on which turned out to be an absolutely beautiful Sunday afternoon after the monsoon type rain we had this weekend, but glad for some sunshine. And it looks like the sunshine's going to continue into the early part of this coming week as well, which will be good because the anticipated Sunday card rescheduled to Wednesday. So we will be on Wednesday for a 5-day racing week next week. And Wednesday will include the Grade 2 Miss Grillo, also part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series, this for the 2-year-old fillies. And we'll take a look at Gala Brand, who was very well spotted by Bill Mott. Of course, just won with Cody's Wish. And here he is with a 2-year-old turf filly, guys, who won the With Anticipation against the boys.
And to be fair, Carson's Runner was second, improved his buyer figure 10 points to win up in Canada last week. So maybe this was a better race than it looks, but I kind of think it has to be for Gala Brand because this was maybe one of the smartest moves of the entire meet at Saratoga. Bill Mott entered her against the girls in the With Anticipation, in the P.G. Johnson, and the boys With Anticipation, and was the only one that did it. And the P.G. Johnson got rained off the turf, and he got to run on the turf. It was a great move by Bill, but I got to tell you something. This is a terrific race, and there are a lot of very interesting new shooters in here.
A very deep race. What I really liked about Gala Brand, though, is she ran 5.5, completely outrun, and came with this huge run. Now stretches out in her second start against the boys and just put herself more in the game and traveled better.
I don't disagree, and it's unusual to see a closer in a turf sprint close effectively in a turf route, but I'll say two things. First of all, she got a fast pace. The race, but whatever the pace was, I don't care what the pace looked like. The race collapsed. That's what matters to me. The race fell apart, but also I would say I don't think the boys were better than the girls at that point. I'm not sure there aren't some better girls in this race than the boys she ran against that day. With all due respect, though, to Carson's Run, who did come back with a big race up in Canada.
Won the summer up at Woodbine last weekend. Carson's Run did, and we'll see what Gala Brand does, but she'll have to face 11 other fillies in this Miss Grillo that came up a really, really interesting and salty group, so looking forward to that. But a good opportunity with rescheduling the card that we will have a chance to see these 2-year-olds run on the grass on Wednesday, because unfortunately, even this summer in Saratoga, a lot of the 2-year-old races taken off.
I mean, if you had a 2-year-old turf horse this summer in Saratoga, no question it was as punishing for you as anybody in the game, Richie.
Well, and what people have to understand, too, the amount of rain that we've gotten recently, particularly Friday, think about the turf course as like a sponge, and it's just soaked up all of this water, and it's not going to dry out quickly. You know, I walked on the turf earlier today, and it's still squishing. You could still, there's so much water content in it, just walking on it, you can hear the moisture in it.
The one good thing is it's projected to be 80 degrees today, tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and that's unusual weather for this time of the year. And one of the reasons in the fall that the turf courses don't dry out that well, they'll never get firm again because you start getting weather in the 50s and low 60s, and even if the sun's out, it's not going to dry as quickly. So in that case, at least that weather will give it a chance to dry out a bit. So I mean, you're absolutely right in everything you say, but I think this weather will really help.
Oh no, by Wednesday it should be in good shape because we also have that breeze coming off of Jamaica Bay, and
we barely used the courses.
And we barely use them. Absolutely. But you know, I think people get so hung up. Well, it's nice out. Why do they take? You know, you got to look at the weather going in, and as much rain as we've had through Saratoga, through September, it's like that Green Day song, Wake Me Up When September Ends. Here we are in October, it's beautiful.
Anybody that thinks that we want to take races off the turf at NYRA is frankly not using their head.
We look forward to that, Miss Grillo, on Wednesday. Coming up next today, though, we'll have race 4, scheduled main drag race, going a mile for 3-year-olds and upward as the current co-favorites to the outside, the 6 and 7 Swisher and Guntown. We'll talk a little bit more about them, as well as an intriguing runner in Full Screen who will make his first start on the main track for trainer Mark Casse. We'll learn a little bit more about the day-to-day activities over at the Casse Barn.
hip number 1. Say old time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Here's a look at the field for race 4, a mile on the main track. And right now there are 4 horses on the board. Well, 1 is the entry. So 3 betting entities that are 3-1 and a 7-2 shot. For more, let's sit down, get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, everybody feeling that this race fairly evenly matched between the main contenders. And we'll start with that entry, the one that has been running on the dirt, the 1A Bold Endeavor. I'm inclined to say that this guy might be a little better around 2 turns, or, you know, at Saratoga we have that weird turn. But it just felt as though he was out-sprinted last time out, and I thought he looked better than what he did coming in off the layoff in his first start for David Jacobson, which did result in a win, but certainly getting kind of the optimal trip that day. I still think he's moved forward. I'm just wondering if this is really going to be his thing, if the 1-turn mile, they just get away from him a bit too much. So again, like what I'm seeing here off a relatively somewhat short break, 2 weeks just about, but like I said, this might not be his gig. As we'll move on to 1, trying something for the first time, and that's number 2, Full Screen. He's trying the dirt for the first time. He is by Big Screen, who does stand in Canada, but he's 5 for 23 with his dirt routers. And while the dam was on race, a Full Sibling did win going long on the dirt. Now, he's a little bit more of an angular type of build to him, but overall, it doesn't seem as though he's going to be one that's going to be completely compromised switching surfaces today. So I think he's a little bit intriguing, and from the overall sense of things here from Mark Casse, he does look as though he's doing very well. As we'll move on to the horse that I like most here, and that should be the speed in here, number 6, Swiftsure, as he'll stretch out in distance for Horacio de Paz after a big win going the 7 up at Saratoga in a claiming race, and maybe he has refound some of his form, or was it just, flash in the pan type of performance? But maybe they think that if he's out there in front and gets into a rhythm is when he's going to do his best running. They applied blinkers last time out for the first time, just a short cup, as we say, cheater cup blinker, but I like an extra furlong for him. He's a big, rangy horse where I don't think this is going to bother him too much, and he just looks fantastic heading into this effort, Acacia.
Swiftsure, Maggie, thank you. Blinkers on last time, and he's facing tougher today, Andy, but he could be the controlling speed.
Maggie's just sucking up to you because she knows you like Swiftsure today.
He's so pretty.
He's
so pretty. That's the problem.
Obvious.
He's just such a visually appealing horse. He really is.
It's funny because you and I obviously had talked about the race earlier today, and we have different opinions. You like him, and I don't. And I think he's one of these horses where you sort of have to not straddle the fence with Richie. You have have to say to yourself, like you, Acacia, he's the clear speed. He ran his race last time. You're a fan of him physically, as is Maggie as well, and you like his chances. I think he beat up on a weak field, and he's just finding himself in a much tougher spot today. I don't know which way it's going to turn out to be right, but I think he's one of these horses because if you like him, then the race is going to be dominated forward. If you don't like him, it gives a horse like my pick, the number 5, Anti-Gravity, a chance because he has no speed.
I think that's fair, but it does look like Swift Shore should
he's
get pretty comfortable on the lead here. Now, I guess you got to ask yourself, right? He won for claiming 40. Was it one of those situations where he just could bully a field, and now if he has to work harder for it? I don't know. It's an interesting question. He certainly has a pedigree, being by Uncle Mo, that the mile should be fine.
I'm not. Listen, I think it's interesting. I think it is the discussion of this race because he ran fast enough last time to win this race. It's not like he has to improve off his last race, and he's controlling speed. So it's kind of the question of speed figures and race dynamics versus class, right? In this case, because I liked him last time because I thought he just got clear against a field that just wasn't very good.
Yep.
Now, I don't know who I definitively like here, but this is a field full of horses that are all capable of running high 80s to low 90 buyers. So they're pretty good horses here, and there are enough good horses that he better show up and run today.
The 1A Bold Endeavor, Maggie talked about him in the paddock, and we're looking at him on the screen right now, Richie. He has very fast races to go back on, and he can be forwardly placed. It's just that he's not the most consistent. He hasn't put good back-to-back races together.
No, listen, his race 2 back at Saratoga, going a mile, which is a turn and a half, if you will, instead of a true 1-turn mile. And then his last race was absolute no-show. So I'm with you. He just seems inconsistent enough where I don't know what you're going to get.
I have a question about another horse, and I agree. I find David Jacobson to be a very tough trainer to read. I find a lot of randomness how his horses run. Just me. Are you surprised that Bourbon Calling is 3-1?
He's another one who's not the most consistent and has been a bit off form now. He got on a great streak when with Antonio Arriaga. They got aggressive with him, trying him some graded stakes tries. You can understand, given how well he was running at that time, and then put him back into a spot that seemed logical and just didn't show up.
Rob Atras, who we all know can win in bunches. I mean, there are times when he's running and you feel like, I don't want to bet against any Rob Atras horse. For the last 4 months, you feel like you want to bet against every Rob Atras horse. He's been cold. That can change quickly. Now, there are times when you say this was a good claim by Rob Atras, but Antonio Arriaga, who he claimed this horse from, he wins, and he got this horse into great form. He's currently favored. I don't know how you could have seen that coming.
Well, do you think it has something to do with his record at Aqueduct? 5 starts, 3 wins, 2 seconds. People see that and go, well, maybe this horse just is better here?
I would say it has something. I think that's a fair point. But is that supposed to make him favored in here off of his current form?
No. Well, listen, I can make a case for the 3-horse here, Outlier, and he's 10-1.
I picked him third. Listen, Acacia likes the 6. I picked the race 5-1A 3-4. I found this to be an inscrutable race, which is another reason I wanted to pick a horse that would be a bigger price. Because I'm looking through a race, and that's why horses like the 3 and 5 are appealing. Because I think if you're looking to race a handicapper and you feel like I can't make a pick, the last thing you're supposed to do is gravitate to a short price. Because if a short price was sticking out to you, you would sort of see it, right? And if you're thinking, boy, 4 or 5 of them look the same, then try to find 1 or 2 of them that'll be the best prices and put them 1-2 and try to bet them and make some money with them.
It's a tricky race, that's for sure. 2-1 favorites. Public now settling on Bourbon Calling. Bit of a surprise given some of the recent form, but we'll see if the change of scenery can help him to get back on track. We'll meet the field momentarily, starting off with the number 1, Cazadero, going turf to dirt.
He's actually never gone a mile on the dirt. He's gone 7. The problem I have with him is even the distance question and his recent form is even bigger question.
Has been a bit off form. Here is the stablemate, the other part of the entry, Bold Endeavor.
I think he's the one that they're betting in the entry as the number 4 goes to 2-1.
Here's the 2, full screen.
Trying dirt for the very first time. Has some good works on the dirt, but his works on synthetic were sensational as well.
Outlier can be forwardly placed.
I agree with Richie. This horse has races that are fast enough. He comes out of a tough race, and he's a big price.
Still your favorite, Bourbon Calling.
Yeah, just a really nice record at Aqueduct. I'm sure that's playing into the factor why this horse is taking so much money. And he can be close when he's good.
Anti-Gravity.
I took this one. Dan Ward used to be a longtime assistant to Jerry Allendorf, been doing well since going on his own, and he's turf to dirt, but he's also was running against very good horses in his recent dirt starts.
Swift sure went by. We talked about him. Here's Guntown.
Yeah, he's an in and outer. He had a good trip for Linda. The question is, we're not seeing some of those Linda Rice horses that ran well in Saratoga necessarily bring that form back, and his form had tailed off there.
All right, Andy, you touched on it quickly in the post parade. Make your case for the 5 anti-gravity.
My feeling is that this horse, you look back, Proxy, Wayland Springs. Wayland Springs came out of that race to win the Islin and run against some good horses in there. He lost to Wayland Springs before that. I just think he's getting a realistic drop in class.
10-1, a nice price on him. But for more on this field, let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, guys, look, I'm going to go to the outside with the 7 Guntown. Linda had so much success at Saratoga, and it's shocking to me. This horse took a lot of money in a couple of races there, but never really kind of put it all together. But I do think that there's some excuses built in there. I think the horse has had some kind of tough trips in some of those races. If you look back at the last start, was wide all the way around there. You look a couple races back, probably had not the best trip either. Just all 3 races at Saratoga, I wonder, did this horse work out a great trip? And 4-1, I'm willing to figure it out. And I love in dirt races when a horse draws towards the outside. I think that they have a lot more options from out there. But in being attacked a little bit by this annoying entry, look, I would really like the chance to bet Cazadero as a single standing option, just a lone one. The 4-1 you're going to get on this entry is probably not as attractive, but the one Cazadero still deserves a little bit of a conversation. Source puts the blinkers on. You can win a trivia question with a lot of people if you want to, when you're hanging around a bar, or if you go to bars or wherever you hang out, and ask them who's the horse that was favored over Jackie's Warrior in the Saratoga Special from the Steve Asmussen barn. The answer to that question is Cazadero. At one point, this was a legitimate dirt horse. He ended up being a turf sprinter. It's interesting to me that David Jacobson gives him a chance to try the dirt again, putting blinkers on. I don't love the price at 4-1, and I think you're getting 4-1 because of the entry, but I do think this horse is interesting. I just wish the price was 8-1 instead of 4-1. I'll go with the 7 Guntown as my top choice.
Jonathan, thank you. Cazadero getting the blinkers on, part of that entry. And yeah, if you're ever looking for some good racing trivia, that is definitely it. Andy, what are your thoughts on this guy going back to the main track?
I have a general problem with this horse, and he has run okay recently. But this horse really stepped his game up when he got to the turf, and he had that huge win up in Canada in the Group 2. Now, obviously overmatched in a paceless Breeders' Cup turf sprint. Then they go over to Maidon for whatever. Then he goes to Keeneland, and he sells in April, okay? I know he's a 5-year-old gelding, but a 4-year-old gelding off a win at Canterbury Downs, Canterbury that just ran a 90 buyer, sold for $350,000 a turf sprinter a couple months ago. This guy sold for $60,000 with that kind of form. That means that there's some reason that people did not want to buy him, because his form made him worth way more than $60,000. I'm not saying $350,000, but probably $200,000. Because the other thing is, as Jonathan's pointing out, he can run the dirt too. So it's not like he isn't multi-talented. And since being bought, his form isn't terrible, but his form isn't very good. And it just feels like there's a story there.
We'll see what he does today. The entry 7-2 for Morris. Horses finish up their warm-ups. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I'll put him right in the winner's circle, but I didn't necessarily love the way Cazadero warmed up today. I look to others, and if anything, I do like his entry made quite a bit more. As we'll take a look at number 4, Bourbon Calling, holding steady as your 2-1 favorite. Look, this horse has gotten by me in past efforts too. He's just so unassuming looking. But on the flip side of that, I've just seen him look a bit better, carry a bit more conditioning, be a little bit more hydrated in his coat. He kind of got a little warm over here. I can't trust him and necessarily endorse him at a short price coming in off of the form that he is coming in off of too. Look, I get it. Back to a fast track, cutting back a bit in distance, probably optimal on a racetrack he loves. But looking at him, he just wasn't necessarily for me. Whereas the 5 in here at 13-1 anti-gravity, he could be. He's big. Now, the question mark, maybe he's a little bit better around 2 turns, but again, they're running quick fractions around 2 turns at Monmouth. So he should be okay here going the 1-turn mile. Looks good, healthy horse. I had no problems with him if you like him at a big price, which, Andy, I know you do.
13-1, generous price. Maggie, thank you on anti-gravity. We'll see if he can get the setup in here today. But the number 4, Andy, Bourbon Calling, still your favorite.
This money is extremely meaningful. I don't know how anybody could look at him off the races he's been running and the prices he's been and say they expected him to be 2-1 today. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't know what morning line he was.
6-1.
Yeah, and that's the low end. This money has to be significant. I'm going to be very interested to see how he runs, and my guess is he runs well, though I did bet anti-gravity.
That kind of race, all our handicappers going in different directions, loading in for the 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. John Brielle has the call.
Waiting now for Bourbon Calling and Guntown. Bourbon Calling and Manny Franco. They move in. Guntown completes the field. We are set for race number 4. Belmont at the Big A. And they're off. And from the outside, it is Swift Sure who's going for the lead. Full Screen is down towards the rail, so the 2 of them are right together here in the early going. An Outlier runs in 3rd. Bold Endeavor is next in 4th. It's 2.5 lengths. Back to Anti-Gravity. Cazadero was off a step slow, is now advancing down on the inside. Then comes Guntown, and Bourbon Calling is the early trailer in 8th. The opening quarter, 22 and 4/5 seconds. Swift Sure by a half length. To his inside is Full Screen, who's racing in 2nd. Then Bold Endeavor and the white blinkers on the outside in 3rd. Outlier is next in 4th. Guntown and Cazadero are right together. And at the back, Anti-Gravity and Bourbon Calling. The half, 45 and 4/5 seconds. Swift Sure holding the lead here. The lead is a length. Full Screen second by a head. Bold Endeavor on the outside in 3rd. Guntown begins to pick it up now in 4th. And Bourbon Calling is on the move now up to 5th, 4 lengths from the front. It is still Swift Sure. Full Screen has moved to the outside for the final quarter mile. Then Bold Endeavor in 3rd. Bourbon Calling on the far outside. And Guntown. 3/4 went in 1:10 and 2. Here is Full Screen up to challenge Swift Sure. Swift Sure digs down on the inside. Full Screen on the outside. And the 2 of them will battle it out to the finish. Swift Sure with something left. And Swift Sure will prevail. 3/4 of a length. Full Screen was 2nd. Bold Endeavor 3rd.
Swift Sure takes them gate to wire in race number 4. But how about the effort from Full Screen in his dirt debut?
Yeah, trying the dirt for the first time off of some good dirt workouts. But I absolutely loved watching Kendrick Carmouche ride Swift Sure here. Had speed, but kept him out towards the middle of the track down the backstretch. Kind of keeps everybody else guessing. What is he going to do? Is he going to drop in? Also gives his horse more of a breather. And then he gave his horse this subtle breather inside the 3/8 pole before he kicked on and had enough left to fight off Full Screen. This was a front-running or front-riding clinic, I thought, that Kendrick put on here.
Yes, and you and Maggie Case were right. I did not like this horse. Both of you suggested he would be good in here, and he was. And that was a very honest pace for him. Now, I know it was a race that was dominating up front. Maybe you could say a lot of horses didn't really run in here, but he ran. As did the 2. First time in the dirt for this one. An odd move that late in his career. Probably belonged there all along, all things considered. But a nice effort by him. He's in very good form, and they buried the rest of the field. Nobody was close. It looked like the 4, Bourbon Calling, might have been making a winning move in the turn, but he completely flattened out in the stretch.
Started to make that big move. He went off at 5-2. Bourbon Calling did, as he gets the victory. Swift Sure taking them gate to wire. 6-2, 1A4. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle with Swift Sure. Now 2 for 2 with the blinkers on. Gets the win for Horacio De Paz. Bring you prices, reactions, and more when we come back. And then we're back into graded stakes action. The Gallant Bloom coming up next as well. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, to win in races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good. They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus.
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gate to wire in race number 4 for Swiftsure. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle for trainer Horacio De Paz, who's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. Swiftsure Horacio. He actually had to work a bit for the lead, but he got there, and it paid off.
Yeah, he did. This horse suits Kendrick's style as well, and you can't, you just got to let him run where he's going to be comfortable, and until Kendrick just have fun with him. He's your kind of horse.
And to a horse that had yet to go this distance, but looking at him, looking at the pedigree, how confident were you that he could handle it?
The way he ran at Saratoga, you have to try it and see. Obviously, it all depends on pace. Went 22. Like you said, he had to work that first quarter. Got a little bit worried maybe he'd get tired there at the end, but he's in good form right now.
Talk a little bit about your runner coming up in today's 8th race. Quick to accuse, second off of a layoff. Was it a matter of him needing that last start up at Saratoga?
Yeah, he ran similar to whenever he broke his maiden, or when he started at Saratoga last year. He needed that race. Unfortunately, he might not like Saratoga as much as we do, but he likes Aqueduct, and he ran well second off, his layoff last year. So.
What is it about Saratoga he doesn't like? Surface, or he doesn't train well up there?
Well, he hasn't won up there, so maybe.
Well, that would explain a lot.
So maybe that.
Well, Horacio, you've already got a winner under your belt. Good luck later. Congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, Swiftsure taking kindly to the stretch out and distance with a very game win. Acacia.
He dug in nicely today, Maggie. Thank you. Swiftsure, $8.10 winner over Fullscreen, who made a valiant effort in his dirt debut. But we're back into graded stakes company. Coming up next in the 5th, the Gallup Bloom Grade 2 event, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. 4 fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. No surprise, guys. Caramel Swirl, 9-5, coming out of the Grade 1 Ballerina, which was one of the most exciting grade ones we saw all year.
And I'm frankly surprised that she's as high as 8-5 in this race. She's not winning her last couple of starts, but I thought she's run extremely well in them. Not just two back, losing to horses like Goodnight Olive and Wicked Halo. Wicked Halo was in good form at that time. But last time out, she made a middle move to try to win the race, Richie, and I think you would agree, and I'm not knocking Junior. He was trying to give her a chance to win. If he had just sat back and made a little run, he could have finished third in there, but he tried to make a winning move, and it probably cost him third.
Well, she's already grade 1 place, so he's not as worried about getting her that placing as trying to win the race at 100%. And listen, she's been facing the best this division has to offer in Echo Zulu and Goodnight Olive.
But she also, well, the one Achilles heel, and I like her, I'm not against her, is similar to Cody's Wish. There's not a lot of pace in this race, and she's not a speed type, so she could be compromised. And her main competition, Beguine, could be the controlling speed, and even the 3-year-old undervalued asset is forward as well.
To be fair to Caramel Swirl, though, she's not one of the deep closing sprinter types. She can be a little bit more trackable when needed.
Yeah, she does travel. She
Yeah,
does
she
carry him
does,
into the
but
race,
you know, ideally, it's just that her chief competition has a tactical advantage. I'm a big Caramel Swirl fan, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying if you're looking for a reason to be a detractor, if there was real speed in this race, I think she should be 3-5.
We'll see how it plays out. She's the favorite in the Gallant Bloom coming up, but perhaps undervalued asset, the 3-year-old, stepping in to face some deep company today could be intriguing. She will be piloted by Irad Ortiz Jr., who'll be looking to add some more graded stakes to his resume this afternoon. Talk more about it after this on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law. 'Tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Peek out the window. Go ahead. We do it all the time before heading outside. We want to know, is it hot, cold, raining, snowing? Horses, they're a lot like people. The weather affects them. When you're looking for winners, there are so many different ways that you could factor in weather conditions into which horse you pick. But let's start out with the most basic. In the top right corner of any race, there's a section described as wet. That lists the results for each individual horse over a wet track, like a muddy track, a sloppy track, or just a good track. The number on the far left represents how many times they've run over a wet track, and the next 3 numbers represent how many times they finished first, second, and third in those types of races. You can also find horses for courses by looking at how they've done over this racetrack in previous races.
Three-quarters went in 1:15, and they have Fire at Will to catch, and Fire at Will has built a 3.5-length lead. On the outside it is Public Sector, and down on the inside it is Shorty. Fire at Will in front, with 100 yards to the finish, trying to hold off Public Sector, and he's going to do it. Fire at will. Post the upset in the Pilgrim.
Fire of Will upset in the 2020 Pilgrim, but that was nothing compared to the upset that he pulled in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, going on to win that for trainer Mike Maker.
Yeah, Three Diamonds Farm as well. Good to see them getting the win. And Kendrick rode this horse with a masterful ride, wiring the field. And I think he paid like $38 or something that day. I know he's a big price.
I get a kick out of watching Kendrick when he's got a race one. That little flare he puts in, he turns his crop down, he kind of starts posing. Obviously someone that's enjoying their work.
So wild to see the winner's circle in 2020, huh?
It's easy to tell what year it is, right?
There. Yep. Great to see that there are more people at the racetrack now that we've moved on from that twilight zone that we were in back in 2020. But this year's Pilgrim, again, part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series, going on to the Juvenile Turf, and a very interesting field of the boys version. We talked about the Miss Grillo earlier. Agate Road for Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher. Big pedigree on this one, being out of Yellow Agate. Got to the winner's circle last time, but definitely has some greenness to overcome and some things to figure out.
Yeah, listen, he beat me this day, and he's going to beat me again in the Pilgrim. First of all, I don't like a horse that can't get out of the gate, that's as quirky as he is. And my other problem is, and listen, he was visually impressive last time. And to be fair, it wasn't a race that was falling apart, and he was in a different race than everybody else, and he's well back in here. But I don't like that horse that we talked about earlier, that Katie Davis, or was it Katie rode, that was exchanging bumps with, I forget what rider, in the stretch, Manny
Franco.
And that horse came back against New York Breds, against, in fact, BD Saints, who's in this race, and was a complete no-show. So I'm wondering a little bit if he was kind of beating a bad field.
Well, I think it's a good question here, and if you look at the third place finisher there, right, Tom Collins, who was kind of stymied in traffic and then started to pick up momentum and finish with this horse, I kind of tend to agree with you. I mean, this horse visually looked impressive with that finish, but I think there were other horses that maybe had compromising trips in here, and there were a lot of horses in the frame.
I'll give you a long shot that had a compromising trip in here, and that's Liam's Journey. Now, I know he's a maiden, and we just showed Mike Maker upsetting this race in the past, but Liam's Journey, it's worth watching his race at Kentucky Downs. See that checked early? He, around the 3/16 mile of the race, he steadied completely out of the race, and then he made a big 3 to 4 wide run around the field. And that was the first day they took the rails down at Kentucky Downs, and the rail was a huge advantage. In fact, the winner, who had a big pedigree, they have to Vision Perfect, came up the rail for Christian Torres. I thought he ran very well there. I don't trust Kentucky Downs form, but if he's 15 to 1 like the morning line, my money's on Liam's Journey.
Things could be pretty interesting in the Pilgrim. Todd Pletcher will send out Agate Road. He'll also send out Triple Espresso, Jonathan, kind of the other Pletcher horse. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, I'm curious what everyone's coffee order is. Something tells me Richie drinks coffee just black. He's grew up on the racetrack. There's no way. You probably, no offense, do a little pumpkin something. And Andy probably doesn't like coffee.
Never.
But we'll talk about that in a second. I do want to talk about Triple Espresso. I thought this horse ran extremely well on debut. Now, the problem is that with two-year-old turf races, in my opinion, and I'm curious to see what Andy thinks as well, it's the hardest race to make a speed figure for, because so much of the, at least the buyer speed figure is dependent on the final time. And if horses go slow early, the final time can only be so fast. Unfortunately, the figure has to be light, especially for horses that you don't have a lot of their history to build that number off of. Triple Espresso had a tough trip. I don't think anyone will argue with that. But I think the problem is the figure's a little bit light compared to some of these other horses. I'm going to go on the limb and say that that figure was just a little bit slow, and this horse is going to run better based off of the trip that I saw. I like Triple Espresso quite a bit on Wednesday.
All right, Jonathan. We'll see. I actually had a latte with Triple Espresso I'm not a pumpkin fan.
I thought Triple Espresso's problem was that he was green the first time out, more than the trip. And he did put in a heck of a run there. I'm against, but
so I was talking about my coffee order. He goes back to the race.
Nonsense.
And I'm not black coffee. I'm cream, no sugar.
I'm tea and honey.
Tea and honey. I'm a latte fan.
That's why you're so sweet. That's why Andy's so sweet.
I don't take sugar.
No Saratoga tea and honey for you on Broadway. I love
My
that
husband's a big tea
That place
person.
is
I
great.
have to be like in the right mood for it.
I love
That's
that
why
place.
Andy's so sweet. The honey, get it? Yeah.
Oh, I got the best honey, the honey from Alaska. The bougie honey I get from Alaska.
Oh, bougie honey.
Oh, it's the best. New York
All
Times
right.
call it the champagne of honeys. I'm telling you, that honey
Maggie,
from Alaska, it's
we were
killer.
just talking about bougie honey. You got to help us out here.
Yeah, I'm straight up Nesquik in my coffee. The weirdo on the show, that would be me, who is a 6-year-old at heart. So yeah, I put Nesquik in my coffee. I don't like caramel necessarily, but I like caramel swirl. As we'll check her out here in the paddock, as she's the favorite for this Gallant Bloom. And she's just one of my favorite horses. She's done so well year after year. She continues to get bigger and stronger. And last time, I think she kind of, you know, she was facing obviously 2 champions to begin with Echo Zulu, who certainly got a nice run of the race, and Goodnight Olive just chasing her around there. And she was kind of out wide with the outside post position, and she was kind of forced to make a bit of an early move. Not necessarily Junior's doing, she just kind of wanted to move into it, rightfully so. Probably her best chance to get the job done. But today she projects to just face easier rivals where she should have the run of the race. She looks sensational here in the paddock. But let's take a look at the 3-year-old, and that's number 3, Undervalued Asset. When you go back to the Vosburg, and I was talking about Great Navigator, in which he ran very well to be 3rd, he just looked like a 3-year-old against some older horses. This filly does not. She's big, she's strong, she's more imposing looking than many of her older mates in here. I love the development that I've seen from this filly throughout the year, and last time at Charlestown around the 2-turn 7 furlongs, she dragged Tyler Gaffalione to the front end. I don't know if you necessarily wanted to be that forward with her, but from that far outside post, and she was chasing a 95-to-1 shot, who albeit did hang in for 3rd. But, and then run down by Vava, who's a talented filly in her own right. But Undervalued Asset just looks a picture here in the paddock. Acacia?
She is intriguing as the kind of young new shooter. Maggie, thank you. But Richie, this race named for Gallant Bloom. And if you want a good history of racing in New York, just look at the graded stakes and the horses that they're named for.
Yeah, I mean, it's just terrific. And Gallant Bloom was ranked 79th out of the top 100 racehorses of the 20th century, 16 wins from 22 starts. She defeated the mighty Shu V 3 times. She was champion 2-year-old filly, champion 3-year-old filly. Interesting, too, reading about Max Hurst when she was beaten by Shu V as a 2-year-old. Felt like he didn't train her hard enough and put her into a very stiff training regimen. She reeled off 12 wins in a row.
Just incredible. Hickory, you could say, for sure. And we have a talented group going postward for the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom today. Sprinting, there's a look at Sterling Silver. 6-5, though, on Caramel Swirl. Coming out of the Ballerina, and we'll see what kind of trip she gets. As Andy, you brought up, how would things play out, and would she be able to kind of make that big run? She's obviously got a lot of talent. Can she get the right kind of trip?
It's a real question, and other than the second race, we have seen speed be dominant today. So you could argue that it's a bit of an advantage, and maybe a lot of it's just dynamics and the quality of the horses that were in the race, and they're the ones that ran. It's going to hurt Sterling Silver more because, A, she's not as good as Caramel Swirl, and she, too, has no real speed. In fact, she has less than Caramel Swirl. That concerns me with her, and I'll be honest with you, Beguine at 4-1 is probably an overlay in this race because one thing to say about Beguine, I mean, she has the single fastest buyer figure of anybody in this field, having run a 101, and she can be dangerous when she gets loose. She's an overlay at 4-1. She shouldn't be that much higher than Undervalued Asset.
Caramel Swirl went by. Here is the 2, the New York bred Sterling Silver.
Yeah, closing sprinter, and probably not aided by what I presume is a lack of pace in here.
Undervalued Asset, 3-year-old filly.
I like this horse because she has some upside and she can be forward in here, and she ran the best race, I thought, last time out.
Here is Beguine, the speedy daughter of Gunrunner.
And this is who I like, and I hope Dylan Davis allows her to flaunt her speed. Let her use her weapon.
Remain anonymous, big price.
Going back to last summer, she's got a couple of fast figs, but not in a while. Michelle never taken a shot.
Headland, first off the claim for George Weaver.
Can be forward, stepping up in class here, and if she even gets stakes place, certainly enhances her value.
Trainer Chad Brown will send out the 3-year-old Undervalued Asset. Bit of a new shooter. He's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the paddock report, Acacia, the 3-year-old taking on some older rivals, but Chad, physically, she doesn't look like a 3-year-old. She's very impressive.
Yeah, she is. She's a beautiful horse, big, strong, and has the speed to go, getting a little bit of weight break, which is good from the heavy favorite. So see if she can get it done.
Chad, last time in the two-turn Charlestown Oaks, she kind of dragged Tyler to the front end. Do you see, with this race being obviously a one turn, where do you see her early?
You know, the 4 and the 6, Irad and I were just talking, hopefully go and set a good pace, just maybe sit right behind them. You're right, cutting back to one turn, I expect her to be back in a stalking position, comfortable, and maybe get first run on the favorite.
A little bit later, you'll send out Zandon in the Woodward. Talk a little bit about him. Is today his day?
I hope so. He's been runner-up quite a bit, but like I said in previous interviews, I mean, he's beating a lot of good horses that are behind him in those races, and he's getting beat by really good horses. So I'm really proud of his efforts. I think he's in good form. Hopefully today's the day where he doesn't have one of those buzzsaws in front of him.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with him and undervalued asset here.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown sending out a formidable few horses coming up in these stakes races. Acacia.
Could be a big day for the barn. Maggie, thank you. There is undervalued asset. Now we have this 5th race, the Grade 2 Gallant Bloom. A reminder, what would be the 6th race coming up, the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, has been rescheduled to next Saturday. So we'll just move on after this to the 7th race, which will be the Grade 2 Woodward. Andy, how does that affect the multi-race wagers for today?
There are absolutely no multi-race wagers today that involve the 6th race. That means there was no 4, 5, 6 pick 3, no 5, 6, 7. No 6, 7, 8. There's no double. There's no 5, 6 double. That's why you're not seeing a double for this race. The middle pick 4, the middle pick 5. We had an early pick 5, a late pick 5, early pick 4, late pick 4. All of them had to be canceled, including the pick 6 as well. It's just too complicated. It's the best thing we could do. You don't want to confuse people. You don't want somebody to say, oh, I thought I was getting it all. I thought I had the 6th. There's just no races that are going to go through it. And there will be also an hour between these races. We were not able to cut the time.
That's right. Post time for the 7th race of Woodward will be the same as is in the program, just no 6th race in existence today. Again, that Joe Hirsch Turf Classic rescheduled for next Saturday, when hopefully Mother Nature will be a little bit kinder to us. The number 4, Beguine Richie, is currently 4-1 on the board, and she's the one who could be the controlling pace. I know you like her. If you are the jockey on Beguine, we'll get back to her in a moment as we're taking a look at the Caramel Swirl replay, but if you're the jockey on Beguine, what does Dylan Davis have to do to step away from the talented Caramel Swirl?
I think allow Beguine to use her stride. Don't hold her up. Don't get in her way. That doesn't mean you have to go on an all-out send.
By the way, this is the better Roses.
Yes, it is. We're watching the replay of Caramel Swirl. But Richie, continue your thought, please.
She got,
I was trying to steer the show, Elsa. It's fine.
I agree with you, but whatever. Yeah.
Go ahead, Richie.
Just want people to be confused. I apologize.
No, but I think it's important to talk about, like for me, there were always certain principles of riding that I adhered to. And one of them being don't take anything away that comes easy, allow a horse to use their speed, get your position going forward. And if a rider doesn't have certain principles of riding, they should. There are certain approaches you need to take and be consistent with those approaches. Now, I think Dylan Davis is a terrifically talented rider. At times, he frustrates me because he can be a bit inconsistent. Watching Beguine warm up without the pony, a lot of animation to her stride, framed up beautifully, allow her to bounce along. Doesn't mean you send. Doesn't mean you get in her way either.
I also think if you watch Dylan when he's doing well, he's being aggressive. It's not an accident. And I agree, he's a very talented rider. That's been demonstrated by the kind of success he's had. But sometimes he's not as aggressive as he could be. And this is a spot, if you're Beguine, you're not winning this race by rating. You're winning this race by trying to control on the front end. And I believe she can do it.
All right, put your hands down. Let her get into her rhythm. If that means she goes 45 and change, if she's doing it comfortable, that means the other horses are having to work to stay in proximity. I don't like when riders hold up speed horses to the point where they allow closers into the race. Your strategy should never be to outclose the closers.
7-2 right now on Beguine, 65 in your favorite Caramel Swirl as we get ready for the Gallant Bloom. Let's go back to Jonathan.
Yeah, so I'm going to pick the 1, Caramel Swirl, especially because the price is so close with the other horse I thought was interesting, the 3 undervalued asset. A lot of times when you're trying to decide between horses based on the odds, it has to make sense. You don't just take the longer horse. You have to say to yourself, which odds match, or which odds are you getting the best out of in terms of the chances of winning? The 1, Caramel Swirl, You'll notice her last two races were against horses she won't have to face here today. And Echo Zulu and Goodnight Olive, to me, the first and the second choice for the filly and mare sprint if they both show up in there. Goodnight Olive, the champion last year. Echo Zulu, likely, if she does what she's doing so far, the champion this year as a sprinter. Caramel Swirl gets a nice little class relief in here today. I think she should be tough from the inside. We'll see what Junior does from that inside post position. She doesn't have a ton of early speed, but she could kind of get that take-back swoop run if that's what Junior wants to do. The 3 undervalued asset, she ran extremely well at Saratoga 2 starts back, going 7 furlongs, and it was the first start off of a little bit of a break since running at Churchill. And my problem with undervalued asset is if you watch that race in Charlestown, that horse to her inside that she was all out to get by was 99-1. Not exactly, when you talk about strength of schedule, undervalued asset barely getting by a 9-1 shot, and then Caramel Swirl getting in the gate with Echo Zulu, probably a champion, at least this year. She was a 2-year-old champion. Goodnight Olive, a champion. I just got to side, especially with the price here, with the horse, it's got a little bit of a tougher strength of schedule, and that's the one, Caramel Swirl.
I think it's a valid point by Jonathan about the long shot. I think that's fair. But the winner has been proven to be pretty good for Cherie DeVoe. She had finished 3rd in our victory ride, and she had a candy trip in there, saving ground on the inside, where undervalued asset with the outside post had to really gun to get that position early. And I think Jonathan's point's a very valid one. I'm glad he brought it up. But I think she did run well in the Conquest race, and I think she actually did run better than the winner, Vava, in a lot of ways, because Vava had a much better post and was able to get an easier trip.
Even money right now on Caramel Swirl. Richie, in the last race, as we continue with the theme of jockey trips and trying to put your horse in the right spot, we saw Junior kind of hustle up Cody's Wish, making a middle move, making sure that he was not going to be a victim of a slow pace. Could you see a scenario where he might do the same thing with Caramel Swirl?
Well, he doesn't have the luxury of being outside like he was with Cody's Wish, and a lot will depend on what paths present themselves for him if he feels the need to move up into the pace.
We'll see how it plays out. The Grade 2 Gallant Bloom coming up next for the fillies and mares. Let's send it up to Johnny I for the call.
And Headland. Field of 6 going 6.5 furlongs in this Gallant Bloom Stakes. And we're ready for the start. And they're off. Caramel Swirl broke well from that inside post, but it is Headland who will have the early lead. Beguine is in between horses, undervalued asset to her inside, Remain Anonymous to her outside. And then Caramel Swirl, who is now back running in 5th, about 4 lengths from the lead. Sterling Silver is now moving up a spot on the outside. As they race up the backstretch, it is Headland by a length. Beguine down at the rail running in 2nd with Remain Anonymous on the outside in 3rd. The opening quarter mile 22 and 3/5 seconds. Headland now gets away to lead by a length and a half. Remain Anonymous 2nd by a neck. Beguine is down at the rail in 3rd. Undervalued asset runs in 4th. On the outside is Sterling Silver. Caramel Swirl is 6th, now 5 lengths from the front as the field heads for the top of the stretch with Headland the one to catch. Headland in front by 2. Beguine giving chase in 2nd. The half was 45 4. Headland is the leader now by 3 lengths. Caramel Swirl is now coming on through, and on the outside Sterling Silver is kicking in, and they're closing in on Headland. Here comes Sterling Silver. Oh, Caramel Swirl in tight there and had to check hard. It is Sterling Silver who has come away with the lead. Sterling Silver will get to the wire first in this Gallant Bloom, and it looked like Headland held on for 2nd over Caramel Swirl.
Sterling Silver, the New York bred, in the Gallant Bloom. But, Richie, we did see Caramel Swirl steady in the stretch. We'll take a look at the head-on. What did you see here?
Yeah, Caramel Swirl was rallying in concert with Sterling Silver, who had outside position. And she came out. In the blue silks, you see Caramel Swirl, and now she does drift over, but the inside drifted out as much as the winner drifted over. I think that the more the onus is on the 6-horse Headland, who came out and, to me, did more of the impeding of Caramel Swirl. It's your job as a jockey, Javier Castellano, to make it as difficult on your rivals as possible within the boundaries of the rules. He is under no obligation to drift out with the 6 to continue to create room for the 1 Caramel Swirl. There could be a change here, but I don't think it'll be the winner. Possibly the 6 Headland.
There were a lot of trips in here, a lot of them.
The inquiry sign has been posted. The one who unfortunately really did take the worst of it was Caramel Swirl, who was starting to make that rally. We did see Headland being the one to set the pace, but could be, Richie, that she was getting tired too at that point when she drifted out, causing Caramel Swirl to steady.
Is it also possible that that the winner came over, interfered with McGee?
I was just going to say that. Begin was bothered by Sterling Silver.
Can we see the pan again?
I do think that Caramel Swirl had a steady, but at that point, the winner, Sterling Silver, had straightened up. I think the original thing is right, what you're saying, Andy. Watch Begin have to steady when she's able to come out.
She's in the pink silks on the rail right now. She's going to come out, and she's in the 3-path. The speed, the 6 is in front. All the way in the outside, Caramel Swirl in the blue
inside
is
Caramel
the favorite.
Swirl.
Right.
Yeah. Now, here,
she's coming over. He's coming over.
Yep.
He does come over on Begin.
I think he came over and bothered Begin.
And look at Begin almost coming on again a little
back
bit.
For third. So if they want to make a case that she cost Begin a placing, I could see that. But I do think that Javier Castellano straightened up before he actually bothered your favorite Caramel Swirl. I thought that was more a function of the 6 Headland drifting out at that point.
So what if they took the winner down and put it behind Begin, and then they took the second horse down and put her behind Caramel Swirl?
Somehow Caramel Swirl would end up winning this race.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think there should be any change here.
I don't either.
Do you think that the drifting, and of course we now see there's inquiry objection on everybody in the top 4 of what we were just discussing there, but do you think that they almost cancel each other out?
No, I think that there were multiple fouls possibly taking place here. It's just a little hard to go through it. If we go watch the head-on again, maybe, Richie, we can talk about it a little bit. I'm also claiming foul against Dylan Davis for rating the 4.
That was a surprising turn of events to see that it was the 6 Headland who was on the front end, and kudos to Jose Lezcano. He was aggressive with her out of the gate.
Listen, if you don't make a decision, someone else is going to make your mind up for you. And now keep an eye on it again. Here, the far outside is going to drift over into the pink silks Begin. She's going to steady. The onus is on Sterling Silver there. But he actually straightened up, and then the inside horse, who was number 6, Headland, drifted out and caused the problem for your favorite Caramel Swirl. He put the running block on him. He came down to him, but he didn't bother the favorite Caramel Swirl.
I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah.
There's 2 distinct fouls here that we're not saying they're going to come down. They will not. But one of them is the winner of the race fouling Begin.
Yes.
So if they decide that Begin that the winner Sterling Silver committed a foul, they would place that horse behind Begin. I'm not saying it should happen or will happen, but I think we agree with that.
Yes.
Now, if they believe that Caramel Swirl was fouled, it's supposed to be against the second horse, and they're supposed to move that horse behind Caramel Swirl. And if they adjudicated both of them, the finish in this race would be 1-6-4. How's that?
No. The 6 would have to come down. It would be 1-4.
But the 6 wouldn't go below the 4.
It would be
1-6-4-2. 1-6-4. The 6 would go behind Caramel Swirl.
This is why there won't be any change, because it's getting all too confusing.
So
it's not that confusing. No. I mean, it isn't.
Maybe not to us.
There are 2 clear fouls we're discussing in the stretch. If both were to come down, the new order of finish could theoretically be 1-6-4-2.
The good news is it can take a long time because we've got an hour until the Woodward.
That's true.
So we can adjudicate this one for about a half an hour. Just made the hour break a lot more interesting, especially when you don't have any money in the race. You're not worried about it.
I also, though, think it's very important to explain that there are 2 distinct different fouls going on.
In our opinion,
in my opinion,
we believe, and I think we all agree on this desk, that if there were 2 different fouls, the 2 may well have fouled. I would probably the 2 may have fouled the 4, and the 6 may have fouled the 1.
Right.
Yes.
So we're taking a look at it again, and the 2, Sterling Silver, your unofficial winner, the black cap on the outside, drifts into the 4, Begin in the pink silk. That is then followed by the 6, Headland in the green cap, drifting out,
causing the favorite in the blue cap, Caramel Swirl, to steady.
And can we see the pan, if guys, one more time, if you can? Because I think this is a one where you not only, I think, want to see the head on, but you really want to see the pan because you've got to know where were the other horses. Was Caramel Swirl in there? Was Beguine in there? This is complicated.
Javier Castellano was very aware of Caramel Swirl securing a path.
Maybe
so
not
he
so
was
aware
going
of
to come
Beguine.
down to try to put as much pressure on him. In essence, though, he bothered Beguine, and then when he got there, he straightened up, and then the 6-horse drifted out into him. But here, this is the first foul, in my estimation, if there's a foul.
The two coming over.
Coming over into Beguine.
Right there,
and he
Dylan
had a
Davis
steady.
on the 4 steadies. Then Junior Alvarado on the 1 steadies.
And the argument for Beguine for them taking the winner down is the Beguine wasn't backing up. Beguine actually continued to run forward, and you do wonder if it didn't have to stay. Now, the problem I have is if you bet the 2 Sterling Silver, you deserve to cash.
Yes.
Because she was the best horse in the race.
She was. But now, both incidents, and I think there are 2 distinct incidents going on here, neither was more egregious than the other. So if you take one down, in my opinion, you have to take both down.
I think that's very fair. So if they both came down, the finish we said would be 1-6-4-2.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think that's a very good point, Richie. I think each one was a foul. Whether or not you believe they should be adjudicated on the tote board, that's another discussion. I'm not sure what justice has done, but maybe it is. And you know what? These were fouls.
No doubt. In my mind, I saw 2 distinct, different situations that I think were fouls. Sterling Silver ran some race. She laid up closer. She was able to finish the deal. Headland getting the lead and shows you once again how dangerous speed is. Caramel Swirl was somewhat compromised. Beguine didn't get the position that I think would have been best for her to show her kind of run. And it actually affected Caramel Swirl quite a bit because she got stuck behind Beguine, who I really would have believed should have been in front.
Well, that's a different discussion. I don't know. Maybe these were instructions. Maybe the trainer felt that Beguine didn't want to use her tactical advantage. On this track, that's not that fast a pace. I know it seems quick. Not on this track. Beguine should have been in front in here. Now, I'm not saying she would have won, but she should have been in front.
Watching this ISO replay there we just had, I do think the 6 should come down Headland. I think she really compromised.
She's in like the 3 path now. Let's watch.
So it's the green cap on Headland. There's the first foul. Sterling Silver coming over on Beguine.
She almost clipped
the green
it right
cap,
there. Yeah,
she does come
she
over
does come right into her
significantly.
path.
Now the
Fair.
question that the stewards are asking when there's this kind of inquiry and objection going on is, did it cost the horse a better placing?
I think you could make the argument for both of them.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, Caramel Swirl was right in there, and the 4-2.
Let's go down to Maggie.
I've got nothing to report on as far as these inquiries or objection goes, but I did catch up with Ned Allard. And guys, he said he thought he'd be in front too with Beguine. Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you.
I knew there was
Ned
a reason
Allard,
I
the
liked
trainer
Ned
of
Allard.
Beguine.
I knew, besides
Yes.
being a good trainer, and I'm a big Ned Allard fan, and he's... you know, it's nice
Allard.
also that Maggie did that because sometimes we get a hard time up here, but in this case,
Well, it's clear that.
Well,
those aren't-
sometimes it is instructions, and if we give a jockey a hard
careful.
time
Yep.
and they're riding to instructions, that's not fair.
Right.
In this case, Ned Allard, the trainer of the 4 Beguine, was hoping to be on the lead.
Yeah, but and I don't think we're being unfair or being hard on anybody here. We're pointing out that we were just a little bit puzzled by the tactics employed. When you've got a horse with natural speed in a race, don't invite anybody else to take that position from you.
and on a day where we've seen speed do well, and you can look at that pace, say it's quick. For the races we've seen today, that's not that fast a pace.
Especially this quality of horse.
Yeah. This is one, I'm not going to be surprised if we see 2 disqualifications here and we actually do see a 1-6-4 finish. I could see that happening. There are 2 distinct fouls here. And let me ask you a question, Richie. If they took 1 down, which one should they take down?
I think the 6 Headland came out, more and caused more of that interference against Caramel
But if
Swirl.
you're a steward and you take the 6 down, I think you got to ask yourself, if we're taking the 6 down, we're supposed to be taking the 2 down too, which is what you originally said, Richie. I think you're going to say these are both fouls.
And they're distinct, 2 different distinct things that happen.
And it was not a chain reaction either. It was 2 separate incidents.
I'll tell you what, Richie, I can't remember seeing a situation like this in any race. We've been around a long time where there were 2 distinct fouls in the stretch.
I think you got to go back to the Vosburg with Soy Numero Uno and
Hobart Purdue.
Yes. Remember there was a double disqualification that day.
Was there?
Yes, there was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow,
That is
that's
pretty crazy.
You went back in your trick bag for that. He was an international tip. Broke his maiden opening day at Belmont after Saratoga.
Really?
Yeah.
You see, now he's always got
My
a
dad,
one
and I
up
had a
me,
tip,
doesn't he?
my dad and I had a tip on it. He paid like $4. My dad used to bet in his old OTB account. We were up in Saratoga. Yeah.
Now, I will say this, guys, from personal experience. When you're the one who's won a race and those numbers are blinking, that is the worst feeling in the world when you're standing down
When
there
you bet
on a
him,
racetrack.
it's also sickening, too, especially at
absolutely.
6-1.
Yeah.
So, I mean, listen, and the thing that hurts me here is that I do think Sterling Silver was probably best in here. But if you're the
He's
other
great.
connections, you say, if you're Bill Mott and Caramel Swirl and Jr., you're saying, well, how do you know? I never got a fair chance. And I think that's fair. Now, Beguine's saying, I just got a bad ride, and then I got in trouble in the stretch. It really wasn't my day.
Poor Beguine.
And we've got to thank these riders, too, because they knew that we have an hour between this race and the
They
Woodward.
helped us
Give us a
fill
lot to talk
time.
about.
I agree. I
Thanks,
was
guys.
going to go back to my office and leave the two of you up here, but now we're going to spend some more quality time. And I'm starting to think we're going to see a 1-6-4-2 finish in this race
Usually,
because this is
it's not a hard and fast rule, but usually the longer it takes, it feels that there is more likely to be a disqualification.
There's a lot to decipher.
The question then, too, is it 1 DQ? Is it 2 DQs? And if so, where is then everybody placed?
I think it has to be 2 or 0.
I think so, too.
I don't think you're supposed
I
to
agree
say
with
we
that.
decided that one was more egregious than the other
Mhm.
in that kind of situation here, especially in a stake race. I would be honest with you, I wouldn't want to be a steward in this. This is a very tough one. I would take them both down and make it 1-6-2, but in a way, or 1-6-4-2.
But I agree, it's either all or nothing
I
at
just
all.
feel like it's bad because I feel bad for Sterling Silver and Tommy Albert trying the connections
Mm-hmm.
because did feel like she ran really well, but Caramel Swirl didn't get a fair chance. It's not Sterling Silver's fault. I don't think Beguine was winning, but that's not. She could have been closer.
Play to your strength. You have to play to your strength. And if your strength is speed, use speed. And Ned Allard, a very interesting guy, tremendous horse trainer, wanted to be a jockey so bad that he read that you grow while you sleep. So he rigged up this thing that would kind of keep him, like he had a headboard, and so he wouldn't grow in his sleep. He was trying to limit the amount
I
of
used
room
that,
he had.
actually. I didn't know, but that was one of my problems.
Well, I know you wanted to ride, too. But.
At this point, this is verging on maximum security inquiry. I mean, this race went off about 14 minutes ago, so it's been over for about 13 minutes, and it's still going on. Bill Mott is thinking, I got to get put up here, right?
You
Come on.
really have to feel for Tom Albertrani and the connections of Sterling Silver being in this situation. She's an overachieving New York bred who obviously has talent, but beating some very impressive runners. It's a moment of elation, and then you see all of the inquiry and objections posted, and you realize your horse could be responsible.
And this, she's a $13,000 yearling, and not only is it a $250,000 race, but also it'll make her value a couple $100,000 more.
As a
So
brood mare.
this would be a huge win. And they left them all up. They made no change.
No
and you know
change.
what? I would rather that than a change of one.
Yes.
I'm with you.
And
I don't mind
we were in agreement up here. It was no change or 2 disqualifications.
Yeah,
so
I saw that pretty clearly. And, kind of interesting here. Sterling.
let's go to John and Brielle.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. We have a double disqualification here. Number 2, Sterling Silver, and number 6, Headland, have been disqualified and moved behind number 1, Caramel Swirl. So Caramel Swirl is being placed first via disqualification. Number 2, Sterling Silver, DQ'd from the first position, moved down to second. Number 6, Headland, disqualified from second and moved down to third. Once again, Caramel Swirl, who was third under the wire, has been moved up to first via this double disqualification. So the revised order of finish, number 1, Caramel Swirl, placed first. Number 2, Sterling Silver, disqualified, moved down to second. Number 6, Headland, disqualified, moved down to third. And number 4, Beguine, was fourth.
I think they got this wrong.
Johnny, thank you. New order of finish, we're told, is 1-2-6-4 and a double disqualification.
It makes no sense.
To me, Sterling Silver still holding second, Headland disqualified to third, but Beguine does not move up at all.
I can't possibly agree with this. I can't say how you can say that Sterling Silver fouled Caramel Swirl but did not foul Beguine. I do not believe that's fair at all and clearly cost Beguine a placing. This, to me, is a bad decision.
I don't have any trouble with the double disqualification. I don't think they got the placings right, and I'm in full agreement that Sterling Silver bothered Beguine.
No question about it.
And it's a big difference in the purse and value from third to fourth in a graded stake like
and
this.
Beguine was running after it. So if you want to talk about placings and stuff, I mean, I have no problem with Caramel Swirl. I think the right horse got placed first in that situation. I just don't understand how she's not placed behind Beguine. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
I thought that was as much of a foul as anything I saw later on, and Headland came out as much and took Caramel Swirl's path, and Sterling Silver by then had straightened up and just kind of put the moving block on her.
Isn't it more clear that Sterling Silver fouled Beguine than she fouled Caramel Swirl?
To me, it was.
Yeah, I don't.
I would agree with
I
that.
am baffled by this decision.
I would agree with that. Again, we're saying our opinions. No problem with a double disqualification. No problem with Caramel Swirl being placed first. It's the question that Beguine was not elevated because she was the one that fouled first by Sterling Silver.
How did she just get completely put out of that equation when she had a steady and then tried to run on at a critical juncture in the race? Again, no problem with the double DQ. Problem with the placings of it.
Right. Now, originally we thought there was no change because they took the sign down and they didn't change the numbers.
Right.
So we apologize, obviously, for getting that wrong, and I apologize if you're frustrated at home, but we could only see what you're seeing out there. I don't, we'll show it again. I don't see how. We'll show this and we'll show the head-on afterwards. Beguine is the one in pink. How do you say that she's coming in on Beguine here, and so if she fouled Caramel Swirl, she came over on Beguine. It doesn't make any sense.
And at this point, we all thought it looked like the 6 Headland was the one that actually fouled Caramel Swirl.
Yeah, and again, Sterling Silver had already made the move to get to that path and then straightened up. Then Headland came out and took Caramel Swirl's path. I have no problem with the double DQ. I'm just having a hard time understanding how Beguine, nobody was placed behind Beguine being Sterling
if you're
Silver.
going to take the 2 down, if you don't place her behind Beguine, you shouldn't take her down at all. You want to take the 6 down and make it 2-1, 2-1, 6-4. Okay, fine. But you cannot, I don't see how you can take down Sterling Silver and say that she didn't foul Beguine. It doesn't make any sense, at least to me, or I think any of us. Obviously, the stewards disagree.
So the official order of finish, 1, 2, 6, 4, that the 2, Sterling Silver, disqualified from first and placed second, and the 6, Headland, disqualified from second and placed third. That is the decision of the stewards. So new order of finish in the Gallant Bloom, 1, 2, 6, 4, Caramel Swirl, who had to steady in that blue cap in the incident, your official winner of the Gallant Bloom. More when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Danzig was with Woody Stevens special that he called Seth one day after he was 3 for 3 and was fast and had a problem and looked like he was going to have to retire him and said, "You need to stand this horse." And he talked him into doing it, and he turned out to be one of the premier stallions of his time.
Danzig's one of the legends of Claiborne, and his influence is far and wide throughout the thoroughbred gene pool today. And you'll look through and see a great influence of Danzig, and we're just trying to keep it going here at Claiborne with Silver State, War of Will, and Warfront. So we feel like we're in a great position, especially with War of Will and Silver State, to keep it going. We love War of Will's foals. Like I said, Silver State has a great book of mares, and he's going to have a really big chance of continuing that legacy.
The Danzig line 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't sure what it was going to do. And it's still continuing on with Hard Spun and Warfront, who now the sons of Warfront are looking like they could be really okay on a number of fronts. So that was one of the reasons for War of Will, plus the fact he won a classic on the dirt with the Preakness, and then come back and win a Grade 1 on the dirt or on the turf at a mile. So he's a big, pretty horse. He's gotten well supported, and Mr. Barber's bred a lot of very, very nice mares to him, and the offspring are good so far.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We turn our attention now to the 7th race. Again, reminder, the 6th race, the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, has been rescheduled to next Saturday. So we move right on to the 7th, which will go as at its initial post time of about 3:11 Eastern. So the Grade 2 Woodward, here's the morning line odds for this field. Scratch of Algiers, who I believe is going to Woodbine instead, and Scratch of Un Ojo. The Woodward, though, as we touched on at the beginning of the day, is a race that has some unbelievable history. The horses that have won it throughout, and we look back on some of the great celebrations that this race has held, including in 2009 with one of the most special winners when Rachel Alexandra raised the rafters.
Walking over for the race, she really had a race day feel about her. She really exuded a lot of confidence in her handlers and stuff when she was right. We felt good about that.
It hit us pretty much in the paddock, seeing all the other very accomplished colts that she was going to go up against, and seeing the mass of people.
Everybody loved Rachel, no matter where she went, she was popular, but when you come into a race like this, you fixing to hook the old horses, and, they had a little pressure on you.
They had decided to pass on the Travers because they had nothing to prove against 3-year-old colts. She won the Preakness, and she won the Haskell. There was certainly nothing left for her to prove with members of her own sex and generation. The only thing left was for her to go against older males.
And they're off. Steve told me, he said, just go ahead and let her run away from there, and she'll carry you, and she did, because we went fast.
Oh, the first quarter was 22 4/5 seconds. There'll be no free ride for Rachel Alexandra. They're making her work for every step today.
Durkin's amazing call, but when he shouted out the fractions, I mean, you got a little weak.
46 2 was the half mile. Calvin Burrell was able to slow that pace down just a little bit.
When I said a bit of a breather, it was just a bit of a breather. She was still going too fast.
And Macho again is firing.
From the 3/8 pole to the quarter pole, I give her a little breathing. I'll never forget it. I give her a good breathing there. And then when I asked her again, she got away. So I said, well, we're fine now.
And Calvin Burrell imploring his filly for more. And Rachel Alexandra holds on to the lead.
About 40 yards from the wire. It looked like he was going to get by her, but she kept digging in.
Rachel Alexandra, Macho again. They're coming down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. She is indeed Rachel Alexandra, the Great.
For a 3-year-old filly to beat older males in a Grade 1 on the dirt here at Saratoga, knowing it's happened, seems far-fetched.
Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
And when I stood up, you know, and I looked at Robbie, I said, I don't care if we would have won another round, you would have never got by her, you know. That's the type of horse she was.
I mean, it was thunderous. The whole grandstand was shaking.
All those people in the grandstand screaming their lungs out, all of that air into wooden beams that are 100 years old. And it literally hits them with such force that it made them move. And that's what I felt, literally, in my feet. And that's why I said she raised the rafters in Saratoga.
Afterwards, with a great sense of relief, and watching her leave the winner's circle and walk the length of the racetrack to the test barn with the fans 10, 15 deep. They kind of bubbled as she walked. It was very special.
She's an icon. We have a giant statue of her at the farm. She's happy, and she's definitely retired, but she'll run around the paddock a little bit.
Something as special and unique as Rachel is why we all do this. And be able to relive it, you know, that how blessed we've been to be in her presence, and what a horse like Rachel can do for us that we've never been able to do for ourselves.
Rachel Alexandra the Great indeed in the 2009 Woodward. What a race. What a mare that she was on the racetrack. So incredibly talented, that filly.
So talented, so tough. And that day she took on all challengers and just refused to yield. That was an incredible performance.
No, you get no argument from me. She was absolutely sensational in there. That was just a tremendous effort. I mean, everybody came at her in waves. Like you used to talk about that long distance too, that King's Cup over in Saudi Arabia or something.
Yeah.
They come in waves. I mean, everybody took a shot at her. Huge pace, and she still held them off. That was one of the greatest days the racetrack, most exciting races ever, and what she did in her 3-year-old year was utterly amazing. And that's why it bothers me that debate saying Zenyatta deserved Horse of the Year over her. Zenyatta was a wonderful racehorse. Unfortunately, she never really took on all comers, and she had a very carefully manicured campaign. So while she was a very good horse, Rachel Alexandra, being the boys in the Preakness, she dueled with Big Drama. He won the Breeders' Cup Sprint the next year. Okay, then she crushed Summerbird, who was clearly the best 3-year-old, crushed him in the Haskell. And then she won that race against older horses. To deny that was a Horse of the Year campaign is to deny reality and be biased.
But do you think maybe it was a little bit of like Leonardo DiCaprio got the Academy Award for The Revenant? I thought he could have gotten it for some other roles that he played. Do you think that was a little bit of a makeup call for Zenyatta?
Well, the next year was when Blaine deserved Horse of the Year. When Blaine deserved Horse of the Year the next year, and they gave it to Zenyatta. It's not a knock on Zenyatta. But Zenyatta, they put her eggs in the basket of the Breeders' Cup Classic, and she lost to a horse that had a better year than she had prior to the Classic. So not giving it to him was an absolute crime, and frankly, people should be ashamed of themselves. They did it because they wanted a makeup call. For a year, she didn't deserve it. It's not Zenyatta's fault. She may have had horse. You might think she could have had a Horse of the Year campaign in both of them. I may or may not agree with that. But she lost to one horse who had a better Horse of the Year campaign, and she beat a horse that had a better campaign than she did that year. That was a bigger travesty than the people who think it was a travesty that Rachel got it over her. That's not a knock on Zenyatta, who was a tremendous racehorse.
Yeah. No, and I like the way you framed it, and I think you hit all the marks. But I would say you said I may or may not agree. I would say you don't agree.
I don't agree, and I think it's
No, I'm just being clear.
I think it's almost like taking Sterling Silver down and not putting her behind Beguine.
Okay.
Ned Allen.
I thought you explained
Wrap
it well.
it all up in a nice, neat bow.
So we
post
do
time for the Woodward yet?
that. We still have a little bit of time to fill. We'll get there. Don't you worry. The Woodward coming up soon. We'll discuss a little bit more of the history of this great race and talk about a New York legend. Trainer Bill Mott certainly knows how to win races. He's won a few today, and he won quite a few with that guy, the Mighty Cigar.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Gunrunner, breed true.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for the upcoming Grade 2 Woodward, a race that has been won by some truly spectacular horses.
Off the turn, into the stretch, and Cigar begins the roll, and he's opening up with authority, leaving Star Standard behind, and a weakening Schosberg. Jerry Bailey peeks back. Cigar, no competition today. He toyed with them this afternoon, and he glides gracefully under the line with plenty left. Cigar dominating by 3 lengths. And they turn for home, and here comes the champion Cigar. Cigar has taken the lead at the top of the stretch, leaving Le Carriere and Smart Strike behind. Then Golden Larch fourth, coming down to the final furlong, to the cheers of a crowd. Here is Cigar, and he wins with a vengeance today. Cigar wins by 4.
The Mighty Cigar, 2-time winner of the Woodward at Belmont Park, part of at least the first Woodward win, part of that unbelievable 16-race streak for the Mighty Cigar.
Incredible. For a horse to hold their form for such an elongated period of time, a credit to the horse, but obviously a credit to the conditioner, Bill Mott. And he took his show on the road, too. He traveled and really brought a lot of attention, positive attention to our sport.
He ran a great race. He beat Silver Goblin, the Oakland Handicap. He won out in California, the Hollywood Gold Cup, and that was his last career win.
Won the Dubai World Cup as well at Nad Al Sheba. Won the Mascap a couple of times up in Suffolk
You
as
rode
well.
Sword Dancer, right, Richie? Later in his career.
Wow, Sword Dancer. You hear this? You hear this?
Didn't know you were alive in 1959.
Actually, it was Sword Dance, no
Close. Close enough.
On
that note, Cigar, one of the multi-winners of the Woodward. And as we continue looking back through history, the incredible journey that Cigar took fans of racing on is something that I don't know if we will ever see again. That 16-race win streak, the way that he won all over the world. We'll learn a little bit more about his story.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for two-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
Cigars flattened out.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat Double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush, a quarter of a mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has, and here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2002 and 2-time Horse of the Year, a remarkable 11 Grade 1 wins for the mighty Cigar.
Well, just what Bill was talking about there, that to have 3 seasons that he strung together and built this fan base. He had his own van that would be, you know, going through the city, and people would recognize it, America's Horse Cigar. And Jerry Bailey said it was one of the most incredible things he ever did, going to Madison Square Garden to ride him in that ceremony.
And to have had the kind of consistency he had. I mean, the truth is, Holy Bull ran some faster races. Skip Away, who beat him, ran some faster races. But what Cigar did that was the proof of his greatness was his ability to travel all around the country, and every single time he ran a tremendous race. And the truth is, he probably ran the best race in his last race in the Breeders' Cup Classic, a day the rail was good at Woodbine, and he was 4 wide around the track, and he lost by about that much. He was an amazingly consistent horse, and Bill did a great job of keeping him on that kind of form.
Love looking back at those big winners of the Woodward and any chance to look back on the remarkable career of Cigar. We'll have the 70th running of the Woodward coming up next. There is the number 4 Zandon in the paddock. We'll talk more about him and the rest of the field after this.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for the Grade 2 Woodward coming up next. Horses in the paddock. We're going 1 1/8 miles on the main track for 3-year-olds and older. There's Zandon. Now, he's been remarkably consistent, but he has 2 wins, Richie, to the 6 seconds. He's even money right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that he's taking money. I am surprised he is that shorter price favorite. Beautiful horse. I don't feel like he's one of those horses that accumulate seconds because they don't want to run by horses. He's getting beat by better horses, bigger margins. I do think he gets some pace to run at. And as far as a physical specimen, everybody has their idea of what a horse is supposed to look like.
He's a good looker.
He checks all the boxes for me.
Yeah, he shouldn't be even money. I'll put it this way. How is he even money in Charger's 4-1? And I'm not Charger's biggest fan. I know he easily beat Charger last time. I think they both have some character flaws, though I think Zandon's the better of them.
Zandon coming off of a second-place finish, running on in the Grade 1 Whitney behind White Abaria, was second to Cody's Wish in that Met Mile 2 starts back. Getting the tack on, we'll take a quick time out. We'll get a paddock report and more discussion for the Woodward when we come back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
hip number 1. Sale time, folks. We're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Unfortunately, we had to cancel Friday and Saturday due to the weather, but glad that we had Saturday's card almost in its entirety moved to Sunday. Acacia Clement alongside Richard Migliori and Andy Sterling. If you're just tuning in with us, glad to have you with us. Richie, we have the Grade 2 Woodward coming up next. And right now, Zandon, who's been consistent, is your even money favorite.
I mean, this is a horse that's closing in on $2 million in earnings, but he does have those 2 wins, 6 seconds. I feel like he's just run into some better competition. I think he has a big shot. Andy, I'm a little surprised that he's that much of a favorite.
I agree. I'm surprised he's differentiated himself in the field. He is a big name. He did run a lot better than Chargett did in the Whitney and Saratoga. I get it. He's the one to beat, but I think even money is going overboard.
Short price favorite right now. We'll see how it plays out as we get ready for the Grade 2 Woodward. We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. And Maggie, a big field, a competitive field, as well as these older horses try to sort things out.
Yeah, it's always been throughout the year at Acacia a division that is open for grabs, as there's been no horse to assert themselves really as leader of the division. Though Zandon, maybe he will today finally, but I'm a Zandon fan. He looks sensational here, as he typically does. But let's look at some other horses, and one taking some money is the Gray Son of Tapit. No, not Chargett. That's number 8 in here, Tyson. He, like you said, Acacia, is very relaxed here in the paddock, much like he was for the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And going back to that effort, I thought it was really promising with what he showed for his first time on dirt. He was bumped soundly by his stablemate that day, kind of made him go wide into that first turn, stayed out wide, losing most ground than any, and I think just stayed on well. Truly a horse that wants distance, so a little cut back in distance. Does that play against him? I'm not sure, but certainly was flattered when the 4th place finisher Clapton came back yesterday to win the Lucas Classic, posting a 98 Beyer speed figure. But I like what I'm seeing in here in the paddock for Tyson today, as we'll check in with number 9, O'Connor. I think his effort going back to the Charlestown Classic was really good, considering it was wired by his stablemate Skippy Longstocking, and O'Connor had trouble going into that first of 3 turns on the backside, and he had to rally, ducking and diving in and out of horses. He makes a great impression here in the paddock. Certainly a horse that's kind of been campaigned all over the place, including his native Chile. Good energy in here. I like this, the 1 1/8 distance for him. He looks fantastic. I think he's intriguing, Acacia.
He definitely is an interesting layer to this, Maggie. Thank you. Meeting a field for the Woodward, starting off with the 1, Chargett.
Chargett is as talented probably as anybody in his best day, but he just has problems showing his best day with consistency.
Here's Law Professor, first start since the Pimlico Special.
Yeah, good record here at Aqueduct. Does have a lot of ability. Feels like he'd have to take a big step forward here.
The 3 is out. Here's the 4, Zandon, your favorite.
Taking all the money. He's very consistent sort, shows up, tries hard every single time.
Pipeline, a big price, but could add some pace in here.
You know, he finished well ahead of Cody's Wish in both his 3rd and 4th starts, but he hasn't put those races together. He feels like a bit of a rabbit here, doesn't he?
Costa Terra, a big price on the board.
Big price. Has run some good races too, though. Would have to really step up his game to handle this kind of group.
7 is out. Here's the grade, Tyson.
I like Tyson going into the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Very high energy individual. Saw him back at the barn. He was stabled over by John Kimmel up in Saratoga. And great Grand Am, better than Honor. Good pedigree.
Big pedigree on that one, indeed. Here's O'Connor coming out of the Charlestown Classic.
I'm not a big fan, but I do have some friends that like this horse. He closed against a horse that wired the field last time, but I thought he got a very good ride just to get up for second.
And Film Star trying to go 3 in a row.
Add speed to this party. I think this horse is certainly going to be involved early.
That's the field for the grade 2 Woodward. Back over to Zandon. Now, he's been consistent. He has 2 wins to his 12 starts, including a 3rd place finish in the Kentucky Derby, but 6 seconds with 3 thirds. Does that concern you, Andy, as we go back to his 3-year-old season behind Rich Strike?
I think it has to concern you, but Richie made an interesting point earlier in the day. It's not as though he's hanging and losing. He's not losing by necks. And you go to the races. This was the Kentucky Derby, and he couldn't quite beat Epicenter. Well, Epicenter was pretty darn good. And then you look at, the Jim Dandy, second to Epicenter. Then he was second to Taba, who at that time was very, very good. Then he caught a no-pace, sloppy track in the Cigar Mile. Then off a layoff, he ran against Repo Rocks, who was in amazing form. Then he lost to Cody's Wish 1 second and finished ahead of White Abarrio, who got a better trip but trounced him in the Whitney, and he still finished well ahead of Cody's Wish, though he didn't run his race that day. So it's not as though he's embarrassing himself out there by finishing 2nd and 3rd. In a lot of the cases, he just doesn't have the right setup. And with Pipeline in here, you have to think that Law Professor is going to be aggressive. Pipeline's supposed to go. They're supposed to be forward. And on the outside, Film Star is not as fast as them, but he's got to be forward. So the pace should be honest here.
As far as the 8 Tyson is concerned, we'll take a look at the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And it's funny, I was in the paddock for that race, and Maggie and I comparing notes. And Richie, you had said that he was so energetic in the mornings. And I spoke to Josie Carroll before that Jockey Club Gold Cup, and she said he's awful to train. He's very difficult sometimes in the morning, very high energy, but he's always very relaxed in the afternoons. Yet he had a very tough trip in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, I don't thought he ever got a cozy trip there. He was kind of strung along, chasing wide throughout, going 1.25 miles. I think he gets a completely different, and also getting off to, a bumpy beginning. I mean, it's always hard to qualify how that affects a horse. Usually when it's shoulder to shoulder, at least it's not taking the air from him, but it certainly doesn't help you get your position the proper way.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I picked him in here. I picked him last time, and I think he just lost his opportunity to have the right position at the start. I mean, we all basically agree on this horse. That's why we all really like him, and he still finished reasonably well. And I'll tell you something, Bright Future, of all the horses, and I'm not saying I'm going to like him in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but the horse who won this Jockey Club, why isn't he a horse that's getting more attention? In a year where the older horses just don't seem to be very good outside of the Whitney performance of White Abarrio, isn't he a lightly raced horse that's suddenly starting to put it together and run really well? Why isn't he being discussed as one of the more likely winners out of the older horse division? I'm not saying I like him, but I think his Jockey Club makes an argument that he's up there in the discussion, and I think it was a good race that he comes out of, so maybe it wasn't that bad a race, the Jockey Club.
Even money on Zandon right now, getting ready for the Woodward. We welcome in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, short price on Zandon as he looks to wrap up what will be his racing career, at least towards the end of 2023 with the graded stakes win off to Spendthrift next year.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the price, but we can talk about that in a second. When you talk about Zandon, Andy kind of touched on it, so I don't want to go overboard in reiterating what he already said. Zandon's strength of schedule is tough, right? Like, I don't think that it's Zandon not showing up. I think it's other horses showing up is the problem, right? He ran into Repo Rocks, who ran a huge race, and then White Abarrio ran off the screen, who's a horse that'll be considered for the Classic. Cody's Wish, we saw him earlier today. We know how good he is. Mind Control, Taiba, Epicenter, the luckiest horse of all time, Rich Strike. I just think Zandon has just been a little unlucky in where he's shown up. I think he's kind of found a little bit of his friends right now, right? I mean, he's been a little bit of a bridesmaid / groomsman No reason to get to limit it to the bridesmaids. He's been a groomsman, but I think that he's finally found a group that maybe he can find someone that works out for him. So I like Zandon in here. I'm not crazy about the price, but I do think he'll cross the wire first. Charge It. Andy mentioned the horse is a little bit cold, well, actually, I think he kind of pointed it out as like 9-2, right? Like the 4-1. This horse is a much more quote unquote approachable price than what we got from Zandon. But Charge It's won 4 times by a combined 36 lengths. He runs off the screen when he runs well. All 4 of those races, he was odds on. When he's gonna run, the world knows he's gonna run. All 4 of those wins, he was odds on. He's 5-1 now, Mags. I'm hoping maybe you can tell me something different than what I see on paper, but the tote board's telling me that he's probably not going to run his best race.
Yeah, he certainly is that kind of Jekyll and Hyde, but everybody knows when he is going to be Dr. Hyde. As look, Charge It, he's a frustrating type. I get it. But it also feels like he gets that and takes that money when he looks as though he can control. And that does not appear to be, at least on paper, what is going to happen, the scenario today. But I will say that John Velasquez has given him quite the vigorous warm-up out there. And I agree with Andy in that Pipeline, who immediately broke away from the pony, will be used in here to provide some pace. So it feels like Charge It's a horse who doesn't love getting dirt kicked in his face. I mean, last time going back sorry, Mr. Hyde, Andy, thank you. I knew I got it wrong when I said it, but I was just hoping to gloss over it. Charge It, back to him. Like around the turn in the Whitney, he dropped back because he was getting dirt kicked in his face. He's just not a trusty-worthy proposition. And as JK pointed out, the 5-1 means nobody's really trusting him today. Law Professor, look, he looks to be forward in here too. Really. He looks fantastic, one of the best times I've seen him. I just don't know how good he is, A, and B, is he going to be able to put forth his best off the layoff? But historically, his form would suggest that, yes, he can put together a very good effort, and he does like it here at the Big A. So coming into this race, looking in fine fettle for Rob Atras and to secure an early kind of forward position in this running, it's just a question mark of will he be there late? Acacia?
We'll see how it plays out, Maggie. Thank you. As could be interesting as to how the pace plays out, Andy, with the big price Pipeline right to the outside of Zandon.
Well, it's just kind of funny that the Rabbit Pipeline is 42-1. Has 2 of the fastest Beyer figures of anyone in this field. Yeah. Being he ran a 105 and he finished 3rd behind Cody's Wish and a 104 when he won an allowance race. So he's not a talented horse. Now, it doesn't appear that he can really run competitively anymore, and he clearly feels like a pace setter here. But I wonder if, sometimes they get a little scared of a horse like this and he goes out there and suddenly gets a little brave. I think it's an insane opinion. He probably can't run anymore. But it is funny that the Rabbit in his best day is as good as anybody in here.
Big psychological edge for a horse like Pipeline, too. Even though, Zandon and he aren't coupled, they're both from the same barn. Jockeys think this way. Oh, I don't want to go after him and help set it up for Zandon. And they allow that horse to go along and get braver and braver. And sometimes you just can't reel them in.
O'Connor, I know Maggie has interest in this horse, and Richie comes out of the Charlestown Classic, and he was last while his stablemate Skippy Longstocking wired the field. Dash Attack actually won an allowance at Churchill with a 100 Beyer speed figure the other day. Do you give this guy a look?
I think he's a little bit interesting. He's already a Grade 1 winner now, obviously in his home of Chile. He ran on a bull ring last time, and I thought he ran okay for a horse that physically doesn't look like he should handle as tight a turns as he had to deal with last time.
I'm not a fan of this horse. I think he's been running. I think there are arguments for him. The Dash Attack argument is a reasonable one. I never get this barn right. I think I want to see him run his big race on the big stage. I'll put it that way.
I do like Tyson. I love his pedigree. I love what I saw from him in Saratoga. I thought he ran a good race in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Gets a little bit of a better trip. He's certainly the horse I'm interested in.
Same.
Even money on Zandon still. See if he can break through and get the first graded stakes win of his 4-year-old season for trainer Chad Brown. They load in for the Grade 2 Woodward. Race 7 coming up next. It is the 70th running of the Grade 2 Woodward. Let's go to John and Brielle.
Pipeline is in. Film Star will complete the field of 8. And we are set. And they're off in the 70th running of the Woodward, and it was a slow beginning for number 9 O'Connor, and he trails the field. A good start for Pipeline, who was out first. Film Star on the outside, running in second. Bobbling there a bit in between horses. Number 2 Law Professor. Down at the rail is Charge It as they go around the clubhouse turn, and Zandon was in tight as well, so a little bit of rough riding and bumpiness going around that clubhouse turn, and heading for the backstretch with Pipeline the leader. Film Star is next in second. And then comes Law Professor. Down at the rail is Charge It. On the outside is Tyson the Gray. Zandon is now settled down, racing in sixth, followed by Costa Terra in seventh, and trailing the field at the back of the pack. Way back is O'Connor. Quarter 1 in 23 and 2, the half mile in 46 and 3/5 seconds. So it is a Pipeline, the leader here by a length and a quarter, with Film Star second by a length and a quarter. And then it's the duo of Law Professor and Charge It. They're right together, third and fourth. Tyson in the clear on the outside, runs in fifth. Then comes Zandon in the sixth, who's being asked for more now as the field races midway on the turn. It's Pipeline and Film Star. Now the two of them are right together. They've got 2 lengths on Law Professor in third. Charge It down at the rail, runs in fourth. Tyson being asked for more. Zandon is alongside and will need some racing room as they hit the top of the stretch. 3/4 in 10 and 2. It is Film Star who has come away with the lead. Law Professor, Zandon on the outside with Tyson. Charge It looking for a way through. Zandon is now kicking in. Here comes Zandon on the outside, and Zandon has taken the lead in deep stretch, and Zandon is going to get his grade 2 victory here in the Woodward as he pulls away at the end. Zandon by 4.5 lengths. Film Star held second, and Law Professor was third.
Zandon, he ran to the short price favoritism. He gets the victory today. He was, Andy, 0 for 3 in 2023 with 3 seconds. I'm sure very sweet to see him get the big victory this afternoon.
He just absolutely annihilated this field. And the Film Star overachieved, run second, and congrats to her connections. But Zandon was an hour and a half the best, and he ran to his even money in this race. He really was just so much the best here. And you got to give Chad Brown credit for running a rabbit, because he created a fast pace. And in a lot of ways, it helped some other closers, but it really helped Zandon. And Zandon just was... When you run a big race, Richie, don't you want to see the best horse win decisively sometimes?
Oh, absolutely. And the best horse won decisively. Looked like he was struggling a little bit going into the far turn, like he was running in place.
He was riding him.
It was a very strong pace, and you could see he's covered with dirt here. And it just seemed like when he got out to the clear, he found that other gear, dropped his head, and really kicked in. Nice to see Zandon, finally get a well-deserved victory. Just a really nice horse who finally got pace to help set up his closing kick.
He's a horse we know well. He's faced some very, very tough competition. There is trainer Chad Brown. Zandon went off at even money for 10-2-1. And Zandon, we talked about physically just how beautifully he's put together, Zandon, as the son of Upstart. Kind of here, when you start to see Flavien Prat asking him, Richie, you get a little bit nervous. And then when he picks up the bridle, we talk about that. And that's when he really starts to be able to move, when he gets out and gets in the clear.
Yeah, when he got in the clear, that's when he really found his best stride. And it's just interesting to watch riders and, kind of trying to read their mind. You know that Flavien Prat didn't want to tip out too early, so he waited. Then you make that assessment. Well, Tyson isn't really traveling, so I'll be able to get out, when he tires, I'll be able to put my horse in the clear. And he really finished the deal. This is the kind of horses I like from a physical perspective, and I just like those plain brown wrappers, too.
Me too.
So I don't think any of us are saying we expect him to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, but it's possible he gets some real pace in that race, which I think gives him a chance to at least get a real piece of it.
He is one of the seasoned older horses with maybe he doesn't have as many wins. He's got a solid resume.
He is consistent.
Yes.
Shows up every time. Gets his big win today of his 4-year-old season. Zandon does. Even money winner of the Woodward, prices, reactions, and more. When we come back, the best horse got the victory today.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside and is.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Zandon, after getting those in-the-money finishes so many times, gets the big victory today. His first win and first graded win since the Bluegrass last start before the Kentucky Derby. Piloted by Flavien Prat, who's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, reunited with Flavien Acacia. And Flavien, a horse that you have nearly gotten there with several times, including winning that Grade 1 Bluegrass with. Talk a little bit about just going around there in this Woodward today and knowing that you're likely on the best horse.
Yeah, he jumped well out of the gate, and I felt like the first quarter was a bit slow, so I was trying to get him a little closer, but just didn't want to be in there, so changed my mind, went to plan B, and he was traveling well all the way around, and respond well as always when I asked him to make a run.
Ears went up at the end, had plenty left?
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, it seems like I said, I mean, when I turned for home, he really gave me a good kick. And from there, he got the job done.
Well, congratulations. And Chad, it has to feel good to get another Greatest Stakes victory with this guy today.
Yeah, it's been a while. He's been bridesmaid a lot, like we spoke about. But I felt like every time he was second, it was to really, really good horses. And like I said, he beat a lot of other good horses that were behind him in those races. So it was really nice to see him get the job done. He's a funny horse. He runs a little bit on and off the bridle. I even thought about a blinker, Flavien and I both, since his last race, and I just didn't like him with it in the morning. So I just left well enough alone. He's close to the end of that nice, consistent career he's had, and I don't want to make any changes.
Breeders' Cup Classic, the Swan Song.
It probably so. As you see, he just doesn't look quite quick enough to run that mile, even though it's around 2 turns. And if I had to pick, a mile and 1/8 is a sweet spot. And the way he finished today, I think 1.25 miles. I mean, the water's going to get pretty deep there, but who knows? Anything can happen.
It's always a Breeders' Cup. Congratulations, job well done with this guy.
Thank you very much.
Zandon getting that Woodward victory today in style, Acacia.
He certainly did, Maggie. $4 winner, and as Chad mentioned, on the Breeders' Cup, and then it was announced he will stand at Spencer Farm in 2024. Zandon, the son of Upstart, with the victory. And yes, the water's going to get deeper, but as we talked about, this older dirt division pretty wide open.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think it's going to get deeper. Obviously, it's going to get deeper than that,
Sure.
but because of the 3-year-olds. But the 3-year-olds, they're not running such huge numbers. They need to step forward a little bit well, and they may do that. He's going to get more pace in the Breeders' Cup class, and he's got a lot of races. I think the pace has a lot to do with it. So there are going to be horses in the Breeders' Cup Classic with less chance than Zandon, and he does feel like a horse that certainly can get a piece of it, if not win it.
He's been consistent, that's for sure. Gets the big victory in the Woodward today. Taking a look at some of the potential contenders moving on to that Breeders' Cup Classic, as Andy had alluded to, Richie, it seems a lot of the attention is coming to the 3-year-olds. Of course, we'll see what White Abarrio, who was that impressive winner of the Whitney over Zandon, will do moving forward. And he's kind of the one that has that big, exciting victory moving on to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I mean, he was really, really good in the Whitney, and he shipped immediately out to California, and he's been preparing out there. And but he's also got to get a 1.25 miles. And you know, I mean, I think the 3-year-olds are really interesting because they've shown their quality, they've shown their consistency, and they've shown their ability to stay the 1.25 miles very well. I think there's questions with a lot of these older horses, Andy.
I think the 1.25 miles question, White Abarrio, is important. I have a world of respect for Rick Dutrow as a trainer, and if he thinks 3 months is the right move, who am I to argue? I hate the idea of a horse winning the Whitney and then not running again to the Breeders' Cup Classic. So there's part of me that doesn't want it to work just because it's a terrible precedent doing things like that. So I'm skeptical. I agree, Acacia. If he runs this race, the Breeders' Cup Classic, he is the horse to beat. But I'm a little skeptical.
The question is, too, and yes, if he can repeat that effort, he is a major player. The question is, can he repeat it? He was a little bit off form with Big Price in the Whitney.
Yeah. Quite a bit different kind of schedules for horses than what we grew up with. You know, it seems like every time you think, well, you know, they've kind of topped out. Now it's going from 6 weeks, 2 months. Now we're up to 3 months. It's just different. The game has changed. It's evolved. We're part of an era that saw horses run quite a bit more often.
Slew of Gold, the Travers, after a full 3-year-old year, running all those races, and he runs second the Travers, and he runs in the Marlboro Cup, and he runs in the Woodward, and he runs in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and he wins 2 of those 3 against older horses. And the Breeders' Cup is a big part of the reason that they run less and they avoid these races. And the Breeders' Cup races, let's be honest, they have effectively destroyed what used to be the great fall championship season here at Belmont Park. Now, it's not just the Breeders' Cup. It takes cooperation from trainers and owners that run their horses less. But what used to be an incredible Belmont championship, fall championship, where horses came from the West Coast. And listen, time moves on, but I think one of the things we've really lost, and the Pennsylvania Derby is part of the problem in this as well, a late 3-year-old opportunity, where the 3-year-olds running against older horses in the fall. We grew up with that, and it made for a better game. Horses running more often, more opportunities to have a bad day and come back and avenge that bad day. Now everybody puts their eggs in one basket. In the Breeders' Cup, it's a great, exciting day, Breeders' Cup Day, but it's happened at the expense of many great historical races.
You don't see a lot of 3-year-olds take on older until the Breeders' Cup.
No, exactly. And it used to be at least 3 races in that comprehensive series of races for each division, the Belmont Fall Championship meeting. So it wasn't just on who was good on one day, it was who was good for a longer period of time through the fall. And, you know, it's a shame. Everything changes. One thing we come to expect, especially in life and racing, just would like to see them, you know, kind of be able to settle it more on the racetrack as opposed to just one day.
They just don't.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. It will be interesting leading into that Breeders' Cup World Championship, especially with a very exciting group of 3-year-olds and how they will face taking on the older company. And that will do it for us today. Gentlemen, it was such a pleasure getting to share the desk with you today.
The pleasure was all yours, Acacia.
Indeed. I'm the lucky one. Stay with us, though. The late pick 4 coming up from Belmont at the Big A. Last time I say anything nice to you. Chris Griffin and Sarah El-Badoui coming up on the desk to take us the rest of the way.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bats. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bats.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Curlin's obviously one of the great sires today. He's currently the second leading sire. He's a horse that gets Grade 1 winners, he gets champions, he gets classic winners, so he's really, you know, in a league of his own. I'm very excited about Army Mule, off to a great start at stud as well. His first crop are 3-year-olds like Good Magic, and you know, he's getting stakes winners and a very good progeny that can really run from a book that probably wasn't of the highest quality, so we think that he's a very good sire in the making. McLean's Music, top sire of Jackie's Warrior, and other Grade 1 winners. Cantharos is having a big year this year. The Charlatans are foals this year, who we're very excited about. Violence had a champion last year, or second Forte in Belmont, so he's had a great year, so we've really had a great representation right across the board on really all of our stallions. Good Magic looks like he can be special. The newest horse is Loggins. So Loggins is a horse that I thought had tremendous ability. He got hurt, and in his second start, he was just beaten a Forte, who I think is a very good champion. And he's a great horse to look at. He's well bred. He's got the right names in his pedigree. I know there's always a critique when horses have a limited career that you're bringing unsoundness into the gene pool, or those kind of things. But if a horse takes a funny step or hurts himself, for me that doesn't demonstrate unsoundness or a genetic predisposition for unsoundness. You take a funny step, you get hurt. That's bad luck more than anything. So, we've had good luck with horses like McLean's Music and even Candy Ride, who raced limited number of times. So, we don't specifically look for horses with abbreviated careers, but I wouldn't discount those horses either because something went wrong. So it's very rewarding when they separate from their peers and they look like they're going to be very important stallions. And the hope is always that you'll stand a breed shaping stallion like Curlin.
Hillendale Farm, it's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. And Chris Griffin joining you here on America's Day at the Races, joined by Sarah L. Bodwee as we get set for races 8, 9, 10, 11. Having a great Sunday afternoon. Happy to be back with you, Sarah. here we are again. Look at
I
us.
know. I'm excited. We get to work together again, closing out the Sunday card, which was originally the Saturday card.
Yep.
So looking forward to the rest of the action. We still got a late pick 4 going on.
Yeah, a few adjustments, and we'll be here throughout the rest of the afternoon. 9 minutes away till race number 8. Taking a look at this field here in just a moment as we get set for today's 8th. Taking a look at the favorite right now, that is going to be the Boss. The 2 is 7-5.
Yeah, very deserving favorite for this horse who finished second last time out, finished second in the start before that. Both of them very, very tough, narrow losses for this guy who also has quite a bit of early speed as well.
That is the 7-5 favorite, Be the Boss. And let's throw it down to the paddock for the first time with us here at the desk. That's going to be to Maggie Wolfendale. She talks about this field for today's 8th.
Sounding good on the mic, Chris. You are some talented guy. Can call the races, host. I know you can edit. You're really good on TikTok. I'm just down here in the paddock. Only thing I can do is talk about horses here. So we'll take a look at number 7, Callaloo, second off the bench for Dave Donk. And I thought that, you know, last time it felt like they were giving him a race, that he needed it for fitness. That 6 furlongs was probably a little bit on the shorter side. So I think the 7 furlongs here today hits him squarely between the eyes, and he is sharp in the paddock. And last time, you know, he tried to come up the rail, and he just didn't look comfortable in Jose Gomez trying to get him to do so. He was kind of lingering on the inside lead. So a little bit more of a horse that's more comfortable getting to the outside. As we'll check in with number 8, another horse who's second off the bench. Did not see him for that effort back on August 5th, but he's incredibly fit here for Horacio De Paz, who said to me earlier, I just don't think he's a horse that necessarily likes Saratoga. So getting back here to the Big A, a place where he has some wins, Chris.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Maggie Wolfendale. A few more skills than just hanging out down in the paddock, right?
He's talking up all your skills, though.
Love it. Getting ready for today's 8th race. Here's the field. There's the 1 Henson.
Yeah, stepping up in class. An interesting horse that will be showing some speed from the inside.
Your 7-5 favorite, Be the Boss.
And he's likely the speed of the speed. Makes a ton of sense and a very deserving favorite in this field at the moment.
Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. That 4-year-old gelded son, New York bred by Laoban, as we get set to take a look at. The number 4 right now just looks a little trouble, and we got a bit of stirred up there in the paddock. 3 is just
feeling
acting up. Yep, acting up there here in the post parade. We are going to take a look at the number 4. That's Lock and Key, and make sure that everybody's safe down there. You see our pony people and the outriders down there, and the 3 is going to be tended to right now. But the number 4 is Lock and Key. And let's throw it to Maggie real quick with an update here on the 3 who we do see on the screen right now, Maggie.
Yeah, Joey Martinez unseated coming up the ramp. He is being attended to by our emergency medical personnel. Not really sure of his status. Rally Squirrel nearly loose, but has been apprehended. Will likely be a late scratch here, and I'll keep you guys abreast of Joey Martinez's status here as we are going to see horses put back in the paddock. We're going to have a delay here, Chris.
Thanks, Maggie. We're going to have a delay, and you do see some of the riders with looks on their faces, and you do see some of the riders start to walk over and go check on probably the condition of Joey Martinez is what you would think, because they compete on the racetrack, but also they care a lot for each other in the jocks room. So we'll check on and get an update from basically personnel here to get an update on Joey Martinez and his condition. You are seeing horses come back to the paddock in here, and we're going to see them in a short delay, showing 6 minutes till race number 8, but we'll have a delay. Just got a little stirred up. Sometimes, you know, when they're getting set to come onto the racetrack, they know the race is going on as well, and these things do happen. It looked like the 3 from what we saw was okay, and we just hope the rider's okay as well.
Absolutely. Good to see Rally Squirrel on his feet after some tense moments there, and I appreciate Maggie providing that update on the condition currently unknown for Joey Martinez, and we'll see what ends up happening here. Hopefully well wishes for the absolute best for both horse and rider and everyone else involved.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with more America's Day at the Races and race number 8. Short delay here for today's 8th race, but we'll be right back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, our thoughts with rider Joey Martinez had some scary moments coming out to the racetrack when his mount Rally Squirrel literally flipped over. I didn't see what happened, but I was talking to Jose Lescano. He rides number 4 in here. It happened right in front of him, and he said that Rally Squirrel flipped over so quickly, and the withers came down and basically hit him. So Joey was taken by our medical personnel via wheelchair. I don't have a specific update on his condition, but I would likely think that he will be transported to a local nearby hospital. As horses still circling here in the paddock, Rally Squirrel is a late scratch here, and we will soon get them onto the track. But again, Chris, just keeping Joey Martinez in our thoughts.
Appreciate that, Maggie, down there in the paddock, and we send along our well wishes as well to Joe Martinez and his team. And again, you saw the riders, rally and some concern down there. Obviously, taking a look at the 3, Rally Squirrel, who is scratched out of this race, is not going to run this afternoon. Showing 1 minute, we're going to have that delay, but horses are just everybody's kind of regrouping and kind of collecting, and they'll get back on the track here in just a bit.
Right, a scary situation, and hoping for the best for Joey Martinez, and glad that all of our staff down there was able to take action quickly and swiftly so that things did not end up being any worse than they already were, and hoping for everybody's continued safety. I think seems like we're about to get riders back up here as iRider Tees Jr. will be climbing back aboard number 2, Be the Boss, and we'll try this again.
Yeah, well, they brought the horses back to the paddock, and for some of the newer folks that are joining us and watching on America's Day at the Races, just to kind of regroup, get everything collected. Now riders getting a leg back up, and then we'll go through the post-parade again. And we did take a look at a couple of the early horses, and so now that everything is kind of regrouped, they come back on the track, and then we get into the 8th race. And with that scratch, the horse is going to be a big long shot, and we're obviously not thinking about that right now. But now you get a 4-5 favorite and Be the Boss. Horses maybe a little bit stirred up. We'll talk to Maggie, I'm sure, leading up to the gate. But as you take a look once again here at Henson, John Velasquez will be aboard. Trainer Carlos David has kind of been on a roll here lately, and now at 21-1.
This was a horse that debuted in a state bred off the turf race, running third at a huge price, then went to a different barn, dropped in, got the money, now back up in class, should show some speed from the inside.
We talked about the 2 already, the big favorite there at 4-5. Now let's go to the 4 and Lock and Key, Jose Lezcano. He unseated kind of as they were coming on the track. Talk about the 4.
Yeah, I mean, it kept together as well as he could with all the action around him. A horse that's in really good form right now and will have a closing style.
The 5-2 for Charging for trainer Jorge Abreu.
Still lightly raced, has some issues with staying on the racetrack, but there's some talent in there somewhere.
You saw the 6, Always Charming, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah.
And there's the 7. Let's go to the 7, Callaloo. Jose Gomez will be aboard.
He does go second off the layoff, and his better races have come at a mile, so this is his first time trying the 7 furlongs. We'll see if it hits him right between the eyes.
Kender Carmouche towards the outside with quick 2 Qs.
A horse that was a very good 2-year-old for Horacio De Paz and also returned first off a layoff last time, now has a freshener, perhaps a little bit more fit coming into this one.
And going to go to the far outside here, the Brad Cox trainee and Rocket and Roll.
A horse that was first time versus New York breds last time out and able to get the win for the first time going this distance back in August. A little interesting towards the outside.
All right, and there is your current 4-5 favorite on the board here at 4-5. Be the Boss. It's going to be, you know, a deserving favorite in your opinion? I mean, this horse does deserve favoritism in this spot. We're going to go back and take a look at a race on September 4th here. What do you think of this effort here for the 2?
Such a game effort from this horse towards the inside, and you see the horse on his outside, the number 8, and they really battle all the way down to the wire. And the number 8 horse this day is Win for Gold, a horse that we have seen come back and win since this effort, and a horse that's just in raging form right now for Michelle Giangulio. But Be the Boss gave him a little bit of a run for his money. A horse with good early speed. They really duked it out on the front end. No free rides early on in terms of the pace in that race. So we'll see what other pace seems to surface in this spot. You know this horse is going to be forward and that he's up for a fight.
And you take a look at Be the Boss here, looking to get back to the winner's circle. Hasn't been there since May 21st, is currently 4-5 on the board as your favorite. Let's take it to Jonathan Kinchin. I believe he's got a top selection here. Jonathan, if you've got me, there he is, talking about today's 8th race.
Yeah, Chris, I'm not crazy about the 2 Be the Boss. Now, I'm not saying the horse can't win, but at a short price, 4-5 odds on, I'm going to need a little bit more from this horse going 7 furlongs. Now, if you look at the race a couple races back, this horse ran okay going 7 furlongs, but if you look at the way the race was run, look at the pace figures of that race, the horse slows down late. So although the horse has run okay going 7, every time that I see, as of late, when this horse goes 7 furlongs, just gets a little tired late, which is a concern for me. I'm going to land towards the outside on the 9, Rocket and Roll, a Bolt Doro colt that I feel like is going to appreciate a little bit of the added distance. Ran well last time at Saratoga, despite breaking a little bit slow. Kind of a hectic race, but this horse ran pretty well considering. Off of a pretty long break. Hadn't run since January at Oaklawn Park. Shows back up as a New York bred here in New York. Runs in Saratoga and runs pretty impressively in my estimation based on the way that it all unfolded. But I'm curious to see what Maggie thinks about how the horse looks on the racetrack, because with the way the horse looks on paper, I'm not mad at the 3-1, Mags.
Yeah, no, but I wonder if this is what they thought they were getting when they paid $675,000 for a freshman sire and a New York bred. So, with that being said, of course he's a good-looking type. This is the first time I'm laying eyes on him. Big, strong, really well-muscled and fit-looking, too. And he's classy acting on top of all that. So the 7 furlongs, he was kind of slow into stride for the first 8th. I thought maybe, shaking off some ring rust. And then he really dragged Flavien Prat up into contention. So I thought that was promising, too. Now he gets to break on the outside. He should put himself in a good position. I have no problems with him, though he is facing a nice rival in number 2, Be the Boss. So I'm going to take a shot here, Chris, with Callaloo, just thinking that he can improve off of that effort. He needed it last time, hoping for a better trip over a distance where I think it suits him perfectly.
Thank you once again, Maggie, and thank you to Jonathan, as they like the 2 outside runners in here. They went with the 7 and the 9, and, Sarah, you take a look at the rest of the field, was there anybody else that you wanted to kind of take a look at and talk about in this spot? Or do you feel like at 4 to 5, that's your favorite? We're trying to knock the favorite, or we're trying to be on board?
I mean, I think Be the Boss is the likeliest winner in this spot. I picked him. I think that just the company that he's been keeping and the performances that he's put forth in both of his last 2 efforts, as far as who he's faced, both of those horses have come back and run fairly well in Straight Arrow and Win for Gold. But when you take a look at the rest of this field outside of Be the Boss and Rocket and Roll as well, you can make a case for some other horses that are either, coming in second off the layoff, or they've had some form in the past that might indicate that there's some ability there, or you have a horse like Lock and Key that's just in really good form right now as far as his last 2 races. And he's one that, while he is going to have to get a little bit faster to contend with some of the other shorter prices in here on their better days and the performances that we've seen from them lately, I don't totally discount him to come pick up some sort of piece in this race, because he should get some legitimate pace and he should be able to come running late, although these are tougher horses than he's been facing. Another one that I think is a little bit interesting is the number 8, Quick to Accuse, because this is a horse that was a really solid 2-year-old for Horacio De Paz. I mean, this is a horse that had run against Arctic Arrogance in the past, and he didn't finish too badly to him as a 2-year-old, running second. And now he's had a race, and he didn't even run that badly that day either in Saratoga. So he's one that I think could take another step forward here now, second off the bench.
Yeah, it's really quite something to see when horses go from 2-year-old to 3-year-old, just such a significant difference in their form cycles and whatnot. When you take a look at horses that have finished in front of your top selection and Be the Boss, does this also just signal that you've got a ton of respect for a return winner like Win for Gold coming out of there, that you just felt, that's a very strong race, I'm going to follow that? Even though 4 to 5 might not be ideally where I want to be from a wagering standpoint, this just seems like the horse.
It does. I mean, Win for Gold was coming off a win. He came back to win in an off-the-turf race. And, helped by the track or not, on that wet track that he got the other day on September 28th on Thursday, he's just in incredible form right now. He got a 93 buyer for that effort. And the start before that, when Be the Boss ran second to Straight Arrow at the 7 furlong distance, that's a horse that returned to run second to Amundsen, improving from an 81 to an 84 buyer, and then tried the turf and got into some traffic that day. So I just feel like he's clearly the horse to beat. The wagering public does as well. I'm not giving you anything super creative in that respect, but I guess if you try to pick him apart, you say maybe there's some other interesting alternatives in this field, and maybe those seconds at slim margins kind of start to add up, and you don't love to see a horse not get the win.
Yeah, you do see some horses that are eligible for other conditions, but you take a look at, we talk about the 1 as the field is now starting to approach the gate here. We'll get ready for today's 8th race, and it does kick off a pick 4 sequence, so always get involved in the pick 4 there at Naira Bets, of course.
But of course.
America's Day at the races as they're getting set to load the 6. But real quickly on the 1, Henson, very lightly raced. You saw that debut start in the maiden special weight, then goes down to maiden 40, wins. John Velasquez back aboard. Carlos David, first off the claim and now stepping up. It's a big step off, but you're going to get 25 to 1.
I mean, it's interesting that John Velasquez stays aboard. This is a horse that was really logically spotted last time out to get the win. I wouldn't say he exactly won like a 3 to 5 shot should, but he got it done that day. And this is, as you mentioned, a significant step up in class. But Carlos David, he does good work first off the claim. Newer to the Naira circuit in doing so, but plenty of success down in Florida.
Quick to Accuse now moving forward, and we're getting set for the pick 4 time here at Belmont at the Big A. And of course, we've got to throw it up to the great John Imbrial with the call of today's 8th.
Waiting now for 2 for Charging and Rocket and Roll. There in the gate. And they're off. And they all came away to a good start from the rail. It is Henson. Far outside, it is Rocket and Roll. And now Be the Boss moves up to challenge for the lead along with Callaloo. So it's 4 of them stacked across. They've opened up 3.5 lengths on Always Charming in 5th. Quick to Accuse on the outside is in 6th. Then Lock and Key. And 2 for Charging is the trailer in 8th. The battle up front continues. The favorite Be the Boss. And at the rail, it's Henson. 3 wide is Callaloo, and widest of all is Rockin' and Roll. The opening quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds, and Be the Boss goes on with it, leads by 3/4 of a length. Rockin' and Roll is second by a head. Callaloo is right there and gaining ground in between horses as Henson drops back at the rail. Then comes Quick to Accuse, followed by Lock and Key, Always Charming, and on the far outside it's 2 for Charging. Be the Boss will take the field to the head of the stretch. Ran the half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. So it is Be the Boss in front with Callaloo all out in second. Quick to Accuse has gained ground on the outside and continues to move up. Lock and Key trying to advance down at the rail. Be the Boss is dropping out of it. Here's Callaloo. Here's Quick to Accuse on the outside. Lock and Key down at the rail. The 3 of them will fight it out to the finish here. Callaloo, Quick to Accuse, and at the rail, Lock and Key, and it looked like Callaloo got it in a 3-horse photo finish.
Callaloo hanging on, looks like held on for the victory there. Quick to Accuse coming up on the outside. That was Lock and Key down towards the inside, and a thrilling finish actually to today's 8th race. And Maggie Wolfendale with the top selection there with Callaloo. Didn't see the final number, but it was 10-1 at one point, so I think we caught a bit of a price there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a horse that really benefited from that start last time at Saratoga, and I think also just one that he tried 6 furlongs, a mile, 6.5, now gets to the 7 today, and I think that this race and distance really helped set up for him. Good run by Quick to Accuse to get up for second. A little bit green still kind of all over the racetrack. Took a moment to straighten up, but he made a run. And Lock and Key, a horse that's just in good form, made a run after this one as well. But Callaloo had a very generous 10-1.
Yeah, 10-1. I felt like pretty honest fractions there too in that race. 4 across the racetrack on the backstretch and just hanging on here to get the victory. And Jose Gomez will pick up the victory second off the layoff here for trainer David Donk and the 4-year-old colt by Triniberg. Triniberg?
I do remember Triniberg.
Sprinter.
He ran in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Sprint, and it was one of the first ones, right?
Fast, and faster. Triniberg was right to the front there. Good exacta, too. You got a 10-1 shot over the 14-1 shot at Quick to Accuse. Maybe something you look at. Quick to Accuse did seem to get a really nice trip in there.
He did. We were both commenting on how he was definitely coming with a run, and I think then he got to wandering a little bit in the stretch. I don't know that he was ever necessarily going to be going by, but I think one to definitely look for next time he runs.
It's been an action-packed day here on America's Day at the races, Belmont at the Big A. We're going to be sending it to a break here in just a moment, and we're going to recap a lot of the great stakes racing action you've already seen. So it's coming up. We'll have a recap from today's action from the Bossberg, the Gallant Bloom, and talk about everything going on earlier this afternoon on America's Day at the Races.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Charles Fight running on. Mason in front. Charles Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with
Big
5.
race. Nest Clarier is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBets. But any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, Callaloo, second off the bench, gets the job done for Dave Donk and ridden to victory today by Jose Gomez. And Jose, you rode him last time, but it looks at things he probably needed the race. But talk a little bit about how tenacious he was today.
Yeah, well, last time he, had coming off a layoff, and he was only going 3/4. And, I figured it was a little bit short for him. And, like I said, probably needed it. And today, the game plan was just try to keep him close. And he was right there the whole way and kept fighting to the end.
A horse you rode early on in his career while you had your apprenticeship at 5 pounds. What's it like when you kind of come back? You're a journeyman now, but he's also an older horse. So talk about kind of comparing him from then to now.
Well, I seen when he won a couple of times, he was on the lead and real close. Georgie Vargas rode him, and I just tried to do what he did, and it turned out in our way today.
Jose, will we see you riding here this winter?
Yeah, of course.
Does this kind of feel like home? You had a lot of success here last winter.
Yeah, I started doing good here, and the best of the best are here. I want to be here, grow with them, and keep learning.
Well, awesome job today here winning with Callaloo.
Thank you very much.
All right, Jose Gomez. Chris, I'm sure you'll be calling his name quite a bit this winter.
Sounds great, Maggie Wolfendale. Chris Griffin joined by Sarah El Badwi as we just had race number 8, Callaloo getting it done at 10-1. And, Jose Gomez, you see him doing that interview, Sarah, and the familiarity with the horse and being able to get that relationship when they get aboard him a few times, they start to learn some of those idiosyncrasies and kind of the way that they like to run, and it helps, and it helped the bettors there at 10-1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jose Gomez, he does such a great job, and he's one that we've really gotten to know well on this circuit. So great for him to have that relationship going forward with some of these horses. And he just always has such a great smile and so much enthusiasm for what he does.
Excited to see that enthusiasm. Excited to see him here this winter. Quick shout out again to Joey Martinez, and our thoughts are with him after the incident there coming onto the track. But let's take a look at some prices as well as we do wrap up race number 8. Callaloo gets the job done for trainer David Donk, and big price there to kick off that pick 4. So if you're live, looking good to start things off.
Yeah, you definitely want to have some prices mixed in there because we had some shorter prices to kick things off as far as the late pick 5 went along with Zandon getting the victory after a string of second place finishes. Now he gets his nice graded stakes win of his own.
There you go. Zandon gets it done at a short price. Callaloo over $22. So that is a nice price. And we get into the late pick 3 now. And we've got a pair downfield because off the turf, going to be on the main track, is 2-year-olds going 1 mile in maiden special weight. So smaller field. Big favorite now towards the outside. Junior Alvarado will ride the 16 Paradise Lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a fun field, even though this race did end up coming off the turf, of course, after all the rain that we had over the weekend. But an interesting race, and of course, a heavy favorite, and deservedly so, based on the race she comes out of towards the outside.
All right, we're going to talk about some of the racing action that did take place a little bit earlier this afternoon. Junior Alvarado, he's a familiar name, familiar face in the winner's circle. Let's take a look at the Vosburg and Cody's Wish. And this effort coming back, Cody's Wish, at a very short price. You see, I don't know. What do you take from it? I guess I'm interested to see what your take is on this effort. He is back, gets back to the winner's circle. You know, at that 1-9, we've seen him run a few times here. What did you take from this effort?
I would say that, we kind of saw him at the top of the stretch and expected him to really blow right on by these rivals, right? But Accretive gave him a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a battle down the lane, made it exciting for a moment, but ultimately you see Cody's Wish prevailing and able to get some separation and some distance on that main rival of his, and just great to see him back in the winner's circle. Of course, we're all very well familiar with the wonderful story of Cody Dorman and his family, who this horse is named after, and just really nice to see him rebound with a win after a subpar Whitney effort.
Yeah, you take a look at Cody's Wish getting the job done. I don't know if you say workman-like effort, but got the job done. It's obviously an impressive effort in the Vosburg. You see Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, again, winning that Grade 2 Vosburg Stakes. Junior Alvarado aboard, and we'll see where Cody's Wish will run next, because might have some options now. That was a Breeders' Cup win, and you're in part of the Challenge Series, and part of the sprint. So that could be interesting too for Cody's Wish, right?
Certainly, Bill Mott has quite the loaded stable looking towards the Breeders' Cup and all the options that he has available for many of his contenders. And it'll be interesting to see where they are all placed after all.
And there was another stakes race that happened on today's card, and the Gallant Bloom had a bit of excitement as well. When we take a look at that one. Yeah, there was some time to talk about this race, but, you know, where do you begin? Sterling Silver, you talk about Headland, and then you also talk about Caramel Swirl, and, you know, you take it to the top of the stretch, and this is really where all the action begins, and then the action on whether you're on social media or talking about it or wagering on the race. Take it away, Sarah. I mean, this is where a handicapper and an analyst, this is where you
look, the decisions that are made here, I never know what direction we're going to end up going in. And I think you can clearly say, does the two come over, Sterling Silver on Caramel Swirl? Is there a moment where, you know, she had that forward momentum she was going to go through, and she did have to stop and pause the forward momentum that she had building up? And while she then has to alter course and, you know, things end up changing, and we do see ultimately a decision made, a double disqualification, and something that's kind of rare. And I think one of the first ones that I've ended up seeing in person. So Caramel Swirl does get put up for the win, of course, trained by Bill Mott as well. I think my biggest pet peeve that I took away from this was that the stewards will take away the blinking inquiry and objection signs, but not have changed the numbers yet before we end up going from unofficial to an announcement to official. And whatever you think of the decisions that are made here on a regular basis, that is one thing that I want changed.
Yeah.
I want to know.
I have been in the booth once or twice when those situations do happen. I try, and I've learned this from mentors that have taught me, I try to get that decision out as quickly as possible. You definitely, there's money on the line, there's a lot of things going on, and when there is going to be a disqualification or an inquiry, and we're doing our best to bring that information to you as well. So, you know, however you feel about it, the change was made. Caramel Swirl, you get the double there for Bill Mott, you get the double there for Junior Alvarado, and they get the job done in the Gallant Bloom. Outside of stakes racing action, we're going to talk about not only Cody's Wish, which is a wonderful name, we talked about Cody Norman, but what's in a name when you're naming a racehorse? We'll find out when we come back and find out what you would name your racehorse, Sarah, on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information.
Seattle Slew.
Secretariat. Zenyatta.
How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club Registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and/or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
We've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam. I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards the limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer, or they can be permanently protected. You know, for example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, you know, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10, and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred, and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today, owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse, you know, have the opportunity for a say, and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
Once again, back here on America's Day at the Races. What isn't a name, Sarah? I've got one of those names that some people kind of laugh at me once they see my name or hear my name if they watch TV and whatnot.
Your personal name?
Yeah, my personal name, my actual name, yes. Some people find it humorous for whatever. It's a television show, cartoon. Yeah, they do that thing. But what's in a name on a racehorse? When you are naming a racehorse, and you know, it was a great feature because you get to learn there's a technical side to picking a name and coming up with a name for a horse. And I know that there's some names that you like, kind of, that you've seen and whatnot. And I even wrote one down, so I'm still trying to figure out if you know the pronunciation on that name. But.
I'm gonna have to take a guess with that later. There was one the other day that was super creative and just really fun. It was Marceau, like Marcel Marceau, by Distorted Humor out of Charade. So great name play based on the pedigree for that horse. When we had this rate limit exceeded experiment on social media, I suggested that be a fun name, and I know someone that actually did reserve that with the Jockey Club going forward, so you might see a rate limit exceeded one day out on the racetrack.
I like it. 18 characters, so sometimes you just got to put them all together, make sure it all fits. Maggie Wolfendale, I have a feeling she's named a horse or two. I have got a feeling we could fill the whole show with this, but Maggie, what's in a name of a racehorse?
Well, I've named a few, mainly after places I've been or that my husband has been, but my dad actually came up with one time that I thought was pretty clever. Named it after his favorite beer. Named him Coors Light, but C-O-U-R-S-E, like race course. So I thought that was a pretty clever one and a nod to the Silver Bullets. As we'll take a look, though, at horses here in the paddock, including number 16, Paradise Lane, as she is your current favorite, and rightfully so. She is out of that really nice dam in Paradise Woods. But two, she's one that I think maybe benefited from the experience of that first race where she showed good speed. And I remember talking to Bill Mott's assistant up in Saratoga, Neil Pazanski, who does get on a lot of these horses, and he said, she's really, really nice, but she doesn't give me the same feeling when she kind of gets surrounded by horses. So look for her with that optimal outside post to get away quite quickly and to maybe feel, just clear this field and get away from them. And I think with Junior Alvarado now knowing her, that will be the game plan. If anything, she looks even more fit than that debut, as we'll take a look at a horse who is trying the dirt for the first time in number 5, Vino Rouge, who is now getting the tack back on. There was miscommunication in the jocks room. John Velasquez having to actually weigh in with his tack, but she's the one that was pretty green acting in the preliminaries in that debut race up at Saratoga on August 13th. She's a lot more professional in the Aqueduct paddock here today. And 2, she has a pedigree that would suggest that dirt could be better, though you could interpret it as a negative that, again, she was entered for the turf, as she is by Vino Rosso, and the dam won a dirt sprint, and she is a half to Janice Joplin, who was a runner-up in 3rd in 2 of our graded stakes for 2-year-old fillies last year, so obviously more of an accomplished dirt runner. So I think she's more together, stronger, and just mentally more well-prepared. Chris, she's obviously taking money, but I think rightfully so, even though there is that surface switch.
Thank you very much, Maggie, as she's taking a look at this field that's going to be off the turf now, moved to the main track, and that's important, right? That's why you have an expert like Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock, because she's able to take a look at those horses that are down there, turf to dirt and whatnot. Do we tend to sometimes, Sarah, go towards those horses that MTO only, and I, you look at those connections, so it does make sense, but sometimes I think, do we sometimes kind of drift towards, well, if the horse is entered for main track only, gets main track only, that's where I'm going to go.
Sure. I mean, I think a lot of times these off-the-turf events are very frequently misbet. And while the money makes sense on the horse all the way towards the outside in Paradise Lane, who's also a great name while we're talking about great names for racehorses, Quality Road, Paradise Woods, you get Paradise Lane. But I will say that a lot of the times where you can find opportunities in these races is when bettors are betting turf horses based on their turf form, now trying the dirt for the first time, or getting back to a surface that maybe that they've proven that they don't really prefer in general. So not just the main track only entrants that do tend to take a lot of the wagering action, but I think sometimes the public can be a little bit misguided and bet those turf horses on the wrong surface.
Yeah, when I've seen the Wygod name, I know that they're going to come with those really kind of just good. They got those nice names. They put it together, taking a look at the sire and the dam. You do take a look at Paradise Lane, and that was a Junior Alvarado, getting a leg up as we're getting set to take a look at the field here, coming onto the track. And there's Katie Davis. She'll be aboard the 4 Classic Cara.
A first-time starter that sold for $120,000 at OBS. Unraced dam, half to Market Town, who is an earner of $1.2 million in Hong Kong.
Vino Rouge. It's John Velasquez, the 5.
Getting onto the dirt for the first time, did debut on turf. The dirt works aren't so bad, and I do agree with what Maggie said about the pedigree for this one. Could lean either way.
There's the 12, Day Away, Jose Gomez.
A horse that's making her 3rd start now. She's first time routing on dirt, but did debut on that surface back in August.
The 13 is Sensing Flatter. Dylan Davis will be aboard.
This is a horse that debuted on turf at Saratoga, running behind some pretty good turf horses that are actually going to our stakes race on Wednesday.
Going to have the 15. That's going to be maturity date. Chad Brown. Going to send Arado Ortiz Jr. 7-1.
One of our main track only entrants, and for these connections, a horse that's really not taking much action as far as the wagering is concerned.
And we talked about Paradise Lane as current your 8-5 favorite, Junior Alvarado.
And she just exits a race won by a horse that I think is pretty legitimate and impressive in Life Talk. That was her maiden breaking score. She ran 4th that day, showed a little bit of speed, then kind of what Maggie was touching on, right? This horse got a little bit surrounded and backed out of there. So I think that there's some legitimate value to that kind of idea and discussion that she might not want to be surrounded on the front end.
That's your field for today's 9th race. And don't forget, you can join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. You can sign up with the promo code. It's MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. And taking a look at your top picks, Sarah, the 12 and Day Away, you're looking at Jose Gomez to go right back to the winner's circle.
That's the hope, right? And this one a decent price right now, and that's kind of what my thinking was with going in this direction, because this is a horse that will be routing on dirt for the first time, but does have a little bit more experience under her belt and has at least had a run over the surface. I do like to see that. I don't think she ran that badly that day either in one of those restricted races based on what price tag these horses sell for. And the second place finisher of that race, Shimmering Allure, came back to win, improved when stretching out from a 66 to a 71 buyer. Third place horse Crazy Cammy ran second next out on turf, relatively the same number. The winner of that race, Zadorsky, ran back at Churchill Downs. A little bit of a regression, but horses have come out of that race and at least performed going forward. So as far as your favorite is concerned, I get it. But at the same time, I don't love that the horse that she was involved with early on the front end then did come back and get her for third place. And while Life Talk might be a pretty good horse going forwards, I don't think we know a ton about the rest of that field as of yet.
Sarah's going with the 12 there. 10-1 is what you're getting. We just had a 10-1 winner there in Callaloo, and Maggie Wolfendale had that top pick. Is she going to go with that 10-1 shot again? I think she's going to stay towards the outside. And she's already
like,
saying no. Maggie, who do you like?
Oh, yeah, I'm chalking it out here with this race. Not that I have anything against Sarah's selection here. It just feels like the horse intended for the dirt is likely going to win this one, and I can't get over her pedigree. I love her pedigree. As number 13, Sensing Flatter, Acacia was actually on for this horse, and I distinctly remember her saying, because there isn't that much turf pedigree or, abundance, because we often interpret Flatter as a negative influence when it comes to the turf, but that her husband Miguel, obviously Christophe Clement's assistant and son, said that she just moved a lot better on the turf. Well, she does look a little bit more turf too. She's a little more of a narrow frame, kind of angular hind end. And she's incredibly fit here. She did get a little hot when coming onto the track. It's something I've noticed with several horses because I think the temperatures have gone up and down, up and down. They just don't know how to adjust. But there is dirt pedigree. Like I said, the dam was actually a great stakes place going long on the dirt, and her faster races came on the surface. A lot of the siblings haven't had much experience on it, but they all handled it, if not won on it. So while she looks like a turf horse, there's every reason to believe that she could be okay with the surface switch. Number 15, Maturity Date. I can't make heads or tails of what's really the ability of this filly by Upstart. Was entered for the turf first time out at Ellis. Okay, for Chad Brown. It just hints to me that she's probably a little bit on the slower side. Not a bad-looking type, but she definitely doesn't look turf-bent. So, again, I question that entry first time out. So I think it's a good thing that she's getting on the dirt. I just don't know how good she is. Chris?
Thank you very much, Maggie, as the field is heading towards the starting gate here for today's 9th race, and it does kick off that late pick 3. And take a look at the 15 right now, Maturity Date. Maggie was going to stay away from the 15, but there's the 5, and the horse's 5-2 is getting respect on the board. And I'll touch on something real quick before you talk about the 5, Sarah, as the field is getting set to load. One little letter, we talk about what's in a name, one little letter can change everything, because I just did a double take again, because you want to make sure it's Rouge instead of Rogue. I mean, you move that G and that U, and it has happened with horses' names that one little letter switch, it changes the word completely.
Absolutely, and I'm sure as an announcer, you've had plenty of situations where there's some creative names outside of the box that might be a little bit more difficult to get a handle on, whether pronunciation or saying fast out loud. Any come to mind as far as tricky ones?
Oh my goodness, there's a lot of tricky ones out there. I could go through a whole list, and I'm glad John Embrial is going to be taking the call here from me very shortly, because it's a very, very long list. But quickly, what did you think about the 5, the horse, though, the 2-year-old filly by Vino Rosso? Decent debut, taking a lot of money. Tony Dutrow, second time out.
I mean, this horse could run well on either surface, according to the pedigree. The dam won second time out on dirt, though sprinting. A half to another great name, Janice Joplin, whose 2 wins came dirt routing over at Finger Lakes. And the dirt works for this horse aren't so bad either. So I could see this one making some sense on this surface.
Still one of the best names ever. And then a horse running to Cigar. Cigar is just a way, and not
nice
really
and simple.
Cute, very simple.
Yep.
And it just resonated that horse was just incredible. All right, let's throw it to John Embrial up in the booth here as we get set to run today's 9th.
ready for the start of race 9. And they're off. A bobbling beginning there for number 12, Day Away. Nonetheless, she is up close. From the outside, it is Paradise Lane along with Day Away, and those two are joined by Vino Rouge. Classic Cara advances down at the rail. Maturity Date not far behind, and then Sensing Flatter. They cross over now from the chute to the main track, and it is a battle up front. Vino Rouge is there. Paradise Lane's on the outside. And then it is Day Away, Classic Cara at the rail, Maturity Date in the clear on the far outside, and then comes Sensing Flatter. So 3.5 lengths separating the field through a quarter in 23 2/5 seconds. Paradise Lane, the favorite, is the leader here by a length. Paradise Lane in front now by a length and a quarter. Vino Rouge is down at the rail, and on the outside is Maturity Date. Maturity Date takes second. And then Vino Rouge now back in third, followed by Sensing Flatter. And then comes Day Away, and dropping way out of it is Classic Cara. Half mile, 46 4. Paradise Lane, 3/4 of a length. Maturity Date on the outside is in second, and Vino Rouge is third with Sensing Flatter. They come off the turn and enter the stretch, and it is Paradise Lane with the lead. Maturity Date running in second. Down on the inside is Vino Rouge in third as Sensing Flatter gains out in the middle of the track as they head for the 16th pole. It is still Paradise Lane. Sensing Flatter on the outside. Vino Rouge down at the rail. And the three of them will come to the finish line with Vino Rouge getting up at the end under Johnny Velasquez.
Vino Rouge gets the job done there for Hall of Famer John Velasquez. Tony Dutrow, second-time starter here. She gets the job done. An inside journey, the 2-year-old filly by Vino Rosso. Had that turf try at the mile and 16th and got on the main track and looked like she handled it just fine.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she was game to go inside of horses there, and some of the dirt works pointed at least to her ability to be able to handle the surface. And you know, the pedigree said that she might be able to take to it as well, and she was able to get a nice ride from John Velasquez up the rail.
Did get to the top of the stretch there in Paradise Lane, and she looked to have it all her own way. And then when he asked at the top of the stretch, I think that's kind of that moment with the 2-year-olds, right? That you're kind of like, all right, what do we got here? What are we going to see? And she ran okay, ran a race.
I would say so. I mean, we'll have to see how certain, numbers come back. Regardless of what it is that you look at in terms of speed figures, you always want to see those before you make too many conclusions about a race. But I would generally say that, she had things her own way on the front end, and the pace kind of held together in this race. But it might be more of that attitude that we were talking about, how she might not want to be close to other horses and want to have more of a lone lead and really split off from a field. And I don't feel like she got that today, at least.
Yeah, margins between the top 4 finishers were all really tightly bunched there at the finish, and you saw a shot of trainer Tony Dutrow just keeping an eye on the 5, making sure Vino Rouge gets back to the winner's circle, and they'll get ready to take a picture. Sensing Flatter ran okay up on the outside there. There's Tony Dutrow now, taking a look at his runner coming back. The 2-year-old filly again by Vino Rosso, paid $180,000, wins second time out, and handicapping angle seems to work, right? I mean, trainer Bill Mott, you see second time out improvement. Tony Dutrow kind of fits that mold as well.
I would say it depends. I mean, I think that he could certainly get a live 2-year-old first-time starter home as well as the second-timers. He doesn't have the best stats over the past 5 years. 2-year-old second-time starting maidens. This is his third for 17 over that time period. Now 18, excuse me. But I will say that he definitely can have one ready to go.
All right, we get 5, 13, 16 as we see Hall of Famer John Velasquez getting set to take a picture. He's taking a few of those here. Come on at the Big A. We're going to be back here. We'll talk about race number 10 and all kinds of racing action here on America's Day at the Races.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings right from your phone with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon here at the Big A, Belmont at the Big A to be exact. Well, Vino Rouge, she is a maiden no longer as she graduates at second asking, switching from turf to dirt, guided to victory by Hall of Famer John Velasquez and trained to that victory by Tony Dutrow. And Tony, talk a little bit about the decision to keep her in here on the dirt. Plenty of pedigree as well.
Maggie, I think she's got blood to dirt. But I wanted to give her something easy. I thought 2 turns on the turf would be kind for her, and that would get her going. Johnny said when he rode her that day at Saratoga, he said, Tony, she's good on the turf. Try it again. So I did, and it came off, and we got probably what we really wanted and what we should have been doing. But Johnny said she's still learning, so that was a good step in the right direction today.
I mean, exactly. I thought in the preliminaries she was handling herself better. It was funny to hear, because I heard that comment too when he came into the winner's circle, that she was still green. But again, she came up the rail, and a lot of times for young and experienced horses, that can be a bit intimidating.
Yeah, today was a good experience for her. I'm sure she got a little tired. I didn't do a whole lot with her. I'm one of those guys that lets them learn and let them come around, and if they're any good, they will. So she's still got some better to come.
I agree. She's a big, good-looking girl.
She is a big, pretty filly. Big ears.
Always a good sign, am I right?
You're right, yeah.
Well, Tony, congratulations. Always fun to catch up with you.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
All right. Tony Dutrow here with Vino Rouge. Tony, you going to have some Vino Rouge tonight? I hope he does, to celebrate in her honor, Chris.
Thanks, Maggie. Vino Rouge gets the job done there for trainee Tony Dutrow. Keeps her on the main track, pays off, and she returns 5-2. Your winner there, 5, 13, 16, 15. So you did see your MTOs, the horses towards the outside, get into the picture, sensing flatter with a nice run to get in the exacta. But Vino Rouge, the horse that stays in that main body of the field that gets the job done.
Yeah, a good decision by them to stay in this race. And I like what trainer Tony Dutrow talked about with just the patient approach that he has with these horses and recognizing that if they are of any sort of good quality caliber, that they'll tell you in their own time.
Yeah, you can continue to learn here, and those 2-year-olds, they're still learning professional effort towards the inside there. It's good when you have a Hall of Famer like John Velasquez aboard to get the job done. There's the pick 5 follow along, taking a look at that late pick 5. We saw that price with the 7 Callaloo. Now we get one of those second choice 740 type prices. So far in the sequence, it's okay. Still 2 to go.
Yeah, I would say that it's a fair type of situation going forward. I feel as though many probably likely leaned on that main track only.
All right, we'll see what happens here in the late double. There is the field for today's 10th race as we took a look at this allowance race. And again, off the turf, so going to be run on the main track. Still a nice field, though, when you take a look at a few runners and you get the number 8 Sail with the win. Javier Castellano will be aboard. Morning line, obviously, don't take a look at, but now 9-5 on the 8.
Well, if this horse runs her last race, she's going to be extremely tough coming into this spot. It's fair to question whether or not we're going to see that type of effort again and here, but that 75 buyer she earned last time out breaking her maiden would make her very tough in a spot like this.
All right, we'll see what happens in that 10th race. That'll be coming up here in just a moment as we get set to take another break here on America's Day at the Races. And we're going to talk about some more stakes racing action as well as we take a look at the Miss Grillo. That's going to be on Wednesday. Get ready for Wednesday Gallibran and all the runners that are getting set for Wednesday stakes racing action here when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Lady Eli. On the far outside is My Caramia, then Tammy the Torpedo, and the field is now in the stretch. And here is a Margaret Ray up to challenge Grey Walls for the lead, and Lady Eli is coming on the outside. And here's Lady Eli to take over as they come down for the wire, and Lady Eli just takes off in the final 16th. A 4-length winner of the Miss Grillo.
Lady Eli there winning the 2014 Miss Grillo Stakes, and you could hear just the inflection in John Embrial, track announcer's voice. You could, that devastating turn of foot. She just had a way that she could accelerate. She could do it all.
She could, and this was one of only her second stop on a way to a career that earned her almost $3 million. She won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf following this. Plenty of graded stakes action in her future as well. Ended up winning the Belmont Oaks, Flower Bowl, Diana, the Gamely. Just a super, super talented horse in Lady Eli.
Yeah, she had an ability to be versatile. She could do it on the front end. She could come from off the pace, and she just really ran her race every time. But that turn of foot and that acceleration, that was just special when you did see her run. Chad Brown won a few Miss Grillos, so you take a look at that winner there in Lady Eli, and let's take a look at those wins. I said a few. I think we were being a little modest there. A record 8 Miss Grillo wins. You take a look at, really some of the more recent ones winning it now in 16, 17, 18, and 19. trying to get back to the winner's circle in the rescheduled Miss Grillo, which will be run on Wednesday. And he'll be sending out Hard to Justify, and that's going to be a horse that's got a big shot in there and is going to be coming off of this maiden victory, actually, and that maiden special weight race that I'm sure you saw at Saratoga and got a chance to really dive in and look at this race. What do you think of Hard to Justify and her chances coming in?
Well, she was a horse that was in the middle of getting a pretty good trip in this race, but then she ultimately does have a point where she does need to steady. We see it highlighted there. She's going to take back a little bit, and now you can just tell she's lost so much position in terms of where she was previous to that, having to check out of that spot. And while she is able to now switch out, she re-rallies, and she comes with a run again on the outside of horses, now out in the clear. For a horse just making their first start, to be able to start and stop and start again like that just shows a level of maturity, professionalism, and some serious talent going forwards, I believe, because she was able to end up getting the win in here over a horse that she's going to be facing again in Appellate. And while this race didn't earn a super high buyer speed figure, she can easily take a step forward.
Yeah, you do see Hard to Justify there. You see that effort, but it's going to be 10 to 1 in the morning line because you've got a really competitive field, and you take a look at the middle portion of that field, the 6, 7, and the 8, and Gallibrand is going to be sent off as your 3 to 1 morning line favorite, and that's Jose Ortiz. And Gallibrand, off of this effort, deserving favorite from the With Anticipation Stakes?
I'd say so, and I think it was a great decision by trainer Bill Mott and Connections to cross-enter her in both stakes races for 2-year-olds, and she was able to defeat males in this spot. And you can see her, she's really hard to miss. She's got all that chrome plating. She also has a couple of fun little splashes on her coat as well. It really separates her from the pack. And the horse that she's able to outfinish in here, Carson's Run, he's turning out to be a pretty nice one for the Clement barn. We saw him come back to win the Grade 1 Summer up at Woodbine, and he improved his buyer speed figure 10 points. So you know that she's got ability, and she's been facing pretty good company as well.
Yeah, the girl beating the boys in there, and Jose Ortiz is going to be back aboard Gallibrand, and she's going to be the 3 to 1 morning line favorite, undefeated in 2 career starts. But again, a 3 to 1 morning line favorite just tells you how competitive the field is. It seems like a wide open race that will be run on Wednesday. And another runner that we do take a look at, it's going to be Lyson Audible, is going to be towards the outside. And what did you think of this effort? This was back in September, was the 9 in that one.
Bettors certainly seem to be surprised by this Todd Pletcher trainee, and this was a horse that was originally entered to go 1 mile and a 16th on the turf, rained off, stayed in, got that experience under her belt, and they shortened her up into this 5.5 furlong sprint, and she's able to close pretty stoutly in here, and that race earned a decent number as well. She got a 75 buyer for that 5.5 furlong sprint. So I think with her, you might wonder if she could stretch out, but we already know that they had the intentions to do so based on that first entrant that she had.
All right, we'll see what happens there. That's going to be run on Wednesday. And again, that was rescheduled. It was actually going to be run today, but because of the weather, there was some shifting, and we got that rescheduled Wednesday. So join us then for America's Day at the Races and all the great racing action. And the Miss Grillo looks like a wide open field in this year's edition. So looking forward to that race coming up, and looking forward to more racing action here on this Sunday, as we've got race 10 coming up, and we were following along in that late pick 5, but we've got the number 8 in Sail with the Wind continues to take that action 8 to 5. You start to see dusk start to roll in just a touch a little bit. It's a gorgeous Sunday afternoon, Sarah. It really is. Had some weather throughout the weekend, but it's just gorgeous outside right now. There's the 4 Sweetness, and I think we're going to welcome, for the first time while we've been sitting up here, Richie Migliore, who's down there in the paddock here for today's 10. Richie.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Sarah. Really great to be here with you guys. Absolutely beautiful day. It's great to be out here in the paddock at Aqueduct. We're going to start with the 4-horse Sweetness, who is 1 for 1, albeit on the turf. Has not been seen since last November. And from a fitness standpoint, she looks extremely fit. But I've seen definitely from a physical perspective, much more of a turf horse. She's got that longer, flatter foot that we talk about, slacker pasterns that Maggie likes to talk about. And I'm just seeing a horse that from a physical perspective certainly looks like turf is what she's really meant for. The 8-horse Sail with the Wind, won it off the turf her last time. She looks good. Maybe not as lustrous as a coat as I would like to see, but certainly that one dirt race makes her stand out in Saratoga. Was an impressive performance, earned a good figure. And the horse that absolutely won me over here so far in the paddock, and I will watch her warm up, is the 13, Sweetest Princess, making her second start for Jimmy Ferraro. I really like what I'm seeing from this filly, and I think getting back to the dirt, she was on turf more recently, is going to be a recipe for success. I'm really taken with her. I think her coat is spot on, carrying the right kind of weight, and she's 9-1 right now, and I think that's way too big a price, guys.
Richie likes the number 13 and Sweetest Princess. Thank you very much, Richie, down in there in the paddock. And you take a look at the 3-year-old filly trained by Jim Ferraro. And, 7-1 currently on the board, and a horse that, you go back to this effort on August 11, and this was the later in the card. And when you look at this effort, what do we take from it? I mean, I think the bettors are taking a look at it and taking a look at this effort here. Off this second, beaten 2.5 lengths, it looks like, and then claimed off of that one. What did you take from it?
Well, the horse that ends up beating her in here is Sicilian Grandma. Is trained by Mike Maker, and we saw him all throughout Saratoga have a lot of success with his horses that were in these off-the-turf races. So she's facing a rival that's by a trainer, or with a trainer that was really able to take advantage of these types of situations, and she didn't run that badly, finishing second, but I will say that there have been some changes for this horse since that effort, because that was for a $35,000 claiming tag. That's when she was with the George Weaver barn, and now she's switched over to trainer James Ferraro, and she made another start on turf after that, and then they end up in here where we are off the turf, and you know that she can at least handle this surface, but on paper, at least, this looks like a better field.
All right, we're taking a look at the number 13 and Sweetest Princess, and we're going to take a look at the number 8 here in just a moment. Sail with the Wind. 3-year-old filly, the New York bred. She wins impressively by 4 lengths. She started her career on the turf on July 29th, but then you go back to this August 27th effort. What do we take from this? Because on paper, she wins by 4. Was it as impressive as the form would say?
Well, if she runs this race again, she's going to be awfully tough to beat in this spot, and she's now facing winners for the first time. This was an upset victory for her. She was 16-1 that day. It's not exactly a strong field that she was beating, and this one might be a little bit tougher, but I will say that at least the 3rd place finisher in here, North End Lady, she returned to run a close second in another off-the-turf race over a sloppy sealed surface on the 24th, improving slightly in terms of her buyer speed figure. Foxy Cara improved slightly as well in that start out of there. So you can say that at least this number has a little bit of credibility going forwards as being one that's going to hold up and transfer today.
Javier Castellano will be aboard, the 9-5 current favorite, the 3-year-old filly, the New York bred by Stern. And I feel like when you see Javier Castellano's name, it's making everybody just beam and smile because of the season that he continues to have. And you almost have to mention it every time you see his name because he's getting on live horses and he's doing a really nice job.
He is, and he's doing a great job not only across the big stage, but in every level of race as well.
Taking a look at the field here, coming onto the track here for today's 10th race. There's the 1. Flavien Prat will be aboard, Disruption.
I just wonder if she's any good. I mean, she's never run a particularly fast race, and she took a lot of money last time.
The 4, Richie liked, Sweetness.
She's only making her 2nd start. This is her 3-year-old debut, and there's a lot of upside to look forward to.
Looking at the 5, Can't Fool Me, Manny Franco.
A winner last time out, though that was on the turf. The dirt races don't necessarily make her competitive here, at least the 3 that we've seen so far.
There's your favorite, now floating up a bit, 2-1, Javier Castellano, Sail with the Wind.
And I think bettor's just very attuned to that last race effort and the 75 buyer that it got.
Number 10 is going to be Saratoga Kisses, Dylan Davis.
A Finger Lake shipper, she does have some buyer speed figures that could make her competitive with this group, but likely facing softer fields.
And there's the number 11 in Dream Road, Romero Mirage.
Her turf races are both just faster than any race she's run on dirt so far, so might want that surface a bit more.
Luis Rivera Jr. will be aboard the 13, Sweetest Princess.
This is one we talked about. She's had a couple of changes since then. She's not in for a tag in here, so she'll have to kind of prove it against tougher company.
The 16, another 16 today, Dashing Della, Katie Davis.
This main track only entrant is one that's not taking a lot of attention in the wagering. She ran well last time out to finish 3rd, got a 60 buyer for that effort, but that was in for a tag as well.
The 3-year-old filly by Oscar Performance, the New York bred. Oh, there you go, NYPD. Just
flying about.
Flying about, watching Sweetness. Sweetness, nickname for a football player. Are you a big football fan?
Do I look like a big football fan?
Let's talk about the horse here. Number 4, Sweetness, Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, the Oscar Performances have really just run well on everything. There is some dirt pedigree. I mean, the dam ran exclusively on the dirt, even though that was sprinting. But this one is a half to a 3-time winner in Shody. And one of his wins was routing in an off-the-turf race. Also half to an 11-time winner, No Salt, who is mostly a dirt horse as well. So there's some pedigree to suggest that this one will be able to handle the surface switch. And, I mean, you're just dealing with a situation where you kind of have a relative unknown, but at least there's more to look forward to with this one going ahead rather than some of the horses where you kind of know what to expect from them.
Yeah, a lot of variation in this field here. A race taken off the turf, moved to the main track. We are just about still 5 minutes away, so that's a good time to send it down to Richie Migliore, and he's going to take a look at some of his top picks and how the horses are looking trackside. Richie, what do you see here for race 10?
Yeah, Chris, not a lot changed from the paddock to on the racetrack, but we're going to start with a horse I didn't talk about in the paddock, and that's the 10, Saratoga Kisses. A really nice impression from this Finger Lakes shipper who has been in very good form. You get Dylan Davis here as a replacement rider, and she stood out. I love the way she the impression she gave me, especially going off. Good energy level, really framed up beautifully. My top selection will be the 13, Sweetest Princess. I liked her in the paddock, continue to like her on the racetrack. You get Louis Rivera Jr., a young rider, apprentice rider, I've been impressed with. I think he's made a nice impression. Actually had the great pleasure of riding with his father, was a terrific rider. Like seeing, the sons and daughters follow in the footsteps of, guys that I had the pleasure of competing with. And I just think she makes a lot of sense. She's starting to take some money now. She's 5-1. So I like the 13, Sweetest Princess, over the 10, Saratoga Kisses. Guys, I think love is in the air.
Love is in the air. NYPD was in the air there. It was the helicopter. And I've never been in a helicopter. You ever been in a helicopter?
No, I haven't. I'm really not into flying of any sort, so I don't know that I would want it to be
public transit, stay on the ground for you. Here, taking a look at this field here for race number 10. Move from the turf to the dirt, but these are different types of horses as well. We took a look at the 2-year-olds in that scenario in the race that we just watched, but now you've got some horses that have had some runs over the main track, some runs over the dirt. You've got lightly raced horses. You've got horses that have been a bit veteran campaigners and just are trying to get to that winner's circle again. When you have a field like that, which direction kind of points you to the 4? Because you went with the lightly race type in the 4 Sweetness.
Well, I think in this situation, you start to learn a lot about who these horses are, what they're capable of, and what they might prefer to do with their careers moving forwards. And I think that we've sort of figured that out for who Disruption is, a horse like Can't Fool Me, a horse like Saratoga Kisses, even Dream Road. It seems like she prefers the turf. So if you want a horse in this type of spot, I think that you want to go with one where there could be a potential move forwards, where you could see a type of situation where a horse could take that next step in a better direction, because we're kind of tired of the horses that have had their chances.
Yeah, connections that you can trust, right? Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano, they've done nice work all season long. I think Richie wanted to mention something. I had a feeling Richie might want to jump back in. Richie, what you got here for race 10?
Well, guys, I mean, obviously, when I was riding, I had to fly a great deal. One year, I actually did 200,000 air miles, traveling all over the world to ride horses. And I have not been on a plane or a helicopter since before COVID. That's the longest I've ever gone in my life. And I was not a good flyer, always a little bit nervous about it. And someone told me once, well, when it's your time, it's your time. You can't run from your own destiny. But my question was, what if it was the pilot's time and I just happened to be on that plane?
Talk about bad luck, right?
I'm getting on a plane in like 2 days.
Richie's here to scare you away.
That's okay. Hey, we're getting ready for today's 10th race. Always trust the pilots. They know exactly where they're going, and I'm just along for the ride. But we're going to be along for the ride here in just a moment. And you take a look at this field again. Towards the inside, you're looking at the one Disruption, Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, off of some of those dirt tries. And is this looking like a horse that, she hasn't been on the turf? Now the race moves to the main track. But the bettors might feel that 5-1. Are they fully trusting her in this race, as you were talking about?
No, because this is the type of horse that in a situation like this is the type of horse that could be a very short price. 2-1, 3-1, maybe even shorter than that, because I think that in these situations, you tend to rely on dirt form that we've seen, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. At least we know that this is a dirt horse so far, and connections that you trust and that win a lot of races, especially, Chad Brown teaming up with Klarovich Stables, but she's just never run a particularly fast race. And I mean, she's also one that even her last race by her speed figure isn't one that we've seen from her consistently either.
All right, we'll see what happens here. The number 8 Sail with the Wind is still your current favorite as we get set the last couple runners in this spot. It's race number 10. Late double here on America's Day at the Races, Belmont at the Big A. Let's send it up to John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slow beginning, very slow start for number 5, Can't Fool Me, and she trails. Sweetness going out for the lead with Dashing Della on the outside, and Disruption now moves up down towards the rail as they cross over now from the chute to the main track. So it is Disruption and Sweetness, and they're right together. Dashing Della is next in 3rd. Sail with the Wind runs in 4th. On the outside is Sweetest Princess in 5th. Then comes Saratoga Kisses in the white blinkers in 6th, followed by Dream Road in 7th, and way back is Can't Fool Me in 8th. Opening quarter, 23 seconds. Disruption leads by a half length, with Sweetness pressing the pace in 2nd. And on the outside is Dashing Della down towards the rail. Saratoga Kisses a close up 4th. The field is approaching the far turn, the opening half in 46 and 3/5 seconds. Now 3 of them across. Dashing Della on the outside. Disruption at the rail. Sweetness in between. And Sweetest Princess now makes a quick move on the outside. There goes Sweetest Princess to take over the lead now. And Dashing Della is back running in 2nd as Disruption has dropped out of it. Sail with the Wind has moved up into 3rd as they come into the stretch. It is Sweetest Princess with a 4-length lead. Then Dashing Della in 2nd and Sail with the Wind next in 3rd. Sweetest Princess is in front. Dashing Della giving chase. Then Sail with the Wind and Saratoga Kisses. They come on for the finish, and it is Sweetest Princess and apprentice Luis Rivera Jr., and they were much the best. Sail with the Wind came on to complete the exacta.
Sweetest Princess gets the job done there. Luis Rivera Jr., the pilot aboard there, up on the outside, gets the job done. And it wasn't quite the inflection of Lady Eli from John Imbrial, but you did hear that inflection into the far turn, and then I believe that was followed by a goodbye from Sarah El-Badwi. Sweetest Princess, she's in hand here at the quarter pole. She looked very tough, and she gets the job done at a good price at 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, John Imbrial very quick to pick up on the move that this horse was making, and she was able to sustain it. And I think this was the right move by Luis Rivera Jr. because he sensed that this pace was kind of coming apart, and he decided to go ahead and go on with it and not wait to make some sort of run at what was coming back to him. And I think that was a big smart decision for him, as this horse won by a significant margin over your favorite in the number 8 Sail with the Wind.
Yeah, you do see Sail with the Wind run up into the exacta. You saw the number 10 in Saratoga Kisses, another horse that Richie was mentioning, kind of taking a look at down there trackside. That does round out your trifecta there at a nice number at 13-1. Sweetest Princess, Luis Rivera Jr. Richie Migliore talking about riding with his dad. The kid can ride all right, too. He's getting the job done and gets in the winner's circle once again, and that was Sweetest Princess getting the job done here in today's 10th, winning by open lengths.
Yeah, absolutely. He's come to this circuit with winning on his mind, and he's able to get a couple of wins already just in this short meet that we've had so far. So definitely a jockey to keep your eye on going forward.
Yeah, when you see these apprentice riders, you're getting closer to, end of the fall and into the winter. You could see those names start to emerge more and more, and I think Luis Rivera Jr. is finding that rhythm here at Belmont at the Big A. That's going to be our 10th race. We're going to have one more to go here on America's Day at the Races and find out how we close out that late pick 5. We got plenty to come here when we come back.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. In 2023, Curlin is the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fasig-Tipton are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fasig-Tipton is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. There's Luis Rivera Jr. aboard Sweetest Princess as she wears the crown this afternoon, right? Gets the job done. At that price, pretty square price at 4-1 as we've got that Pick 5 follow along. We'll talk about that, but we'll send it down here in just a moment to Richie Migliore. He's got the winning jockey, Luis Rivera Jr. He's getting used to this now, getting interviewed on America's Day at the Races, picks up another winner.
He seems very comfortable here down in front of the camera, and I'm hoping I get an opportunity to interview him a great deal all through this winter. Luis, you got a really nice trip, and it looked like Sweetest Princess was always traveling well underneath you.
Yeah, she was perfect. Like, as break sharp, I saw the 2 horses in the inside trying to go, so I said, well, I'll try to sit behind them. I just keep her away from the kickback, from the dirt, because she was meant to run in the turf. So I guess, like, well, I don't want too much dirt on her face. So, you know, whenever I asked her, she was there for me. You know, she was dragging me. You know.
Now, you know, at the half-mile pole, you kind of open your hands and let her go on. It was a very decisive move. You've got to have a lot of horse under you to feel that comfortable, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I decided to do that because, you know, I was traveling 4 wide. I didn't want to travel 4 wide the whole race. So I said, well, I gotta get in a good position, you know. And she was there for me. And whenever I asked her again in the quarter pole, I put the stick in the left hand, and she just started running.
You've really made a nice impression. You know, people are talking really good about you, and I'm enjoying watching you ride. What has this meant to you, coming to New York and kind of getting off to this good a start?
Man, it's a dream come true. Like, I have watched races in New York my whole life, and being here, mating it here, you know, is awesome.
Well, we're going to continue to watch you, and hopefully you and I get to talk a great deal. Guys, a dream come true. Dreams do come true if you work hard for them.
Very good to see there. Congratulations. Luis Rivera Jr. gets the job done. Richie Migliore, you can just see Richie, he starts beaming when he starts looking at those young riders, and I think it takes him back to some of his days as an apprentice and when he was riding and starting to emerge. And he told me where he rode his first winner, actually, right before we got on set, which was pretty cool. But great job as always, and we'll see Luis Rivera Jr. plenty. But talk about that effort, too. I mean, from a handicapping standpoint, you took a look at a horse that had more efforts and got the job done over the lightly raced horse who you liked in there, but the 13 does pay off at 4-1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a horse that had some of that dirt form in there and well spotted now by her new trainer, leaving the George Weaver barn and going to the Ferraro barn. And just a great ride by Luis Rivera Jr. to be able to have that decisive quick move to be able to get himself into good position.
All right, we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens in the payoff leg, right, of the late pick 5 as you get a 1080 winner there. So we had Zandon at the short price. Then you have a big long shot. Then you've got Vino Rouge there at 740, and Sweetest Princess gets the job done at 1080. And we'll look at field for race number 11 here. Over $436,000 into that pool. So don't want to forget to point that out, that the bettors did get involved in that late pick 5 action here on this Sunday. 2-year-olds, maiden claimers, 6 furlongs, and you get what we're looking at, what, 3-1 towards the outside here is your morning line? I mean, or 7-2 on the morning line. 3-1 is your very, very lukewarm favorite.
Yeah, it's an interesting field. There's a lot of different directions to go in here, and I think that's why you see such an open betting board going into this last race, because we do have a lot of first-time starters, a couple of class droppers as well, and it's an interesting race to get into for the finale.
All right, we'll see how things do close out there for the state breds. Going the 6 furlongs, Chris Griffin, Sarah El-Badwi, and we're getting set to talk about more stakes racing action. It continues to be run here at Belmont at the Big A. More stakes racing action on Wednesday. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about the Pilgrim a little bit. Talked about the Miss Grillo, we'll talk about the Pilgrim on America's Day at the Races.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Portfolio Company on the inside and Annapolis on the outside. And the two of them are heads apart. 3/4 up in 1:12-1. Annapolis on the outside. Portfolio Company continues to battle on down at the rail with less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Annapolis and Portfolio Company, and they're putting on a terrific stretch duel here in the Pilgrim Stakes. They come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
Annapolis getting the job done there in the 2021 Pilgrim Stakes. And in a shorter field, you love seeing that. Stretch run like that, shoulder to shoulder, gets the nose down. And Annapolis, one of those top horses there for trainer Todd Pletcher.
And just what they've both gone on to do since this race. I mean, that was so far ago in their 2-year-old season, and what they've become since then. I mean, Annapolis Grade 1 winner since then, and just we've seen him recently over the summer finishing second 2 times in the Kelso, and then the 4-star Dave to Casa Creed. We know how good he is. So just this is one of those starting points where we start to see what kind of talent we're going to have going forward. It's always an exciting race.
Yeah, Annapolis taking that right into just a star-studded career. He's really done some nice work there for trainer Todd Pletcher, Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. And speaking of Todd Pletcher, there's his Pilgrim winners, and he's won in 2022, Major Dude, and you talk about 21, 17. He's won it a record 5 times, so continues to get that record. Will he be able to do it again here in this year's edition of the Pilgrim Stakes? As we're going to take a look at Agate Road is going to be his entry, and that's going to be the number 3 there. Irad Ortiz Jr. You're going to see the same jockey aboard that you did see aboard Annapolis there. That's on Wednesday again. It's for the 2-year-olds. It's a Grade 2 and it's $200,000. What do you think of Agate Road as we're going to take a look at his start? This is going to be back on that September 2nd effort. What did you take from this start, and was it basically what we saw that cost him a chance?
I mean, mean, you saw the start of this race and you just thought, okay, that's over. There's no way that he's going to be able to recover from breaking so slowly. And this was actually his second start. This was a horse that had debuted on the dirt, and the pedigree on the dam side at least suggested some sort of versatility for him. But you see him start to get himself into position now. And at this point, you're thinking, there's no way that he's going to end up winning from here. And he has to angle so wide in the stretch. And you kind of just think, okay, well, you know, his chances are very slim at this point. He's almost in last now. And you see him start to kind of pick up a couple pieces, avoid a lot of the skirmishing and the traffic on the inside as horses were all shifting around there, and a lot going on with these 2-year-olds. And then you just see this furious late run, and he gets there. And you're like, how did he do that? Incredible.
Wild. One of those races you got to watch the replay to really kind of fully appreciate what the comments might be. But a horse to debut like that with an outside draw, all the trouble at the start, had the time to recover. But when you get, you know, Hall of Fame connections like that, trainer Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz Jr., not going to really freak out, you know, just get him pointed the right direction. Fulmineo, you take a look at this runner at Colonial Downs off of this effort. You getting a chance to take a look at this race, run on the same day, actually, there, September 2nd. What did you take from this effort?
Well, you and I did some game time research and found out that Fulmineo, Italian for lightning fast, and we'll have to see if he ends up living up to his name going forwards. But this is a superb turn of foot from this horse. You can see him closing down the outside in there, and he got a pretty strong Beyer speed figure for that effort. He got a 70. Both of these horses, Fulmineo and Agate Road, are closing types, so we'll have to see what kind of pace situation ends up playing out for them.
We will see. It looked like both of those runners launching from far out of it. We'll see what kind of trip they get on Wednesday in the Pilgrim Stakes as trainer Todd Pletcher tries to go for his continued record, now his 6th victory. And taking a look at next week's schedule, some stakes races coming your way, and we got that rescheduled card again for Wednesday. That's going to be 2 Grade 2s, the Pilgrim and the Miss Grillo that we talked about plenty. Then you move over to Friday's stakes racing action as well, and then on Saturday and Sunday, look out. Still plenty of stakes coming your way here on America's Day at the Races. You can watch that all right here, but look at those stakes races. Action-packed week coming up next week, Sarah.
Absolutely. Plenty of Breeders' Cup winning your ins. Of course, we're getting closer and closer to the Breeders' Cup, and those chances to get into those races are dwindling. So, of course, next Saturday, a big day, and Sunday as well.
Man, it's going to be an action-packed week next week. Looking forward to seeing all the great coverage on America's Day at the Races. And Dan, we're taking a look at the number 7 in Allie's Song, and we talked about this race for the 2-year-olds at this maiden claiming level, state bred at the 6 furlongs for 2-year-olds, and the favoritism is towards the outside here on the 10, and that's going to be Sol Imperatriz, but this is a horse that is taking some money in the 7 Alley Song, a first-time starter for Brad Cox, and, you know, with plenty of time until this 11th and final, horse is taking action off of that 5-1 morning line, has that bullet workout, interested to know more and what Richie Migliori thinks down in the paddock as he takes a look at these 2-year-olds getting set, some of them, for their debuts.
Yeah, Chris, and we're going to start with the 7 Ali Song, who looks extremely fit, very well prepared. And you can go back with this horse's work tab, and I'm not huge about times of workouts. I'm more about the spacing of workouts. If a horse is working at steady intervals, very consistently, that tells me a horse is healthy. They're doing well. There's not interruptions in their training. You can go back with Ali Song, the 7 horse, all the way to July, and she's basically worked every 7-8 days since then. And I think that's more relevant than seeing how fast or slow a horse works. You don't know the size of the exercise rider on the horse. You don't know the intention of the workout, if they wanted to go faster, if they wanted to go slower. So I think there's a lot of things that you really just, you know, can't see between the lines from times, but you can tell a lot more from spacing of works. She looks very well prepared, very fit, has a pedigree, being by the Candy Ride stallion Leah Frick out of a Street Sense mare that makes you feel like maybe she'll be a little bit better as they go a little bit further, but I like what I'm seeing. I think this is a very well prepared filly. The 9 horse, who does have a start, Perfectly Imperfect, daughter of Sharp Azteca, she's missing her outside eye. She only has one eye, the inside eye, or left eye, if you will. And she did break from an inside post in a maiden allowance race last time and was chasing the pace. And it can be very difficult for a horse with one eye to you know, deal with the kickback. Now, horses do have a natural, almost protective covering or a windshield wiper almost effect for their eye, where they can clear the dirt out of their eye. But still, only having one eye with the, you know, vision, it can be difficult for a young horse to be down inside. She's drawn more to the outside today and taking that meaningful drop in class. And I like when I see a horse that's had a start act the right way in their second start. It means it didn't rattle them or make them nervous. It looked like she took her race well and could take a step forward in easier company. And it brings me to the 10. I'm not even going to try to pronounce this name because I don't think I'll get it right. Well, I'll try. Sol Imperatrice. The pedigree screams fast and precocity. The mare has produced 2 debut winners. The Grand Dam, Win McCool, extremely fast. And I'll go even deeper. The great Grand Dam, Win Crafty Lady, who this filly's built very much like a small side, but a little pocket rocket. Win Crafty Lady was a multiple stakes winner that I used to ride many, many years ago. But this pedigree screams early and fast, and she looks the part.
Thank you very much, Richie. As we're getting set for this 11th race, we've got the nightcap coming up from Belmont at the Big A. The 2-year-olds are going to get set to close out this Pick 5. Over $400,000 in that late Pick 5 pool. We'll find out more on America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finished.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races is sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Field for the 11th is coming on to the track. A short tape delay here, but there's the one. Bank on Bell. Luis Rivera Jr. trying to get right back to the winner's circle.
Part of an entry for Rudy Rodriguez. This one a first-time starter. The dam's a full sibling who's to a 10-time winner in Wentz, but not a ton of pedigree.
Other part of the entry there, Eliseo Ruiz will be awarded Wise Conversation.
And this one has some experience. This is this horse's third start. First time in for a tag. The debut was on the turf, however.
The 2 is necessary and proper. 18 characters I counted. The 2 at 10-1.
This one a first-time starter by Constitution. Sold for $55,000 as an OBS April 2-year-old. Now debuting for a $30,000 tag.
Trevor McCarthy aboard Song of Solomini.
Another first-time starter. This one, the dam was 1 for 9. Broke through going a mile on the dirt. So maybe wants further down the line.
The 5, Poseidon's Miss, Jose Gomez.
Third start, drops in for a tag for the first time. Debuted in the same race that 2 others in here come out of as well.
There's the 6, Miss Omaha.
And this is a horse that does have some experience and was on a wet track last time out.
7, first-time starter, the one we talked about, Richie liked a little bit, Ali Song.
Just makes a lot of sense in this spot, going out for trainer Brad Cox in here. He has some interesting stats that I'll get to in a little bit.
The 8 is Dancing Leanna, first-time starter.
Another first-time starter, $27,000 OBS March 2-year-old, worked in blinkers, and they're a nice stride on this one in the workout.
The 9, perfectly imperfect.
As Richie mentioned, this one only has one eye and does drop in class now. Gets towards the outside as well.
I'll give it a shot. The 10, Sol Imperatriz.
Oh, very nice. This one, the precocity is there for this one to be a runner early on. 2 of the 4 foals to race by the stamp or out of the stamp are debut winners. So
all right.
Could be quick and ready to go.
That's the field there for today's 11th race. You see them getting set for this 11th and final, and we're going to take a look at your pick. Again, the 7 Alley Song, the 2-year-old filly, New York bred. Right Connections, Brad Cox sends her out, first-time starter.
And while we know him to be very successful overall with a variety of different things, I actually looked up his stats for debuting 2-year-old in state bred and restricted maiden races. It's only been 2 of them over the past 5 years. One of them won. One of them finished 3rd. So you're looking at a $2.25 ROI overall. When you're talking about his 2-year-old first-time starters in maiden claiming dirt sprints, without that state-bred restriction on, he's 8 for 40 over the past 5 years, so 20% with a $1.30 ROI. So he gets it done when he's able to spot horses like this one is. And you know, now, when a trainer isn't doing this often, but they are having success, it means that he might not think that this one could be competitive at a higher level and just is being realistic about where she might belong.
Sarah Elbadwi bringing those stats, bringing the data, and get you dialed in here with that first-time start of the 7 Alley Song. You got to make your notes a little bit more legible, though, for me.
Yeah, I'll
Sarah.
work on that.
Richie's down trackside here. We're taking a look at the 7 Alley Song. Richie, do you agree? Are you on this first-time starter, or did you go somewhere else?
Well, I wound up going someplace else, but I was taken with the appearance of the 7 Alley's Song. She's very well prepared. She looks very fit, and she would not be a surprise whatsoever, also taking meaningful money. And also, Sarah's handwriting, oh my gosh, you can't, I should have been a doctor with my handwriting. You can't, I can't understand my writing. Look at Sarah's, it's like amazing. The 9 horse is going to be my top selection in her second start, taking that meaningful drop in class. I thought she showed enough on debut that would make her competitive here, and I think she had things to overcome, particularly being a horse with one eye. I think being drawn towards the outside helps her. I think the 10, Sol Imperatriz, I like the way you said it, Chris. I don't think I can keep up there, but if she clears, at least that gives the 9 perfectly imperfect opportunity to get in the clear, and it seems like that was the plan with Katie Davis going in, that she's going to come out running, and if she can't make the lead, you know, at least try to be in the clear, which is always helpful with a horse that has one eye. And I think at 10-1, I'm, you know, taking a little bit of a swing, but I really like what I saw from her in the post parade. A nice looking filly here, daughter of Sharp Azteca. And then the 10, she makes a lot of sense. She's taking all the money. She's got that pedigree I talked about. Again, not very big, but it really looks like she's built to be quick. And her whole family was like that. They're not a lot of size and scope to them, but a lot of speed. And speed's never a bad thing to have, particularly with a first-time starter.
Thanks, Richie. Taking a look at the number 10, Sol Imperatriz, towards the outside here. Flavian Pratt will be aboard, a first-time starter. Coming off of that the sloppy main track work, and that horse had thrown a bullet, but, you know, not a lot of workers that afternoon. First-time starter is at this maiden claiming level. You know, taking the claiming tag outside of maiden special weight versus these horses being offered for the tag, does it change your thinking? I mean, New York bred's in for a $30,000 tag at that debut, as we see rider of the number 8 there, Dancing Liana. That's Jose Lescano. Looks like the saddle coming off. So we might have a late scratch here. We might go back down to Richie and get those details. But before we do that, just taking a look at the first-time starters in for the tag. Kind of, does that sway you in any way as a bettor?
I think that you have to look at different things when you're handicapping these races. And where I start with horses debuting for a tag is, what did they sell for? What was the sire's stud fee? Are they going to be looking to, you know, get out on their purchase, or are they going to have a situation where they're already sort of in the red for this horse in particular? Those can be red flags if it's going that way.
Let's go to Richie, find out more about the 8.
Yeah, guys, the 8 Dancing on a late scratch. And, you know, this is something that most jurisdictions have in place. You obviously have examining veterinarians stationed at different parts of the racetrack, and then one at the starting gate. And if a rider, in this case Jose Lescano, feels something that they're not comfortable with, or a horse isn't moving exactly right or warming up in a fashion that they are happy with, They just go to the examining vet. The horse is an automatic scratch. We'll have to go through protocols before to be allowed to be entered to race again, including, thorough physical examination, working for the vet, and, kind of jumping through the hoops to make sure we only want the soundest individuals. It protects the horses, it protects the jockeys, and it protects the betting public. So listen, Jose Lezcano, too, a rider that got hurt earlier this year, basically took the cast off himself because he said, hey, I got to go back to work. So, it's not a matter of heart. It's a matter of doing what's right by the horses, and always better to err on the side of caution. There'll be another day.
Thanks, Richie. As we do take a look at that late scratch, and we do see there's the helicopter, NYPD, and just taking care of us and taking care of you, those folks out there watching. But also, Richie talked about it too, about everything that goes on. Just when you talk about association, talk about a group, right? Everything from the medical personnel, everybody, as far as putting the races on. Yes, you may view on America's Day at the Races, the horses leave the gate and they run, and there's a winner in every race, but there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of people that take part in making sure that we put the races on. And you've seen that this weekend. I mean, you saw that rescheduling, move it to Wednesday. A lot of people have to work in a collaborative effort to make that happen.
Of course, and absolutely, you make such a great point about the amount of moving parts that we have to be able to run the sort of operation that we do. And you and I, a very, very small cog in the greater machine of what happens here at the New York Racing Association, because we have a lot of people doing their part and working hard to make sure that we can make things go off as successfully as possible.
All right, we got the late scratch there of the 8. Favoritism now to the 7 in Ali Song, and you're starting to see some of this late money come in. And maybe we were going to see this, the late scratch, a horse that was 6-1 on the morning line. So how much is that going to impact it? But the 7 is now your favorite.
Yeah, and just maybe perhaps looking for a horse that comes from a barn that you, most of us are very well familiar with, and that, is one that we don't know who this horse is and what they're capable of. And we've seen some of the others make a start or a couple, and perhaps now things are changing up for them. But the workouts for this horse, there's a little bit of pedigree, the trainer overall, and just the way that he can get these first-time starters ready to roll. There's just a lot going for this horse, and obviously the betting public agrees.
All right, we'll see if Ali Song can run to that number there, 9-5. Second choice is the 10 towards the outside, Flavienne Pratt. Taking a look at the 2, Necessary and Proper. Rick Dutrow here sending out the 2-year-old filly, first-time starter as well. She's 15-1, not taking a ton of action.
No, she's not. And this is one of those horses that sold for a greater price than the current claiming tag. So that's always kind of a negative to me. And of course, Constitution, he's a sire that stands for $110,000. So is this really the best situation to indicate that this horse has a lot of ability? I don't think so.
All right, we'll see what happens here. The New York Breds to close things out here in the 11th and final. And one more time here at the Big A. We're going to send it up to John Imbrial as he gets set to close out your late pick 5, over $430,000 in the pool. We'll see what happens here in the 11th and final.
Miss Omaha and Sol Imperatriz. Field of 9 going 6 furlongs to wrap up the Sunday card. And we're set to go. And they're off. And it is Miss Omaha who shows first. Sol Imperatriz now ranges up on the outside as Necessary and Proper gains at the rail. In between horses is Poseidon's Mist. Then comes Bank on Bell, who's racing in 5th. Song of Solimini down at the rail. On the far outside is Perfectly Perfect as Ali Song gains ground. And farther back in the field is Wise Conversation in 9th. The quarter 22 and 3, Necessary and Proper is the leader here, with Sol Imperatriz now moving right alongside, and the two of them are together. Sol Imperatriz goes on with it to grab the lead from Necessary and Proper. Ali Song moves up on the outside. Sol Imperatriz challenged now by Ali Song as they hit the quarter pole, with Necessary and Proper in 3rd. They're in the stretch. It is Sol Imperatriz on the inside, holding on to the lead. Ali Song racing a bit erratically there through the stretch. On the outside is Ali Song. On the inside, it's Sol Imperatriz. And the two of them will fight it out to the finish. They're inside the 16th pole, and Ali Song has taken the lead. Ali Song breaks her maiden here. Soul Imperatrice was second, and Necessary and Proper finished third.
Well, the two horses that were taking all the action here in the 11th and final, Ali Song and the 10 Soul Imperatrice. You take a look at both first-time starters, and it really kind of played out how the bettors felt like they would see the debut. And Ali Song, once she straightened up, was just kind of getting in just a touch. She got the job done.
She did, and they both ran very well in their first starts here. And as you mentioned, the wagering public very wise to how this race was going to go. It was some smart money on these two first-time starters, and you can see that she's, trying to get that lead change and being a little bit green about it. But once she does successfully switch over to the outside lead, she really kind of gathers herself and is able to get by Soul Imperatrice in the later stages. And you can just see an ear start to go forwards at the wire, and you can tell that that's a happy horse going on with it.
Yeah, I mean, she really kind of kept to her task there by Manny Franco. He continues to do very nice work here at Aqueduct at the Belmont at the Big A meet, and ended up going off as your second choice. You see favoritism did go over to the 10, and you saw the number 2 there, Necessary and Proper, who showed some speed and just hung around for that third, but it was far back to the rest. These front two really extended away from the field, and you do see that second choice get the job done here in the finale. And there's Manny Franco just kind of taking a look over his right and saying, yep, we're headed right there to the winner's circle.
Yes, once he was able to get that lead change over and just get her back to task there, it just seemed like she had enough to finish the job, and he was able to just guide her on her way to do so.
All right, the 2-year-old filly, the New York bred Ali Song, and she's going to close out your pick 5. She was 5 on the morning line. We had that late scratch of the 8, so we'll see how things do play out there. But that's going to wrap things up for this Sunday afternoon card, which was a nice card when we took a look at some of the earlier stakes races. And we've got some stakes racing action on Wednesday, and we got some stakes racing action on the weekend. And so you're going to be pretty busy. All this, you might need an extra book of handwriting.
I know.
Because it's going to be a lot of races to analyze. Chris Griffin here with Sarah El-Badwi as we take a look at some of the racing action that was rescheduled. And, we got a chance to take a look at some of those races. But the Woodward Stakes, of course, and Zandon, who won earlier this afternoon, is before we jump ahead, we got to take a look back, right? Zandon, off of this effort, I even sat up here and I asked you, how's speed playing, and Zandon coming from off the pace, and what did you take from this effort?
Well, I feel as though this race did feature a pretty solid pace early on. And that did help set up for him, of course, taking nothing away from his overall ability. And just nice to see a horse like Zandon get back to the winner's circle, because he had been so consistent throughout his entire career and ended up coming up second best pretty frequently, but able to get the win of his own today and go by his stablemate, who was tiring in the later stages in Pipeline, and just really pull away from this field. And it just must be sort of a sigh of relief to finally get this horse that they know has so much ability, so much talent, back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, when you do get kind of used to a horse and their running style, right, coming from off the pace, it's going to need some pace in front, and if you see enough of that setup, you know that this horse is going to bring that run, and Zandon just works out the right trip, gets out of the center of the racetrack, and got it done there in the Woodward. So a nice effort. We'll see if that will continue on, and now kind of project Zandon into some of the other efforts, and with the same type field, with the same type pace setup. You can see this horse now off this grade 2 effort maybe do some things here later on in the year.
Yeah, we'll see where they end up going with him, whether they try to go some sort of Breeders' Cup route or whether they stick around for a race like the Cigar Mile. So it'll be interesting to see what the path is ahead for him, but you just have to respect this kind of hard-knocking horse throughout his career, what he's been able to do at all ages.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in that division as the 3-year-olds continue to kind of make their name, but Zandon says, hey, I'm still here too. Taking a look at that 11th and final, Manny Franco back in the winner's circle there. There's Ali Song, short price, but did go off as your second choice, as we saw those front two just get away. And if you were alive going to those two in the late pick 5, that's one of those races where you say, all right, either way is going to be okay. But Ali Song does get the job on debut.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a horse that was pretty well-intentioned by her trainer first time out.
Sarah El-Badwi, look at us, just doing a fantastic job. You do a fantastic job with all the great research. Appreciate you guys, and appreciate you for joining us on America's Day at the Races, coming up on Wednesday.